Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Champion of Champions Tour number 18 for Europe. My name is Canafit alongside Tiddler, and we bring you the first of our first two series of our four total today. Tiddler, for anyone who's coming into this tournament for the very first time, what's the overall structure of the CCT?
Of course, you have that play-in stage, which is more of like a little bracket, but then, of course, followed after a couple of days, 5 days, of course, we don't include the weekends in the play-ins. With the group stage, we have ourselves a Swiss format, so essentially you play at most 5 games. As soon as you win 3, you're through to the next stage. As soon as you lose 3, you're down and out. Of course, we have the playoffs, so you're met with 8 teams coming in from the Swiss stage, and then you have the 8 invites. Those tend to get pretty fiery, pretty interesting because we get invites from some really good teams. But I will say, Peter, the
Hmm.
VRS rankings, right? They've proven to be very important because teams are now using CCT as a grind to get those points.
Hmm.
There's VRS points on the line today, and that's why we have teams like Fnatic, Monty, BC Game, 500. They seem to be grinding it out here so far.
Oh, absolutely. And as we can see at the moment, the point of the group stage we're in is very relevant to what you're talking about before. Because, of course, you mentioned the 3 wins to get through to the playoff stage. We've got our low matches, which have already taken place from this kind of game day, where we've seen our first couple of eliminations. We've got the matches taking place in the mid, where teams are looking to get to the point where they can potentially punch through to playoffs. And then later today, we'll be seeing our first matches of those teams, like Fnatic you mentioned, who've got the immediate route through to playoffs by going 3-0.
Yeah, definitely, and it's really gonna shape up to be a really good playoffs bracket. We've seen kind of what we had in store in Series 17, and I think CCT is really building up to kind of what we had during the online era, right? With some really good teams. And as we reiterate, this is the bracket. And of course, with how busy the schedule has been and how busy the VRS grind has been, we've had a few forfeits, of course. BC Game, they recently qualified for IEM Dallas. We actually covered them last night. And of course, as a result, they had one loss on their hands because of the forfeit. And
Hmm.
of course, you could say the same for a couple of these teams as well. But I will say, with how this Swiss stage has been handling itself, it does seem like it's settled into some sort of equilibrium, right? We have kind of the teams that we'd expect to be going through at the upper tier of the Swiss stage, and the teams that are lower down, um, you know, as we'd expect to be lower in the Swiss stage, being in that area, aside from maybe 500. But again, some of that does come down to not being able to play some of the games, having to forfeit some of these games.
Oh, for sure. But certainly today is the day to be watching, particularly this match is yet to come, starting at 1600. Seeing those undefeated teams go up against each other should be pretty crazy. By the end of today, we'll have those two undefeated teams. But for our next two sets of teams coming up, it's all about getting through and moving into the 2-1 position, which of course is vastly more powerful than the 1-2 position that could potentially send you out of the competition. Our first up to bat, Sashi and the Sinners coming into this one, of course, the 1-1 record. They're both ranked very similarly to each other. Sashi 40th, the Sinners 47th. There's a lot of comparison between the two. Where would you like to start, Tiddler?
I think we should start at Sashi because we were talking about it. We were talking about it before our day even started, right? We had a little bit of a chat about how historic some of these members are, albeit they're really young. But from where they came from, the amount of experience they've garnered is pretty uncanny and pretty interesting. Of course, we have Lucky, that star opera who was meant to be kind of a guiding light for Astralis. He ran very good performances during the online era, and that's where he thrived. But as soon as he went to Astralis, it wasn't all too great. Had a few struggles in the IEM Road to Rio qualifiers, ultimately got dropped from Astralis, but finds himself back at home where he belongs here in Sashi, along with some of his stablemates. We have Iceberg as well. I think the Iceberg Cabby combination, along with Lucky, back in that old Tricked Esports roster, has a lot of history behind it. They were doing really good in the online area. They're qualifying to online events, close qualifiers as well. Pretty impressive out from them. And seeing that they've stuck together after all these years just proves
Hmm.
that they definitely have something going for them. Altex, another historic member of the team. played for Astralis. Of course, it was more of a stand-in, a more temporary position. But just take a look at his HLTV. You'll see this man around in the major, playing for Preezy, playing in Blast events. This guy has a whole belt of experience at just the age of 21. And how can I how can I not talk about Zyphon as well? He played for that Copenhagen Flames roster that lit up the world on fire as well. But I think, we're kind of singing the praises of Sashi, but I don't think we can forget about Sinners as well.
No, for sure. As we go across them, again, ranked 47th, this core has managed to make it all the way up to 19th. Of course, the Czech roster, with only Pepo from Slovakia. Certainly, we've seen a lot of character out of the videos these guys have been posting around. I'd like to bring up before because it's quite striking. I definitely recommend checking that out as well. But yeah, you talked about the veterancy over on the Sashi side. Certainly true for the Sinners as well. Shock and B-Stick, around 1,500 maps for the org. Zedco here from the very beginning, making return slightly more recently. So there's a huge amount of veterancy there. The thing that concerns me is most that, over the last couple of series, Shock and Zedco, they've been top 2 of the, of series, but they've also been bottom 2 as well. So I have a little bit of a concern that while we've got a huge amount of veterancy, that we might be getting a little bit of inconsistency creeping in as well.
Yeah, and I would say that kind of hangs on the fact that Oscar was such a stable on the lineup. He was such a good opera, and I think even though he was kind of getting towards the latter years of his career, I will say, he had a really good run in mouse sports back in the day, playing for some really top teams, playing top tier events, playing majors. But of course, him being on Sinners, he was just such a good player on that AWP, and it felt like as long as Oscar was alive, the game was still always going to be alive. But moving into what we are expecting here, the map veto coming through straight away, I don't think we're going to be expecting Dust 2 or Train, of course, based on Sinners just not playing it. But we were talking about how interesting this is, right? Sinners don't play Dust 2 or Train, but how do they kind of avoid both of their maps?
Yeah, we also have the extra wrinkle in here that both teams generally want to first pick Nuke coming into this one. But, Sashi, you've got some suddenly much better stats there. We'll see what comes up second of all. So Mirage will be one where at least the matchup for the Sinners is a little bit better. And we'll find out what that last map overall will be.
Yeah, it's going to be Inferno. I think it is a middle ground map for both of these sides. Of course, Sashi 40% over a 10 map sample space, while Sinners with a 50% win rate over a 12 map sample space. But mind you, you got to look at context. I think the best way to understand whether or not these teams are going to be good is, of course, by watching the games. We've proven time and time again here on CCT that numbers don't actually mean, they aren't the be-all end-all. But we are hearing that we are going to be live in just a few moments. Nuke. I've seen a lot of Nuke over the past few days. Unfortunately, I don't get to see my favorite map, Train. But Counterfeit, here comes the pistol.
No, I'm with you here as well. I want to see more Train in my life. I'm really, really enjoying the breath of fresh air. But hey, our players know Nuke. They love Nuke. Both teams are very experienced here. So we'll see. As you mentioned before we went live, we're looking to see how the pistol round shapes the beginning of the map.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen in the IM Katowice finals that you can win the same amount of rifle rounds as the opposing side, but can still get blown out in the finals of a S-tier premier event. So getting that pistol gets you first 3 or 4 rounds, possibly 5. But anyways, the retake comes in. It's a very fast plant. The retake set up for Sinners. Zedco and Iceberg trading forward. Lucky with that one. B-Stick online. The boost up not going to be successful. Oh my goodness. What a way to start the round. Dropping from the heavens, but he falls into hell. Zyphon onto Morisco. Pepo creeping in with a kill of his own, but they all fall. B-Stick diffuses, and Sinners win a hectic retake.
Yeah, what an interesting first round. I actually think the teams are on the same page as what you were talking about before, with treating it very importantly. I really like the hole that Sashi were putting out here, but yeah, the retake was exceptional. Outside of fleeing yourself to death, but sometimes these things happen.
Yeah, they do, and you kind of just have to move on, right? You know, you can't be raging in the microphone just because that happened. Just gotta stay cool, calm, and collected. But yeah, that was a very action-packed pistol run. I think I like that from Sinners. It's calculated, right? They were ready for the retake. They set up for the retake. They let them get to the bomb site. They trusted in their abilities, and they won out the round.
Sashi will be going a little bit more aggressively into this round, considering how much of a bloodbath the first one was. Of course, the plant giving them that option. So last time they did rush across to A site. This time they've got Iceberg out on an exploratory mission towards B. I don't know if I rate his chances when he goes around the corner to Mauricio. Mauricio has been one of the more reliable parts of the Sinners lineup, where otherwise things have been looking a little bit more variable.
Yeah, definitely. But Sinners, they're set up here on the A bomb site, looking very strong. But how do they approach this? Mach 10 versus MP9 battle should be a 50-50 one. It surely is, because Shock does take a lot of damage in the process. But Sashi now turn their sights into the upper bomb site. The Galil successful with the first kill. 4-on-4 neutralized down, but utility starts coming onto the A site.
Yeah, good rush in. It's a return to form again, and Cappy in the right place swipes the rifle, and suddenly this half-buy turns into something much more interesting. Two Sashi members heavily wounded. B-Stick back up into heaven. The site of the Sinners retake from before is waiting for his moment. He's got Shock on the outside. I was wondering if they try and go for a coordinated push, but B-Stick going to try and fish and finds Cabby. That's two Sashi members remaining, barely alive.
Yeah, B-Stick gonna peek in off that flash. Good support. Zyphon distracted, turning his head around. Ultex on low HP. Mid-range with MP9 looks potent because they're so damn low. And Shock gets the first. B-Stick down, and now top of that bomb has the kit. Gets off it though. He's so damn low. Ultex has played this to perfection. Has to get off the bomb and go for the kill. But man, what a way to recover there, Sashi. Tying the scoreline at 1 apiece. And neither team able to get a real stronghold in that round. It ultimately went down to time.
God damn, what a great way to start the day. Even these first two rounds, these teams know how to play entertaining CS. I absolutely love it. And yeah, it was literally a dance at the end there, because yeah, knew exactly what was required. That brings us back even 1 apiece. Both rounds planted so far for Sashi. So economically, they're able to buy in. We've got just the 2 max left in play. Sinners gonna bring out the 1 MP9 for the round, but will be trying for something a little bit more adventurous. As they might get overrun, but Mauricio picks up 2 before being dropped.
Yeah, not really the greatest of ideas, considering the opposing side is on a force buy, and they just have the Deagles and the MP9s rushing into close range angles is the last thing that you want to do. That's where these weapons have the highest potential as well. A little bit of an issue is it's a 3-on-3 now. B-Stick is already here for the flank. They've gotten so much information in the early round, they can definitely spoil the party here.
B-site will be the destination for Sashi, so they've been securing the place for a little while. B-site in from the back. No, he's got 5 kills with Mauriceo's 4, as he'll find the plant being made, put Zyphon down, and Sashi are in trouble, now down in numbers. But Lucky will course correct for that in a moment. We've still got the AK left in play for Zedko on the Sinners. This is an open field. The plant has not been made.
Bold decision for Sashi to go and force the fight. Zedko with the pick, the fake, it gets the kill. Nate forces him and thrusts him into the limelight. Mach 10 does get the kill in the end, but that was bold out from Sashi. But at the same time, you can just see either side didn't really have the information. Maybe Sinners had the information, right, since they stuck onto the B side, but if Sashi knew that both players were there off the bat, they probably would have hedged their bets towards A and would have secured the round anyway. But I think there's a little bit of comfort in knowing where the opposing 2 players are, right? If I can plant on the bomb site, knowing that those 2 players are towards ramp, you'd feel a little bit more comfortable than switching bomb site and having to wonder from which side of the map they're going to rotate from. But speaking of, those are 2 damn quick kills to open up.
Yeah, well, I mean, apparently there's maybe a little bit of the pressure being felt there. The Sinners going to be having the remaining 3 members all SMGs, hoping they can find a Sashi member over-aggressing as we saw them before, getting a little too up close and personal. I think this time with these many AKs in play, Sashi still need to be a little bit careful. As we can see, Sinners They're building themselves up to push through and, yeah, come up through secret. Sashi are split. You can see they're not making a committal as of yet. They know they've got the numbers advantage in through lobby. It looks like they will be pushing onto A, where of course they won't be seeing too much resistance at all. I think the Sinners have not got a huge amount more to say in this round.
Yeah, they're locked down and they force bought into this one, right? They've made the previous round so close that they can afford themselves the possibility of kind of fighting head-to-head with the economy. But at this point, you kind of have to rationalize here, Sinners. Go for an eco at some point. Because obviously it makes sense. Sinners are making the rounds close. They've lost the rounds. However, look at Sashi's residual money, right? $650, $450. And when you win rounds, you also lose money in the loss bonus. So, one round, they're always just one round away from kind of economic despair. And we've talked about how important that economy can be. And Sinners now, save will come through. I think a decent enough save. I think decent enough to challenge for an eco without having to invest too heavily. Having them just save. But overall, good start from Sashi. It's their pick. You'd expect them to be more refined on the T side, and that's what we're seeing early on.
Yeah, I just want to highlight coming into round 5. The kills very heavily concentrated on the Sinners side. Beastic, Morisco, with the vast majority of the Sinners kills they've managed to acquire. Here on Sashi's side of things, Lucky has been standing out. 5 kills, more than any 2 members of his team combined. So, doing pretty well starting off here. We'll see if this will be the round where the Sinners can make a little bit more of their minimal buy.
Yeah, Sashi have done a good job here to make the plan and just chill out in the lobby side. They know they're going to push. They know that they're going to have to push if they want to get some of these kills. And this is a perfect decision. Kabi should be able to get this kill. Morisco has taken a lot of damage. With 3 players approaching upon your angle, how are you going to try and deal with that? But Zedko on the bomb side, lingering, waiting. Does he know Siphon's here? He's going to reface, going to peek on in, going to take a bit of damage. That's the call for the rest of the squad to start piling on in. And Lucky takes Zedko as he waltzes into his crosshair. Beastic from the flank. Here we get the first and the second. Potential for the third as now he picks up the rifle. Altex now is here. And Beastic ascending. Siphon finally shutting him down. But just the USB in the clutch now.
Oh my lord! Pepper, yeah, we have to get the MP9 round the corner, and he does it! What a monstrous round! Sinners break the streak, and they are back in the saddle. An absolute bloodbath, but an unbelievable round.
Yeah, an unbelievable one at that. It was a good call from Sashi to get started. AKs, you don't want to be giving it to them. You want to play the longer range angles. They played it well at the start, but it was kind of that overwhelming pressure. And I feel like Sashi, I don't think they really needed to push into that main side. I think it was just sufficient that they held outside and maybe pushed main a little bit later. But it seemed like they forced themselves into the limelight a little bit too early. Maybe they thought they were doing a full lobby crunch, but that wasn't the case. And it ultimately ended up being their demise in the end.
Yeah, this is a real disaster. Sinners now back in control. They've got their guns. They've even got a little bit of money in the bank as well. Sashi having to spend all of their money to stay back and relevant. But Iceberg finds Zedko on the way down, so the B site push is becoming more appealing. You see, I believe that's Peppo up the top of the ramp, but now with the bomb moving into sight, Sashi will hopefully for them be able to simplify matters considerably. Peppo creeps in. He can't see anyone quite yet.
Yeah, and this CT side surely be looking to get started sooner rather than later. Shock does grab Zyphon lurking into the outside position. Altex is here as well. Might be something he doesn't expect. As that bomb starts to tick away, the CTs, I think they realize their positions and their money not looking the greatest. So their days are numbered at this moment in time.
I think it goes further to the fragile economy point you were making before. That, yeah, on paper we've got 44. Yeah, we've got a good amount of equipment left, but you're right. For the Sinners, they don't want to gamble that in anything but a sure deal. So Sashi can maintain control and course correct for what could have been a disaster previous round going forwards.
Yeah, the economy is just so important. Like, both these teams are just so close to economic breakage that it's kind of unreal right now. Just got to be a little bit careful. But Sinner's starting to build it up. Now they got some residual money in the bank account. They got a little loss bonus behind them, so they're going to be able to reinvest into the next round. And no matter what, I'm going to see a pause here, possibly. Not liking what I see. No damage has been dealt.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Match medic going to do its job. Short tech pause, hopefully, but I think just to reiterate on that point, right? You know, this is shaping up to be a really good game. Not kind of in the sense of tactics just yet. Like, sure, it could be a very tactical game. Of course, we're playing on Nuke. But at the same time, neither of these sides have been able to gain economic control. Neither of these sides have been able to kind of trump rounds over the other easily, if you know what I mean. So, even though Sashi got a couple of rounds in a row, and you might think, oh, these guys are looking good right now, I feel like you can never say something like that with pure conviction, even though you might look at the win percentage of Sinners and think that these guys aren't really doing too great. You just got to realize, you know, they have the individuals, and they have, you know, that potential to maybe make this map close, even if by your own conviction you see the percentages and you don't think that.
Oh yeah, I mean, to be clear, yeah, absolutely, the percentages here are pretty different. For the Sinners, I believe 17% win rate. But I think you're right. What we're getting to see here as we open up today's play is the situation where Nuke is both teams' first pick. You know, this is the place where they're going to be most strategically developed. And we've seen that through our opening rounds. They've just been an absolute, like, you know, brawl of dancing backwards and forwards across particularly the A site so far. So I imagine once we get things back underway again, we'll be in for just, honestly, I suspect a very good opening part of this series.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that after kind of just such an adjustment from CSGO with 15 rounds in the half, but you know, we're already more than halfway into the first half, and it doesn't feel like we're settling in just yet. It really doesn't, and it kind of just emphasizes the cry and the call from a lot of people in the pro scene to change the economy, change the loss bonus, start it off a little bit higher. You can just see that they're not liking the emphasis on the pistol rounds. And you can see here, neither side has been able to grab control of the map from the pistol round. Sinners grabbed the pistol round, but they just haven't been able to take control yet. They're still stuck on 2 rounds. We saw yesterday, BC game, like, they won 2-0. But the fact that 500 were able to send it to 24 rounds minimum on both maps without winning pistols just proves how powerful, you know, the pistol round is. Because BC game were getting like 4-0, 5-0 starts as a result of it. So, just look back here on Nuke. I'm really liking how this one's shaping up, because it's like neither team's able to get control. But we got word here. We're just gonna take a little bit of a short break. When we're back, we'll continue with the rest of the action on Nuke. Don't go anywhere.
Alright, welcome back, 1-0. We took ourselves a moment away just to contemplate how good these rounds to come will yet be. So Sinners, they managed to get back the previous round resupply at the expense of Sashi, but it doesn't seem to have put too much of a dampener on Sashi's spirits. They're back in the saddle, building up a little bit of bank balance, and the only AWP lies on the Sinners side.
Back in the saddle, but they're riding the wave, it seems. Beastic first kill onto Altex, and he's going to drop a bit of utility to block it off. And getting started off the back of that little pause with an opener and through the smoke, and he could flick up and get the headshot here. Oh, Zyphon gets the headshot, but at a cost of a lot of health points.
Yeah, well said. Morisco was the player to watch. Of course, Beastic is standing out so far for the Sinners. 10 kills so far. Really the hero of this early going. But Yasashi in major trouble, down to 2.5 players remaining versus 4. You see there's a little bit of nerves about going down to the B site. We can see that they will be running into a little bit of trouble as well. Keep your eye out for Shock on the way in, but I think Sashi will be able to get themselves situated. If they can avoid taking a casualty on the way in, they're in a good spot.
Yeah, and I wouldn't like them to peek one by one, but that Goosh makes things difficult. Shock down to 41, and that Incendiary, that Molotov is really well placed and really well timed. It stops them completely from even challenging at the door. You see Sashi are still a little bit paranoid from that, and Siphon still needs to cover it up. Moving down in, the retake getting started. Beastic peeking on through, has teammates to start supporting him, but look at how kind of vertical this hold is, right? You have players up and you have players down lower. And Lucky already holding into this ramp side, so they're kind of stationed on all areas of the B side.
I really love seeing Cabby up here as well. I really admire Sashi's done a very, very good job of managing to hold this as Siphon controls on the ground. Beastic round the corner, clears the ground. Lucky last one standing, holding it back off of sight. He is going to be coming in. He's spotted and he's deleted. Beastic clutches this one out and will go around to scoop everything up, including, of course, the AWP. Oh no, I didn't even notice the timer ticking down. Not quite quick enough.
Yeah, not quick enough. Didn't have the time for the defuse as well, despite having the hit. That was a good round from Sinners to start it off, but Sashi, great decision to drop to the lower bomb site. That's where they've been finding a lot of success at times, especially towards Secret. They've been catching off Sinners off guard. Ultimately worked out for them in the end. See what they do in this round. It seems like Sashi are starting to break away a little bit from Sinners. Look at the money of Sinners now. They're not going to have a lot going into the next round should they lose. But where Sashi have found a lot of success at times have been the outside position. Kind of has been, you know, there's been moments where Sashi gets some really nice kills in the outside position, and then where Sinners get some really good kills themselves in outside. But it seems like Sashi have been getting the majority of them. And these diagonal smokes, again, a little bit annoying for Sinners. It grants them quick access down to the lower side, and they're going to try and counter this with a bit of aggression. And Cabby's able to get the first and the second, shutting it down, and that's the round wide open.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Sashi were able to do from behind before. Now they are massively far ahead. Cabby cleaning up. 3 kills so far, and Sinners, yeah, the momentum that they had gathered from stealing away that round before has now evaporated as Sashi will not just win, but win out with every one of their members remaining up on the tail end. That's a complete sea change from what we saw before.
Yeah, just the way that round panned out, you know, just opening up the round in towards that ramp side. Those 2 quick kills just meant the world to Sashi. You can see there was just a burst of energy running through the veins of Sashi. As soon as I got those 2 kills, they knew they had that round in the palm of their hands. They just ran in, even though there was still another player towards that CT side defending, and just had no respect. Back to the same old here for Sashi. Nade and Molotov combination and smoke combination to open up the round. A bit of spams through, and Sinners, they aren't having it. They don't really have good money here. Peppo relegated down to a scout. This could be a good headshot though.
Ooh, he's trying
not able
it.
to hit the shot. Yeah, he's not able to hit it.
I like the fact that at least they are making the attempt. But yeah, this is, you know, we're back to very, very low equipment for the Sinners, and Sashi certainly seem to have hit their stride. I think we've seen a little bit of the kind of growing pains between the two teams. Again, this is the first pick for both of the teams, so stylistically, I think the first few rounds were a bit of a feeling out process. It now feels like Sashi have much more hit their stride and know how to engage with the Sinners successfully.
Seems like they've cracked the code on this nuke game. Voltex gonna creep in from Squeaky. Iceberg gonna set up outside. No diagonal smokes this time around, or at least they might have dissipated from earlier on. A lot of time has been expended off the clock. Beastic first kill. Scout could do a whole lot of damage. Wallbang
nice.
Peppo successful.
What?
And those tags coming in are absolutely insane. Zetko with the headshot. Leaves Lucky left standing, having to call upon his years as a veteran on the likes of Astralis. So much experience from this guy, but can he continue on his tear? First kill going to be found. A bit of a premature spray. Not good enough. Peppo tags him up.
What?
Finds the second frag and smokes on his left side. Bomb goes down.
This has been an insane round. I thought this was going to be a formality. Backs into the corner. Morisco, last one standing again, has been the rock of the squad for a little while for the Sinners. Lucky is just waiting this one out. MP9 going to be coming around the corner into his face in a second. Unless Morisco shows his back to Lucky, and I think he's about to. Lucky's timing is fantastic. Drops the smoke out, but gets rushed down. Morisco gets it. Doesn't have the kit.
He'll have it.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Should have moved down there for a second.
Yeah, that's a fantastic round. I think the replays won't do it justice as what we were experiencing live. Like you said, it almost seemed like a formality there. 1-on-3, had a player up above as well, had him tagged down to 9 points of health, barely stays alive. And of course, that final 1v1 kind of went down to either timing. Did he catch him with his pants down? Or did he, or if he would get the instant headshot that would not allow his opponent to get the kill. But Sinners are calling a timeout. They realize, that's their first real gun round. And it was very, very labored. If they want to get anything in the final 3 rounds and a half, they'll need to put something up. They can't get their economy broken. If they get their economy broken here, because that round was so close, they don't have really any money in the bank account to bring through. So if they lose here, there's a real possibility that Sashi do make things 9-3, and that's not a good prospect for them going to the second half.
No, and it seems like at this point that the Sinners, the more pressure that's put on them, the better they are performing, because the rounds they're winning, the rounds certainly you wouldn't be expecting to see coming through, like the last one, very unexpected indeed, but it's certainly not doing them any favours economically to be having to buy up again and again. At least the AWP is in play this time around. We'll see how well the Sinners are able to secure their ground, as it looks like we will be seeing an outside attempt being foiled by counter utility coming in. Be it Siphon able to buy a little bit of space. Sashi might still be able to get down, and they're making their way in towards B.
They are, but it's not a full commit. Sinners are ready for this as well. They've stationed 2 players down in secret, ready to stop a Sashi push in towards secret, which has been proving to be successful time in and time out. Zedko got a poke and prod in the outside position, kind of spoil the plans from Sashi. That could possibly create a sort of tug of war, right? You have players towards secret pressuring, and you have players in the outside position pressuring, and at that point, you kind of can't handle it. And I think that's what Sinners are going to try and bring to the table. Maybe they can catch off a kill into the outside position, and then Zedko in this position can also try and take down any of the A players that do decide to come in. But Sashi, they haven't just committed just yet. With 45 seconds to spare, we should expect to see them rationalize and go to one of the bomb sites right now.
I mean, yeah, Iceberg holding in B. I think wait to see if any of the Sinners assume that the play is towards A and push out. I'd like to see Sashi at least make overtures towards A if they are going to try and approach B from both sides. The utility's still there. So in comes the molly. Certainly representing towards A pretty strongly. Altex round the corner, won't see the first target coming in, but B-Stick does get cut down all the way in. Zedko from the side finds 2 before being dropped. Peppo misses the shot on the tail end. It's getting a little messy, and Iceberg comes up from his rearguard duties and opens the door. The plant is good, and now it's all left to Shock to turn us 1-1v2.
Iceberg's going to peek this. Oh, they barely just cross paths, and now could prove to be an issue. They know where he is, but this is a strong position. They'll double peek off this, and that's a round guaranteed. But man, Peppo, he needs to be hitting those shots. He needed to hit those shots. That's the difference between a 2-on-1 for Sinners and a 2-on-1 situation for Sashi. Look at how this round panned out. You can see the multi-frag from Zedko, and then you had Shock as well, chipping in as well. And look at that, you got to be hitting those shots, man. Peppo should have been getting that the first time of asking. That would have guaranteed the information on the secondary player. You can see how that round closed out there.
Yes, and it's kind of moments like that you're talking about, trying to step into the shoes of the previous AWPer Oscar, to run into that kind of situation. But Peppo, I think, getting some more memorable kills on the scout than the AWP, perhaps, as we turn it into a brawl on the outside. Good control so far. 3 versus 4 remaining for Sashi. They've certainly turned rounds like this before. Sinners, equipment-wise, Of course, they don't have everything they want, so it's still up in the air.
Yeah, it is, but Sinner's aggression here, I like this play. Gets some information and can cut off the rotates, possibly. But the thing is that there are 3 players trying to do this flank out of the 4 that are alive right now, so if the flank doesn't work out, then the round doesn't work out. That's the caveat. A high risk, high reward game. But it could still pay off, right? If there's some sort of timing where they push into the ace site and Sinners are still in towards the lobby position.
Marisco.
I don't like the MP9 in this angle. Yeah, he has to switch to the rifle. Oh, but he's made noise. Oh, goodness.
Aye.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been the MP9 leading the way. But it's shock, though, to try and recover B-Stick. MP9 now could... Oh, this is a lineup, possibly. He's able to get the second.
It's one.
But Lucky gets the trade. A 1-on-2 situation. And Lucky now going to drop into the bomb site. Smoke down. Bomb's going to get planted.
I don't like his chance, though. He's already getting pinged through the smoke. Doesn't actually die, but gets spammed to death. And Sinners, they're pulling things back towards the tail end of the half. And considering how close so many of these rounds have been, I was starting to think to myself, maybe the scoreline just won't represent that. But if Sinners can get the next round in, a 5-7 half, I think that's actually pretty solid and pretty representative of how close it's been.
Yeah, but at the same time, this map is pretty CT-sided. But I think 5 is definitely a good scoreline, considering it's your opponent's map pick. I think it's not like you're going to be satisfied with it, but I would say no, you could be satisfied with it, but you wouldn't be, you know, at the edge of your seat happy about it. You know, Nuke is one of the more CT-sided maps in the pool. Sashi are doing a good job here on the T side to ensure if they get to the bomb site completely. Zedko trying to knife in the ladder. Iceberg shuts him down with the Tech 9. Getting underway, and this has been a barn burner.
Yeah, these teams are leaving nothing behind. Good defensive attempt by Shot, but gets overrun on the way in. Marisco, right place, right time, swings in. He's moving with ice skates through the map and keeping a lot of Sashi's attention. Altex, though, from the side. And the Sinners' chances of drawing this half almost even seem to have evaporated. B-Stick, 16 kills. Top fragger by a long way on the Sinners' side. Will be in here through Squeaky. And unfortunately, the door betrays him. Sashi will close out the half significantly ahead.
When one door opens, another one closes. And that's the first chapter, the first half done and dusted. A great job from Sashi on that T side. A brilliant mix of aggression, a brilliant mix of kind of staying static, staying put, waiting for Sinners, and that's ultimately been the struggle for Sinners. Really, just being being tasked to kind of handle that change of pace continuously. But second pistol round underway. Sashi on the CT side now. I was gonna say we're gonna get underway, but Iceberg disconnected.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, I guess let's take stock of where we are. We mentioned before from the Sinners, B-Stick been putting out an incredible performance, but sadly, so far, he's the only person performing at that kind of level. And I mean, he's the top fragger across both teams.
Yeah, top fragger on the server. B-Stick just really, really strong as well, but I think we're seeing two sides of the same coin. The other player's not really getting an opportunity to frag out just yet. But I think you could say that about Sashi. You know, they have 3 players who are also on a negative KD, so all around, I think the kills are pretty normally distributed across the server right now, at least. But I think it's not really the frags, right? Because a lot of the rounds have just been bomb plants going down to the clutch. They haven't been... We haven't seen a lot of saves, so I think it's only right that we'd expect both teams to have an equal amount of kills, all in all.
Yeah, to be fair, it has been a brawl from beginning to, I imagine, to end as well. Of course, Mirage coming up next, but do want to call out Lucky, as much as it has been a brawl so far, has been doing very, very well in this event for the Sashi side of things, and doing very well here on Nuke as well. Certainly, overly, we talked about a little bit of inconsistency across the first couple of series. Lucky has definitely been showing, great consistency across at least the Swiss part of the CCT.
This is why he got picked up by Astralis a couple of years ago, right? Because he was playing CCTs, or back when it was called like Home Sweet Home, and what was it called back in the day? you know the other events that we had on this channel. organized by grid, kind of the CCT of old, and that's why he got picked up, because he was such a strong performer online. And back in that online era, the only tournaments were online, so the invites to the playoffs were always really, really cool teams like Vitality, you know, ENCE, Havu, you know, those names, big names back then, and Lucky would be fragging out against them. That's why he got picked up. So I think the only question here is, you know, not whether or not he can kind of perform decent enough. It's rather, can he tap into his unlocked potential?
Well, certainly the potential seems solid so far, though. First couple of kills going to the Sinners. Talking about how important the pistol rounds are, this was, at least, was a chance for Sashi to run away with this one. Down to Lucky and Cabby. We'll see how far Lucky can be tested. 4 versus 2. Cabby finds one. Round the corner. Good backing away. And doesn't even take too much damage. Lucky on the other side doesn't actually end up buying a lot of space. And Cabby's left trying to face off against 3.
Let's put one. No kid as well. Simmons can just burn the time here. No matter if he gets the kills here, this round surely is finished as the first 2. Brilliant shots, nasty shots, but ultimately it's only going to go one way, and that's the Sinners' way. Pistol round goes their way once more.
Ooh. I liked what we're seeing there, though, you know, particularly from Cabby's side of things. The footwork and just the control there, which hopefully we'll get a chance to see. Well, at least this was him on the way in. Just really good control, and I mean, as you said, well, it wouldn't have changed the result. The keeping his nerve under that kind of pressure and almost cleaning up the entirety of the squad.
Yeah, definitely. But they're able to afford themselves a force buy with how, I believe, Morisco or Cabby, yeah, it was Cabby, was able to make that pretty close. But Sinners, no resistance whatsoever, barraging into the A bomb site. Just gonna hold here. Sashi force spot into this, so I'm not gonna be surprised if they just all out save and not even bother attempting trying to retake. And yeah, overall that's not really anything to talk about here. It's just a gamble here from Sashi, right? If they go into the positions that we're holding, then it's gonna be a round win for us. But they head into the upper bomb site, they take it, well, we're just gonna head right out of there. We'll give you the round.
Yeah, honestly, I don't hate it at all. You know, Sashi, they've got a little bit of room to work with, and Zyphon demonstrating ably for us what maybe would have happened to the Sinners had they decided to test him specifically. But instead, Sinners now move to almost even on with the tee-off, 2 rounds locked down, maybe the chance to draw things back up to 8 apiece.
Definitely that potential. And now Sinners, of course, with 5 players staying alive, it does mean they do have to keep some of the weaker weapons, the MAC-10s and the Galils, but what is a good thing is that Sashi saved their weapons from the previous round, so they're kind of just going into a part 2 what happened in round number 14. But these weapons on Sashi aren't to go unnoticed, right? They definitely can do a lot of damage. We've seen what Sinners can do with them. Those Deagles, they do damage. If those Deagles do damage, that Scout starts to look like an AWP, and that's not what I like to see. Zyphon getting the opener, getting it onto a 5-on-4, that kill going completely untraded. Sinners now turning their sights towards the ramp section.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic way to start. I like as well that Zyphon Club stayed in broadly the same section of the map, but just took a different route through to vary things up and bring that single rifle to bear. You can see now from the way the Sinners are moving, they are cautious of making a mistake here that can let Sashi back into the half with, you know, potentially sitting across multiple rifles and resupplying ahead of Sashi actually spending any of their own money.
Yeah, definitely. And now Morisco in a forward position. I'd expect him to stay here for the rest of the round if Sinners do get down successfully. Problem is, Lucky is posted up with a scout, so has the potential to do a lot of damage. Long range angle as well. Morisco, instead, rather, decides to go down with his teammates to the lower bomb site. Mind you, they started off here with a deficit. 3 players coming in from the same angle. Cabby definitely good potential to get a few 1-deags here. Oh, that's a problem. He's jiggle peeking, but he hasn't seen them cross by.
Aye. Alright, Altex will send the news and gets the shot. Looking for number 2, surely not! Sashi, they're getting the fight. It's down to Morisco, last one standing. He knows where his first opponent is, but not the rest. Can't stand one of the way in, but the Iceberg takes the whole thing, and the resupply happens. Sashi get into the half, exactly what the Sinners were trying to avoid.
Yeah, we talked about it. Don't let those weapons go unnoticed. And Sashi were able to pull it out the hat. It started off with a kill from Zyphon, in towards main, onto the squeaky player, and then it all fell down from there. It looked good for a second in the sense that Sinners were able to sneak on by, but it seems like they didn't expect Altex to be behind the power plant on the B bomb side, on the silo. And that just ultimately led to them falling down piece by piece, and it was way too difficult to recover. Now Iceberg burning to a crisp, but it doesn't matter if he's able to get the first kill. Spots out the second, knows where that utility is coming from, turns around, but he's looking mad aggressive. Here's the players running into the B site, gets that information from his team, and now they're going down to B. It's being held by 2 players though.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what we've been seeing, the aggression in spades. The Sinner's going to be creeping onto the site, though, as Cabby is able to hold ground. Iceberg keeping it to the outside. Right place, right time, takes Morisco down, drills the hole. The last 2 Sinners are barely standing. Not even 50 HP between the 2 of them. Altex will be in from the side, finds the plant being made. Pepper is dropped. Beestick, last one standing. Sashi about to move to double digits. Unless Beestick can pull off a miracle. And only a little part of a miracle was available.
Sashi are getting really comfortable on the CT side. They're starting to find their mojo, find their groove right now. It seems like they have the read. Like we saw that from the previous round, right? Kabi didn't spot out some of these players, yet Altex was ready for those battles and ultimately got himself those important kills that would be round deciders. It's just been absolutely insane how Sashi have been able to do that, and now with double digits on the board, one more economic break here, and I would call this map finished.
Yeah, I mean, for all it's been some extremely explosive rounds, it's gone to hell in a handbasket pretty damn quickly. Sinners reduced down to nothing pretty much for this round. Sashi looking real good. They've got everything they can want, and they've even got the money left over in the bank. The momentum is huge over on the CT side. See if they can lock this one down, because Sinners, they're fishing for something, but I don't think they're going to find it. Zyphon, too comfortable playing her on the outside, though that shot for Beestick almost got the job done, and the second chance will do it.
Yeah, his third kill comes in, things get quite dangerous. Was able to let a few warning shots out there, but Lucky was ready for that warning. Now Iceberg should be able to shut it down along with his teammate in Lucky. First kill found to Zedko, leaving it down to Shock with just a mere Glock. Picks up the deagle but falls as he tries to do so. Sashi on 11. Now they're on the precipice of victory. Great performance on that CT side, and equally a great performance on the T side has all culminated in what looks like their road to victory.
Well, Sinners have shown us, some good moments. Beestick, again, doing an incredible job so far. Former Dark Tigers player. I mean, it's been, really outshining the rest of the Sinners by quite a large margin. Still continues to be the strongest individual player on the server, but it just may not matter. We'll see how well the Sinners can recover, if they can. Zyphon, of course, has been the ruler of the outside. Nicely placed nade to create some space. Lucky finds the first shot. The top fragger of the Sinners is gone.
Down and out, and some of these players are getting a whole lot of damage, and that lineup is potent. Zyphon, 2 more, and Morisco left alone. Look at how aggressive they are. He's playing the trigger discipline, but he's not going to get anything more than just a single frag. Sashi now with 6 map points, I believe, to close out this first map in very strong fashion. Really want to send this to Mirage, proving the win percentage right.
Gosh, so that last round to me just felt like almost a pistol round for the Sinners, and just in how much it just didn't come together for them at all. But I mean, yeah, Sashi, they've accrued so much momentum. I think they'll be riding high coming out of this map. Absolutely, Sinners, they've got some bits and pieces to try and make this one work, but yeah, we haven't seen those signs for a little while. This will be the last chance. Yeah.
Risco in the outside position. Made the blow from the smoke, but doesn't stop him from pushing on forward. Makes a little bit of noise. Prompts a bit of a shootout from the CT side. Flashes over into the upper side, so it does provide a little bit of confusion, thinking that they're going to go towards A, but it's
Ooh.
Ramp. But this hold is absolutely immaculate. Quick kills coming in from the CT side. The Tech-9's not able to do much, and now Shock looking to pressure onto Kabi as he drops down, lucky with AWP, however. Oh, the Tech-9 gets a frag. Morisco chips in for a kill of his own, and Kabi with one back. It's still a 3-on-2, however, and Kabi gets another. It's left onto Morisco in a 1-on-3 to keep the map alive here for the Sinners.
I just don't feel too optimistic. Morisco has been very solid for the Sinners, but we can see the bomb is under the firm control of Sashi. Morisco is going to have to go in through one of the noise wrenches, but does at least get onto site. But he's going to have an incredible uphill battle. He's got no time left, but does take down Kabi. He doesn't know that Altex is also there on the bomb, but I just don't think he's got remotely enough time to get up, get the bomb, and get back plant again, while also taking care of the remaining two Sashi members.
Just no bomb is really all you need to say, but that smoke does provide him access to getting it possibly, but the CT still at 2 deep. There you have it, Sashi with a quick victory, 13-6 on Nuke. A fiery start and a fiery end, but not the way Sinners would have liked it.
No, and honestly, as you said, we had some questions about whether or not the stats would bear out here, but I think particularly that second half looked to be fantastic levels of control. I'm honestly, I'm a little disappointed that some of the crazy dancing we were seeing from very early on the map didn't really persist into the later parts where, Sashi really just much more started asserting control, but hopefully we'll get to see more of that kind of dynamic play once we do get to Mirage.
Yeah, dynamic play in Mirage, it is interesting because Mirage is that Puggy style map. It could be an op haven, but at the same time, it's one of those maps where everyone knows how to play it. It's been in the pool for years. Everyone knows how to play it to the point where I think the deciding factor is who's fragging out. And I will say, Sinners definitely have been fragging out. We've seen some 1Ds from them. I think they were just outclassed tactically by Sashi. That was their map pick as well. But this is more of a middle ground. I do think this Mirage will be a lot closer than how Nuke was for Sashi. I think Mirage will be a lot closer, but still, you gotta keep your eyes on both sides because they could definitely do some work.
Alright, we'll keep our eyes open during the break. And do remember, of course, we'll be back in around 10 to 15 minutes time as our series continues. Plenty more CS to come today, so stick around and we'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Champion of Champions Tour number 18 for Europe. And we are getting into our second map of our first series of the day. I think, coming into this one, Tilla, we, at least on paper, we're seeing the Sinners and Sashi is pretty even compared to each other. But ultimately, that first map of Nuke ended up being relatively one-sided.
Yeah, it did. And, we did preface it by saying never count Sinners out. They have the potential. We were talking about the rosters earlier on, how each individual piece has their own, part of the puzzle. But I think it was even more so for Sashi. You have that historic... Like I said, excuse me, we were talking about it. You have the core trio from Trick Esports, Lucky, Iceberg, Cabby, who really loved playing Nuke. I casted them so many times in IEM qualifiers. And then you also have Altex, and you have Lucky as well, and then Zyphon coming from Copenhagen Flames, but mainly Zyphon, or mainly Altex. And Lucky, they played for Astralis. We all know what Astralis can do on Nuke. When you have kind of such good players on Nuke with their long streak, they used to have such a long streak back in 2019. It was almost historical. Never beaten on Nuke in God knows how many games. Just being able to play with that organization, playing with players who experienced that. It almost seemed like, if you look at it from a historic standpoint, well, it was only ever going to go one way on Nuke. But now we find ourselves on Mirage. We're talking about it's a puggy playstyle. It could be up in the air, but it could also be a 2-0. It also could be a third map decider needed.
Yeah, so certainly things have been going pretty damn well so far. As as we kind of were talking a little bit about before, the Sinners B-Stick, they're really the only player who's able to find his feet in the first map. So, at least on paper, this should be a good venue for Sinners to show us what they are capable of. Starting off here on the T side, Lucky finding the first shot on most of the second, sets up Zyphon for success. Oh, doesn't quite cancel the plant being made. We've been impressed by what we've seen from Zyphon so far, but he's knocked down to 3 HP. He's going to have to rely on his teammates to rush onto site. Shock holds ground pretty well. Marisco is low on the Sinner side. Cabby switches to the dualies. The ground is won. And the Sinners, they're going to be pushed out and away from site as the defuse comes in.
Yeah, he's holding it. Oh, runs him down, guns him down, gets him off the defusal. No hit, however. This is a done deal. Great job to get him off that bomb. And there you have it. That's the pistol round done. It goes the way of the Danes.
Wow, it took everything they had, though. From this point in the round, particularly if Lucky could have finished off that kill there, it felt like Sashi had everything they needed to get the win.
Man, so crazy these rounds. They've been hectic, full of action, and just chaotic in general. Like, it all started from Zyphon struggling to get that bomb, or rather, being able to cancel that bomb plant. Just wasn't able to do it in the end, and ultimately it just spiraled into, a clutter of mess. And now you find ourselves in round number 2. Rifles are out here for Sinners, and the defense posted up here, but forced buy on Sashi. You know what I mean? It seems like the buy on Sinners is a lot better considering, how that last round played out. We know how the economy is in terms of he's getting the bomb plant. Sashi, these weapons shouldn't go unnoticed. Zedko and Marisco there. Headshot's going to be found. Iceberg finding a deagle kill right back. A 3-on-2 situation now formed. And that nade could do a lot of damage. But
it did.
The retake's only getting started now.
Yeah, 2 versus 3. Make that 1 versus 3. Cabby has got the team's only rifle, and despite 2 heavily wounded Sinners members, he's going to back away from this one. Again, recognition of the previous round, Marisco saving the ship of the Sinners from setting off on the wrong foot. I think Sashi going to take this early game a little bit more cautiously, as the Sinners actually going to start running into where Cabby is. Zedko could easily be dropped. He spotted the plant. That's why the bomb going off makes weaken Zedko further, and Cabby makes out like a bandit.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. You can see Zedko knew that he was in that position, so he wanted to move away from that bomb radius and then head right back. But as soon as he was trying to head right back into cover, he poked his head, prodded on through, and got the kills. So good start from Sinners, laying down the law early on. It's what we like to see, right? Considering how the first map started off for them. For them to get that bit of momentum early on is important, but we had a similar start on Nuke, right? 2-0. We can't all be, you know, we can't let alarm bells ring off just yet. But B-Stick, great start. Mac 10 kill found, boosted up. Zetko able to get another, and the third is going to be successful. Sinners, what a cleanup. Mac 10 farming kills as well. And there you have it. A flawless round out here from the Sinners.
And I think this is where we're seeing, you know, this being a different setup here than we've got from Nuke. The play from Sinners is really, really clean. That I'm not even seeing windows of opportunity for Sashi to really get up and mixing. You know, we're not getting the surprise factor, I think, while Sinners remain here on their T side, that Sashi would really need to make something happen. This will be the first round Sashi are buying in, though. They've got the AWP on Lucky. We could be seeing the sea change finally happen. A hugely important round.
Yeah, but it's a lean towards balance this time here for Sinners. I'm expecting a waterfall play to come on in. Just a change of pace, bursting out. Literally like a waterfall onto the A site. Bomb's even there as well. But the thing is, I'm not seeing kind of utility combination coming through. I'm expecting now that these two players that are in towards the B site to possibly go down to underpass, go through connector, be a little bit of a distraction, attract some of the players towards their positions, and that will kind of weaken that A defense. And speaking of, that's exactly what happens.
Zyphon's last one left standing, does control and gets rid of two, keeps the A site alive in the play. Shock with the bomb in hand is still alive as well, but he's about to get flanked coming up from the ramp. He's going to keep moving forward, manages to just get out of sight and allow for the Sinners to recover the round. Then now move across to B, bypassing the remaining Sashi members. And I think they're going to get away with this one.
Yeah, they will. And Sinners, you know, that was a perfect call from them. They dragged Sashi into that B side hold, and it pulled some of the players away. You had two players holding mid, and you had a player holding short. But Zyphon was lucky enough and really skilled enough to get two kills that put them still in contention of this round. Only a single man advantage. Peppo on pretty low HP. You see the wall banging, as it seems like they probably know that Peppo is quite damn low, but it's just gonna have to be a save. Gonna have to back off here. Sinners getting that bomb down seems to be you know, just a catalyst into saving here for Sashi. What a fantastic round for Sinners. We sing their praises, and they certainly delivered here in round number 4.
Iceberg will find a tail end kill. It's such a fascinating first few rounds because Sinners, yeah, they've got the 4 in the row. They're looking strong, but they're squeaking out some of these rounds with the very verge of losing and turning, you know, medium and disadvantaged situations into wins, which it's definitely, you know, a great thing when a team can do that, but it still feels like a kind of a fragile lead, even if so far it's working.
Yeah, it's working, but I think what makes the round so close is that Sashi have individual players standing out. Zyphon was in a position that Sinners wanted him to be in, and that was that connector slash mid side. They were ready to peek it. It's just they lost the battle and they peaked one by one, but that's where they wanted to have him. So just things like that, if they clean that up, these rounds could be even more clean than what we're seeing right now, and that's kind of the beauty of it so far. Morisco peeking through, crosses past the smoke, and we have a player towards short. Zyphon turns attention back to the B apartment side, but right now it's a default here for Sinners with a little bit more emphasis in towards the mid side.
They're going to be lapping round, it looks like, towards the A side push. Sinners definitely creating themselves a lot of ground. It's actually going to try something a little bit different here, perhaps, as they've got a slightly more aggressive defensive line. You see as well, Sashi are expecting the A side push. They've got the 3 down here. They've got Zyphon floating as well between the two sites as the Sinners stack themselves up. This feels actually pretty risky. You can see that Cabby is holding it ready. A lot of this round is going to be whether Altex can receive this push. 50 seconds left to play. There's the smokes. There's the flashes coming as well. Altex is in the right place. The molly is beautiful. Gets the double. And the Sinners, they went all in on this play. And now it could go very south very quickly.
Definitely can, but this is Altex. Oh, delivering on the server, saying good night to the Czechian squad. And there you have it. That's the round finished in a matter of seconds. They started that push with 45 seconds to spare and was over in just a few. And a fantastic job from Altex to get 3 kills under the face of adversity, under a lot of pressure. You can see That's something that he learned from Astralis. That utility usage was immaculate, perfect timing. We know Astralis for being fantastic with the utility. He was a really good player on that roster. I think a lot of people were questioning him being benched when he was removed from Astralis, but of course we did know that his role was going to be temporary. Fact of the matter is, we're seeing his experience shine through on the server at only the age of 21.
Yeah, I think honestly that was really beautiful play. I mean, I do think the Sinners maybe were taking things a little riskier than maybe they fully had to do. But ultimately, Altex standing strong, surviving through that round is something of a miracle in of itself after the level of danger he put himself in. But this gets Sashi on the board, the first round to the 4 of the Sinners. The fragile advantage still remains in place. Sinners, they've got the guns, they've got the AWP for Peppo, and they've got a little bit of money in the bag, but definitely a round they need to win.
Yeah, this could be tied up pretty quickly. And won't be looking too good for them. Shifts momentum into the hands of Sashi. However, I will say, the round that Sashi did take, Sinners did a decent job in attempting that round. I could see a world in which that they were able to win that round. It kind of hinged on Altex, how he approached that position, because he's very, very close. That kill could have definitely gone untraded if Sinners did end up getting that. But look at their aggression here. This is absolutely fantastic. Iceberg has cracked right through the thread, and that's so good, because now, can they go B? That's the question. They might think the B site is weakened because that player went in from underpass. Peppo gets one back onto Altex. They're peeking through, but it seems like it's going to be a B hit, but Sashi seemed to be as ready as ever.
Oh yeah, Zyphon, again, we're seeing, you talk about the individual player skill, Beatstick does manage to pick up 2 and 3, and just like that, the Sinners continue to do what they do best, swipe rounds out of nowhere, and a potential disaster situation, the allowance of Sashi back into this early part of the map has suddenly been swiped away.
Swiped away, and that was a beautiful way to swipe it away, right? We were talking about Sashi having the defense already set up pretty much on B, but just plucking them out of thin air like that is absolutely insane. It was kind of just an overwhelming of the position of Sashi. You just had players everywhere, from short, coming in from the mid side, coming in from B apartments, that as a defender on the Sashi side, you just don't know where to look at, and that's what Sinners played to perfectly. And as soon as they drop around, they get one right back, and in beautiful fashion as well.
It definitely felt like for a while there that Sashi, when it came to the one-on-ones, were winning them out consistently, but if the Sinners can avoid getting into those kind of situations, I think it's changed. Still, at least here in round 7, we've got most of the equipment in place. Sashi, very minimal amount of utility left for the round. They've still got the AWP in the hands of Lucky. We've still got the Brawl here on Connector. Sashi are ready for a push in from either side. Sinners controlling mid, but not too much more.
Yeah, spraying through, and Morisco gets the kill onto Kabi, opens it up, and now the CTs are unaware. There's 2 more from where that came, and there's kills coming in from the B side as well. Sinners are getting kills everywhere right now. They have so much control. That's Sashi here. Your only option here is probably to save.
It was so painful to see Sashi, even on the A side as well, just turning away from where the Sinners were coming in. It feels like Sashi, I think if things are going well for them and they can keep, ahead of their practice plays, they do extremely well, but I think there's this element of unpredictability in the Sinners play that's jarring a little bit with how Sashi are hoping to play out things here on Mirage.
Yeah, but look at the flank as well. Someone coming in from behind. I'm going to spoil the party, stop their saves, leave them with very little going into the final round. Final few moments, and going into the next round. Sinner side, they can afford to just go aggressing and go hunting, but it seems like the CT side will stay put. But overall, man, Sinners, again, it was just that overwhelming. You had kills happening in B when there was a load of commotion going on in A, and ultimately they were able to plant on the B side, and the defenders were left stranded on a lonely island on A.
And it does make me start to think, Sashi have done very well playing more passively and, getting the individual kills, but it feels like Sinners are dictating the pace too much at this point for Sashi to sit back in the same way they had before. The too dynamic as a team. We can see the pain train is going to be arriving at the B site very quickly. The Molly will buy a little bit of time as Sashi actually move and take control of mid. Maybe if Sashi can, you know, suck enough of the momentum out of the Sinners round, they can find their feet more firmly.
Find their feet indeed, but Sinners now slowing down the pace, leaning towards the B side, which has been kind of their port of call, their more comfortable side of the map. And Mauricio is ready for some aggression, but his angle, I feel like it's very hard to get quick kills on. But at the same time, as Kavi aggresses on, he has the FAMAS, which ultimately is a little bit of a disadvantage in the weapons department. So I don't know how this battle is going to be, but it seems like they're just going to stay put, just hold down mid, stop Sinners from absolutely swarming them from all areas of the map, and kind of force them to push from the apartment side. But still, again, Sinners' apartment pushes have just been immaculate thus far, and just so difficult to handle. And with Iceberg being on a FAMAS, being kind of limited with the amount of bullets and the amount of damage you can do compared to the AK, this could be a difficult one.
I do like his secreting away, but yeah, I'm not optimistic about Sashi's chances of holding B here with a single member. They spent a lot of time not bringing members back, but they will at least be able to bring one as Iceberg gets dropped on the way in. This is going to be a tough stop. Yeah, see, Sashi, they've been caught out. I think they were expecting things to maybe develop more over towards the A site, and instead just give up the round after a single kill.
That's how commanding Sinners have been, and they already have Shock on the lurk as well, to the point where Sashi are pretty scared of these possible positions that they are looking to take. But yeah, just fantastic from Sinners overall. You can see Sashi know what they're doing wrong. You can see how Sinners are winning this round. But the thing is, it's easy to identify those issues, but rectifying them is a whole different beast. It's a whole different ballgame. We can sit here and say Sinners are taking way too much map control. They're taking everything all at once. Sashi know that. They try to counteract that by holding mid. But Sinners, their pushes have just been way too strong. And the Shock does fall to Altex. Has plenty of money for days. It's a 7-1 scoreline here. It's looking really, really good for Sinners. They've already assured themselves a lead at the end of the half.
Yeah, and we seem to be headed for a third map in the series, considering particularly that both the teams coming in were very much known for 2-0 or 0-2 series overall. This is certainly a breath of fresh air and a good recovery for Sinners based on what we saw on Nuke, the 13-6 scoreline you can see in the top middle. But Sinners, yeah, not perturbed at all by what happened on Nuke. I think firing on all cylinders here, and I think you're right, it really falls on Sashi to try and find some combination that works better as Zeko gets the opening kill. Will get knocked down on the way in, and this time Sashi, they've got at least some layered defense, but it's still not seeming to be enough. Nice nade, and Lucky gets another. It's 3-on-3 on the A side.
It is, but it's dwindling down to a 2-on-1. Kabi now looking for this clutch, definitely doable for him. He decides to not make any noise, decides to play to his strengths, but does the damage, but doesn't get the kill. Elevated up in the position, and B-Stick, as strong as ever, says goodnight to Kabi, shutting him down, and the streak lives on.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of questions and not a ton of answers coming from Sashi. I mean, at least they've got the loss bonus in full effect to keep the guns flowing in, but she said, you know, we've seen a couple of different attempts to try and bring the fight to the Sinners, but it just doesn't seem to be working. When we look across the kill numbers, Beastie, of course, we saw doing very well before, Morisco as well, but the whole of the Sinners team contributing in some pretty serious numbers, and I don't see any signs of them stopping in this half.
Yeah, it really is just kind of outclassing right now Sashi more than anything. Almost like what Sashi were doing to them on Nuke. But it's even more so here on Mirage because they won that pistol. They just had so much control. Again, aggression coming in from Sashi into the mid side, but they're just not being handed anything. This is what Sinners have been doing so well, right? Staying concealed, however, still being able to take so many different areas of the map. And like, what can you do? Sashi don't see them. How are you gonna make any plays? How are you gonna make any calls off that? That's the question.
I guess at this point, given how far behind Sashi are, they're going to have to try and take some more risks themselves because, you know, when they don't take the risks, Sinners just, as you said, dominate the map, make the plays wherever they want to, and still run through. I mean, Altex back to the site of his former glory, does push in and does do it again. I mean, he will be a reason by himself that the Sinners might stay away from A.
Yeah, the bomb has been spotted, possibly. Peppo is the one who has it. He's there with AWP. Prompts Altex to drop an incendiary upon his position. That's a squad coming in from the mid side. We saw Sashi's heavy presence in towards mid, but Sinner is still able to creep right up. They're not going to expect this. Morisco getting started. Lucky holding. Good angle with AWP. Successful. Zetko finding a headshot back. Altex now underneath Dark. Flashes out, brightens up the A site. Morisco looking to get some kills here in this 3-on-2 situation. One right back, playing towards the ramp side. And a headshot from Morisco onto Cappy. He says Dobry Jin. The opposing side is left onto that 1-on-1.
Oh boy, hopefully we'll be back in the round in a second. Lucky was the last one standing, but I'd have to imagine that things didn't go necessarily super well, given the fact that we have jumped into the replay here. Oh boy. So Sinners continues to dominate. Yes, then we get confirmation. The 9th round win. That's the 5th round in a row. And Sashi, I mean, this is going to be so demoralizing after the first map went so well.
Oh, it is, but Sinner is just, you gotta be more impressed with them, man. It's just unrelenting pressure. And we're talking about how Sinners would fare on this, considering they didn't really show up in the last map. But anyways, Morisco, after his success in the previous round, is able to go trade for trade, tit for tat into that mid side. And Iceberg going mad aggressive here. Does Shock expect this? Does he expect him to be this close? You were talking about risks, but this risk doesn't pay off. A high risk, high reward game. He doesn't get the reward whatsoever. And now it's a 4-on-2 here for Sinners once more.
And I think you said it really well. The Sinners do really well to make sure that when they do push out, they will then stop and hold ground and make it very risky for Sashi to try and go after them. But Lucky does roll the dice and find success this time. Brings us down to 3-on-2 with one of the 3 from the Sinners heavily wounded. Lucky finds another and another. Maybe we can see Sashi finally finding the keys to the kingdom, as Peppo is the last one left standing, and Sashi can look to double their score in the half so far.
Keys of the kingdom could be denied here by Peppo. Almost like St. Peter here to deny him access. Sinner is looking up to live true to the name and deny them access completely. Has a bit of utility under his belt. Does have the bomb. Oh, he hears him. This is a great timing. Siphon in towards the underpass position. He's coming in from the short side. Siphon, how's the timing? How's your calls? He has it. He jumps up and that's the kill. A great round from Sashi. But again, I feel like that was a round relying more on Sinner's mistakes than kind of brilliance out from Sashi. Kind of, you know, there was a bit of a gap in the attack exploited by Lucky, which garnered him those 2 quick kills ultimately.
I suppose what I could say in favour of Sashi is at least they put themselves in a position to find and exploit those mistakes in a way which I think they haven't really been able to do before. But it does feel like we're Sashi being forced into, and I suppose at least they've not got too much left of the half to have to adapt their play again. But one more time around, 3-9 suddenly sounds a lot better than 10-2. And we will see Cappy getting out a more aggressive. Altex, he's been here before. He's held the ground before. Gets one before being forced to fall back. He has no backup for the moment. He has to deal with a molly to the face as well. Pushes out. Good timing. But the rest of Sashi are coming.
Oh!
And while Altex is dropped, he's bought time for Sashi to reconfigure their defenses.
Reconfigure, but you got to be rational. You have a player in towards the B apartment side. If he finds this clear, then this is going to be trouble for the Sashi side. But of course, he's going into uncharted territory on his own, so he's not going to creep too far. You already have Siphon coming in from the underpass, looking to spoil the party, get a bit of information early on. This could cut off the rotate completely. I don't know how this one is going to be, but Shock seems to be ready for this possibility.
Is he going to look to the left? So we can see Sashi, they're anticipating the Sinners making the move, but they don't know that Shock is there already locking down the route. So Siphon hasn't looked left a single time that we've seen so far to show any awareness that he might be running into more trouble. If Shock moves forward, and he'll find Siphon, and with that, the route is ripped open. It's still a 3-on-3, but now Sashi have to scramble.
Gotta hurry up. Iceberg can be spoiled to the party here as he gets 2 quick kills, and that's exactly what happens. Going to be a third, possibly holding the up angle.
Nice.
Oh, and Iceberg locks him in. We're talking about him being a possible, you know, party pooper, but you know, I think that's what we wanted to see considering how that first half had went for Sashi.
Ooh. Alright, I mean, at least it feels a little less like a complete done deal. And I think, honestly, for me, the most important part is just seeing that Sashi starting to adapt a little bit more as the half went on and try and find a way through to some more dynamic play. I like, you know, even if it didn't work out well for Zyphon there, I think the attempts to read ahead of the play felt important if Sashi are going to try and salvage this map.
9-3 start. Pretty strong. But I think it all comes down to how this pistol round gets underway. See if Sashi still have it in them. Or if they have it in them to mount a comeback of some sorts. That is the question. Falling silent. Leaning towards the B apartments. The defense here for Sinners is leaning towards the side of the map. I'm not liking this. And based on how Sinners have been with their shots, with the pistols, I think you'd like to favor them in this position. But you never count Sashi out.
Good utility, should clear a little bit of space. But Sinners find the 2 on the way, and Zyphon 1 back in exchange for another. I think, yeah, exactly as you said. Sashi, they've gone in, they've taken the coin flip, and it's gone against them when it needed to do otherwise. Sinners grab themselves back momentum and move up to double digits. Mirage seems close to done.
Yeah, they roll the dice there and they fall short. That's exactly what happened in that previous round. There's nothing much more to say, right? It's just a pistol round. They rushed in towards B, but they went into a stack of Czech players who are feeling themselves right now. They're having their, you know, their best game right now here in Mirage, finding a lot of success, and you know, must feel good for them. And I really kind of like the mental resilience from them, considering how that first map had panned out.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you can start to question yourself as the Sinners just rip apart Sashi in a very perfunctory fashion. Say, like, you know what? We're not here to mess around. We're here to get this map done. And up to 11. I mean, Sashi didn't even get a toe into that round.
Yeah, not at all. That was just a easy cleanup, of course. And I think that's what you like to see, right? Anti-eco should be as clean as possible. That's your goal here if you're that, if you're the anti-eco side. A lot of the times, I think we saw it on Nuke, and in the first half of this game, some of the anti-eco rounds went a little bit sideways. You know, those Tech 9s starting to get a few kills, ends up being a little bit dangerous. That's not what you want to see, but that's good from Sinners. And now, look at the money of Sashi, forced into this full AKs. Lose this round, they'll have absolutely nothing going into what could be map point here for Sinners to send things to map 3.
At least we do see a little bit of utility from the Sinners heading in the wrong direction. I can see why you would want to go to the A site after what happened on B the last time round. We have got the AKs across the board, but utility is limited. Altex, though, on the way in, not just a great defender, but knows where to hide. B6, though, will get one back. Peppo, another. Sashi, they're down to 3 versus 2, but the Sinners are out of position as the bomb will get scooped up. This next moment will be important. A good smoke will keep the Sinners from getting a look in on the site. And wait a second. Sashi, they're on the move.
They're on the move. Cutting off the rotate here. Zyphon could do that right here and right now, but they're ready for it. Matter of fact, they're low HP, however. Oh, but Zyphon's out. They can go back and pivot towards A. This is crazy. Lucky, however, has the bomb. He's heading towards B. He's made the right call. 35 seconds to spare, and this rotate will take a damn long time here. And they're going to be difficult to he's going to be difficult to locate as well. Peppo being on low HP really gives Lucky a real chance in this round.
I mean, for Sashi, they've got to try and make it work. Inferno will be a decider if things continue in this direction as the Sinners split themselves up. So Peppo's going to be holding back a bit, as you mentioned, very low HP. Utility is still good for the Sinners members, so they should be able to at least eliminate some possibilities, but Lucky's left by himself. Time is ticking down. The Sinners get the flash onto the site, the molly into the back as Peppo rushes in. Zedko picks up the pieces, has got the defuse kit, so should just be able to grab it. Oh, yeah. Easy, not even a touch of sweat.
Couldn't get any closer than that, right? That you know, the final
style
beat
points.
lasted so long, but yeah, that was so close. And 12-3 just sums it up for Sashi. Just been brutal indeed. And well, there you have it. At least, you know, they got that bomb plant down, right? Because they can invest into this round pretty fine. But there are a few concessions. Iceberg's on a Mac 10 at the cost of, well, he couldn't even afford a rifle anyway. He wanted utility, so if he wants utility, he'll have to downgrade, and the rest of the squad with rifles. But yeah, they've already ran their utility almost dry already within the first few moments of round number 16. It's not looking great for Sashi. It's definitely possible, however. There's only one defender onto this B site, and we'll see if he can hold it down.
Yeah, utility going to be absolutely flooding in. Beastic has been doing a pretty good job. He has got reinforcements coming in for the rest of the Sinners as Sashi flood the site. It's even so far. Zeko heavily wounded as well. This could be Sashi pulling this one off as Zyphon is cleaning up, and Sashi, I mean, they've managed to finally start to find something. 2 Sinners left remaining. I have to imagine they're going to give this one up.
Yeah, just pick up the AKs and head right out of there. It's probably the best option. Look at how far forward Sashi are. They're already looking for these guys. Just wanted to limit their potential completely, but this comes at a little bit of a cost, right? If you lose these weapons, you'll be struggling. Like Sashi, I'm sure they're building up their bank count if they win rounds, but it's just like, it's kind of a situation now that they're in. This is the problem with being on map point. It's just that any sort of mistake costs you the map. It doesn't cost you just a round at this point.
Well, that's at least some good news for the Danish side of things. So even if they lose out on this map and are forced to play on Inferno, that they've got a little taste of momentum back. It really does feel like once we do get into the third bout, which seems almost an inevitability, that we'll get to see, you know, all of the lessons learnt across this series really come to a head, as we've seen really the best of both teams on Nuke and now Mirage.
Yeah, definitely. See what they can bring to the table, and Inferno is another middle ground map. The win percentages that time are looking a lot more equal than what we've been seeing online, so fantastic series to open up the morning and open up the day here. And B-Stick aggressive on forward. This could be fruitful, but it's limited to just one. That nade could be good, but it doesn't hit the mark. Peppo, good shot into Kabi, dropping down to the bomb site. I'm expecting a no-scope. I'm feeling it possibly. Peppo with another. There's going to be a third player in this angle.
What?
Oh, Peppo above and beyond. Says goodnight. Sinners have it. Surely at this point in the palm of their hands, it's a 1-on-4.
Amazing showing. Peppo sadly won't get to live to see the end of the round, but Zyphon's left all on his own. And we knew it was a fragile, the most fragile comeback it could be. You call out waiting for that one mistake. Zeko puts the nail in the coffin. We are headed to Inferno. These two one-on-one teams will decide who goes up to the 2-on-1 status in one more map yet to come.
Yeah, man, that was an absolutely insane map of Mirage. Just Sinners dominating it from start to end. And I will say, that felt more dominant, you know, than Nuke was for Sashi. In my, like, from what we've been seeing, I think we saw some insane 3Ks. And I think some of the rounds that were pulled through out from Sashi were just moments of individual brilliance more than kind of teamwork. So we've seen rounds where Lucky was able to get 2K, and we've seen Altex holding down that ramp side with really good utility usage. But going into Inferno, it's much more of a middle ground. We were looking at the percentages, we're looking at the statistics. They played similar caliber of teams, similar amount of kind of sample maps. However, ultimately those percentages are pretty similar, and I will say, surely this time we'll see a closer map.
Alright, well, we will be coming back in around 15 minutes time to decide this series. And bear in mind, of course, we are only getting started here today. This is the first of 4 series, including 2 matches between completely undefeated teams yet to come a little bit later on today. So stay tuned, we'll be back as soon as we can. Inferno beckons, and the CCT will continue after the break. Welcome back to the Champion of Champions tour number 18 for Europe. We are about to get into our first definitive deciding map of the day. And we've been kind of working out and figuring out how we're going to dive deep in here, because we've now had two maps, both teams getting a chance to show the best of what they're made of. Now with the third and decisive map, only one team gets to move ahead with a 2-1 record.
Yeah, and here on Inferno, we were discussing how it is a little bit more of a middle ground this time around. Of course, you know, statistically wise, we were looking at the previous two maps and they were always leaning like way heavier to Sashi on Nuke and then Sinners on Mirage. But now that we're seeing it now here on Inferno, stats are showing that this one's going to be a middle ground. But the first point of contention I will say is, you know, we were talking about Zedco and Shock, you know, being really important, how important their kills have been. They've been, you know, getting a few opening kills, and we were looking at the round win percentage for Sinners, and it's around like 66% off of a 5-on-4. So if they can unlock into that potential, I think they definitely have some real opportunity to do some good work on Inferno. Mind you, 66% isn't the highest. You know, there are teams that are around 71, 73, but ultimately at the end of the day, you know, if they can just unlock that, they should be able to come through here.
I mean, I think we can use B-Stick as we'll be getting ready for that third map to begin, as a kind of route in here for the Sinners. You know, the amount of continuity on the Sinners side of things is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about the highs and lows of him on Sinners, playing since 2020. Kind of his real breakthrough, winning ESA Premier, direct qualifier into ESL Pro League, having won the local lands, having won Series 11 of CCT Season 2 back in September, beating Gamer Legion in the final. So he has been through quite a bit on Sinners as well. And that's why I feel like a lot of people were just a little bit sad to say goodbye to Oscar, because he was a part of that history so much, and he was arguably, I wouldn't say arguably, but just their best player, that veteran that kind of guided these guys through. But anyways, the pistol round is getting started here, and it looks like it's going to be on the A side.
Yeah, you can see at the top, both of the maps so far have been relatively one-sided, so getting the early advantage will matter. Fortunately for Zedco, didn't quite land the shots there. It could have turned around, but Shock will help finish the job. Lucky up close and personal. It's down to B-Stick to try and save things. He grabs two. He has been the MVP for the squad so far. Firing blind. He sees his target and gets the third. He's ready to take down Kabi. It's 2v1 in favor of the Sinners. The plant is made. But surely there's no way for Kabi to extricate himself. He's being played with from both sides, ducking and weaving all over the place. And B-Stick completes it. 4 kills and the defuse. The Sinners on the board.
We talked about B-Stick just there, and look what he delivered. We're saying he's there for the highs and lows of Sinners, can definitely deliver on the server, and that's exactly what he does, staying calm and composed. He was in this pit this entire time this rush was coming into the A side, and he still gets 4 quick kills, which grants Sinners the round, taking that round away, and they're riding off that momentum that they had in the previous map.
Oh boy, I mean, I think you said it really well. We've seen this across the series as well. I think both teams have this present within their ranks, the ability to be in a disadvantaged situation, but still find a path through to somehow turn the round. We'll see if Sashi can bring this one back. They are buying into this round, so we've still got a decent amount of explosivity. Seems to be that Banana will be the main point of contention here, as Zedco fires in blind. Will get taken out on the exchange, but it's 2-2 defenders on both A and B. Sashi still yet to make a real commit.
Yeah, but it's looking like Sinners are ready for this possible push to the bracket side. You already have a rotate coming in here from Morisco. Has just the MP9, so I'm assuming a crossfire is going to be established along with Shock here with the FAMAS. Ooh, beating on through to be Morisco. First contact. Oh! And 2 quick kills. They're going to be found. Incendiary to top off that position. But now the advantage is just so heavy for Sinners that it's kind of hard to see a world in which Sashi are able to recover it. That could be a good start here if you got that kill through the smoke. Now they're kind of forced to funnel in from that short side. That Incendiary forces him back, and now both these players are quite separated. Forces Altex into a 1-on-2 battle on what is the A side, and it seems like there's even more numbers here looking to shut him down. and Xiphon is coming over, and that's going to be his days numbered, surely.
I mean, it's amazing stuff we're seeing. It's such great play from Sinners. You start with a numbers advantage, and then you divide your opposing team further thanks to the utility. Xiphon left all on his lonesome, just running out the clock here. I imagine he's going to go in and try to at least get one. We'll find Peppo on the other side of there if he shows his barrel, but the rush in is good. Going to be able to spray through, and Peppo grabs himself his first kill on the map. The Sinners punish Sashi, and that's a lot of money down the drain.
Yeah, that's great from Sinners just to clean that up. Great composure, great setups, great protocols out here on the CT side. Ultimately shutting down Sashi, and you know, a team that I've known historically as a team that has been really good at kind of spoiling the party with pistols and with force buys, but they've been kept humble by Sinners. And the last 30 minutes or so, you know, we saw the Mirage and we're seeing it in the start here on Inferno. Sinners have been kind of the team to get started on pistols, and it's aggression and confidence oozing out from the CTs as two quick kills come in from Marisco. Altex with one right back, stays patient as he waits, and is going to be rewarded for his patience. Looking for some more, but that rifle can't be retrieved just yet. It has to go up to that position. We've settled down into a 4-on-3 state after the first few opening moments.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Sashi with relatively little to lose. We'll let them play a little bit more loose, which I'm sure is going to be gratefully received. Does manage to swipe hold the rifle, so that's pretty amazing news for Sashi based on where they were. We can see on the map the B site is potentially weak enough to get punched through to.
It is definitely. And with that rotate as well, that paranoia of them pushing in towards the bracket side, this is a real gamble out from Sinners. And I have a feeling here that they could possibly save here if they do get onto the B side early enough. But at the same time, like, I'm looking at the weapons. I think they'll go for this regardless. That's a good rotate out from B-Stick. Great timing. And now as the utility starts to come in, that's going to be a call for the rest of the numbers that come on through. And that flank is going to be so potent. B-Stick can just kind of toy them into his crosshair. This flank will look so good. Altex able to take B-Stick. Now Shock holding the flank side. Altex jiggle peeks. But he's so damn low that he doesn't want to fight. But he's forced to. He's kind of forced to. He's kind of stuck in limbo. And that's the real issue here. And now Sinners, they will reconvene and blitz back on to this retake. Altex's position is known, and that's the round finished.
I'm honestly still kind of astonished that they got the plant off this round at all anyway. It felt like, yeah, the Sinners may be reading a little too far ahead of what Sashi were actually doing. It was really interesting to see them sort of poking themselves out into mid as being, oh, there's a lot less here than we would have expected. So at least economically, things are looking a little bit better for the Danish squad than they might be otherwise. But still, the Sinners maintain control. Sashi will be buying into this round. So if Sinners do make another mistake, then Sashi should be able to find that route to get in and start to get started here on Inferno.
Yeah, definitely. That bomb plant for Sashi was, you know, kind of just a win on their part. They saved, and the bomb plant just adds a little bit more money to the bank count. So they should be happy enough with just the bomb plant and a little bit of damage to the economy of Sinners by getting a few kills. Dropped in utility in towards Banana, the same old shenanigans, but Peppo is going to step a little bit too far, in my opinion. Just really forcing himself to try and get that kill towards the Ram side. Ultimately gets punished for it. Up left hanging. Altex going to peek upon that in towards the bracket side, maybe find something, but he's going to land on his position. Just a bit of chip damage. Sashi, the main focus really is here towards Banana. Risco neutralizes the score as he's able to take down Altex.
That does leave two Sinners very heavily wounded. The initial utility exchange devastating for the Sinners squad, as Sashi are stacking up here for a B-site push. There are the two defenders here, but it's going to be a pretty big ask. It's going to stack up. This time the Sinners are a little quicker to realise where the play is developing, so Shock will be moved up in defensive play as well, but utility's looking good for Sashi. They will be able to fill most of the site, and they know where the Sinners must be now on the defensive side of things. The flashes are good. Sashi onto site.
Yo, quick kill from Iceberg. Headshot into Shock, and oh, shooting through for the boost, and Iceberg punishes. And in the blink of an eye, it goes from a 4-on-4 to a 4-on-2, and Sinners are left scratching their heads on what on earth they can do now.
I think this one is pretty much done. I think it was, honestly, it was done from the moment where that utility exchange went so incredibly poorly. So Sinners, the initial 3 rounds are all being swept away, but at least the AWP is maintained and another rifle maintained between rounds as well. So Sashi, they've broken in, that's the first round done, and honestly, a very well put together round as well.
Yeah, well indeed. It's a great way to get your scoring opened up here. And it's not like they're letting Sinners run away with it thus far. They're showing what they can do. 4 players staying alive is pretty impressive as well. That's a good way to start building up that economy, building up that bank account, getting yourself underway, and just warming up that engine to what could be a very competitive final map decider. But of course, Sinners, with their success, they're going to be able to reinvest into this round. Not great in the residual cash department and not great in the loss bonus department. So, should get their economy broken sooner rather than later should they lose this next round.
We're keeping a close eye on where Beastick ends up playing still, as he has across the series, being the top banana for the Sinners side of things. Shock doing very well on this map as well. Sashi with some hot feet moving out, managed to find Shock on the way in, so weakening the A site, but it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Xiphon is downed. So the question is still an open one for Sashi as to which site they'll commit to.
Yeah, Marisco is looking for that information, so he's going to be pushing a little bit further forward just to see where some of these players are at, and that would allow Sinners to make more calculated decisions on how to rotate. We've seen some rotates out from Sinners that could have went sideways for them. We've seen a few times that they've kind of left B almost completely open. When that happened, I think Sinners were lucky enough that it was an eco round for Sashi, to the point where they had the advantage anyway, but Zedko going to be forced into the limelight. They're already past that smoke, and I don't think he expected it. A little bit too late on the utility department, in my opinion, and a kill through the smoke from Zedko. Shuts down Iceberg, a re-smoke into the CT side, but the retake still has to come through.
Yeah, Sinners allowing Sashi into sight again, or more or less a repeat of a previous round. It's 3-on-3 this time, though. We've still got the nade live for the Sinners side of things to create a little bit of space for them on B, but as the smoke's clear, we'll see who's quicker on the draw. Sashi falling back a little bit from sight, aware that they just need to let the clock run down. You noticed from the Sinners before, not a lot in the bank. This is a risk to go in. They don't have good sight of the site. Artex spots his first target coming in. Will swing around for the second. Peppo gets him down. It's down to 2-on-2. But Sashi can fade away, and they'll do so while wiping out the remainder of the Sinners. It's a bloodbath, but it means Sashi maintain control.
Yeah, Sashi used really good timings there to their advantage. You can see previously, who was this? Yeah, it was Zedko. He was prepared to throw that bit of utility to stop Sashi in their tracks, but by the time he threw it, Sashi already were forward into the B side, already pushing up, and Zedko couldn't really challenge. I think he was just lucky enough to even get a smoke kill that kept the round competitive there, and after when that post plant came in, they held their angles really, really well. It burnt off the clock, and sure, Sinners had some sort of advantage there in terms of the numbers, but it was just a mere illusion because that time was so damn low anyway that they had to force themselves into an unfavorable peak, ultimately falling down to Kabi and Lucky, and it was easy as pie there for Sashi. And matter of fact, they do call the timeout off the back of that as well. Maybe just to calm themselves down, just to rationalize. But at the other end, Sinners, they're forcing into this. It's a double eco for them, so they're just gonna go in with MP9s, Pharmacists, and Deagles.
I do think that a big thing that needs to change from the last round is Sinners getting caught off guard with a B push again, and their ability to get back on and take their sites hasn't impressed me so far. But it's actually having the major equipment advantage. We'll see if they try it again. You can see this time, Sinners committed across 3 members to B. They are not going to accept the idea that they will just run out the same round again, but the utility before was huge. We'll see if it is again.
Oh, the lineup is good from Lucky. Headshot to be found after Beastick finds a bit of success himself. He's been kind of the shining light here for Sinners, getting the frags up. He's going to land forward, and Peppo going to have to defend this, but Labor and Spray ultimately means his demise as Kabi opens up that B side wide open. The rotates are in here for Sinners, but how are they going to approach this?
And Marisko's going to try and fish for something, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get close enough. As you mentioned before, Sinners just going to try for anything they can get out of this round. Not a lot left to save apart from the armor, but it seems like that will be enough. Another plant onto B, another open question here for Sashi as to whether the Sinners can really stop them from doing this over and over again.
Yeah, that's the problem that I possibly see here. But at the same time, Sinners, their money isn't great. So Sashi, right now, they're in a state at which they're not dominating Sinners. They're just taking advantage of the fact that Sinners don't have good weapons. And it could be a lack of sort of tactical depth right now, where Sinners just being found out by Sashi. But at the same time, they can kind of get to know themselves, get to find out the kind of resolution to this issue that they're having right now while they're having poor weapons, because these are rounds that they can afford to lose. And so, to be fair, Sashi are kind of just taking advantage of the fact Sinners don't have any money. It's just going to be Nico for them this round as well. So I think that's another round that you can expect Sashi to win. So not quite yet the alarm bells ringing here for Sinners. But still, I think sooner rather than later, they'd like to get some of these, to get themselves out the rut. They'd like it sooner rather than later, rather.
Oh, for sure. And I have to think that, ideally the Sinners would be able to scoop up a couple SMG kills. Maybe across this round as well. Morisco going to be bringing the MP9 into play. I think good use from Sashi of the utility to make sure that they keep the Sinners at arm's length. Try and keep any surprises from coming their way. As an A site push seems to be on the cards here. A lot of smoke and noise being thrown up towards the B site. But the committal is very quickly towards A.
Yeah, it is, but these CT players are kind of concentrating to that library/moto section. But they've made the right read. This is exactly where Sashi do want to go, and they're going to start peeking on through, getting the first kill, and the second, and the third. It's a cleanup.
I don't honestly hate that, though. I mean, it felt like, as I said, just the fact that Sinners read the play a lot quicker than they were before is progress of a sort, and it was always going to be a pretty big uphill battle based on the equipment to even get a significant amount of damage done, but Zedko will at least make sure that Sinners will not leave the round completely empty-handed. Altex will come in to pick up the last pieces, but Zedko sadly will not be able to swipe a rifle on his way out. Oh.
Yeah, it's players to his left and right, but they're kind of running away. I think the real problem is maintaining, because or being able to keep this weapon, because if they're going to be lurking around, searching every crevice of the map, I think it'll be pretty obvious to find out which area of the map that this guy is residing in, or trying to save this MP9 at. But still, the fact that he's moving, he might be able to get something here. Oh, but he dies to the bomb. That's just unfortunate. And Sashi will take that round. Nothing going to be brought through here, but I don't think we were expecting out from Sinners to pull through with anyone alive. That was an anti-eco, or that was an eco for them, and now the rifles are back out. The Op and Peppo's through. This is their chance to shine once again.
Alright, so we'll see if the lessons learned can be applied here. I mean, so far, we're seeing pretty good performances across most of the squad. On Sashi's side of things, Zyphon, I think, struggling a little bit to get out of the gates, but for Cabby, Altex, and for Lucky, 6 kills apiece across the 3 of them. And what we're seeing developing here, a relatively confident B-site push again. The Sinners have struggled here before. At least this time they've got 2 defenders rather than the 1 they've had so frequently before.
Yeah, Siphon in a very open angle could be peeked upon, but it is definitely a position that can reap a lot of rewards. Lean here for Sinners in towards A side, and I don't think that Jiggle Peek's really catching much. I really don't think so. They don't seem ready for it. Yeah, they don't whatsoever. That is a complete miscalculation out here from Sinners. Zedko now has to punish from the back lines, but they still haven't taken him into account just yet. But Iceberg, well, he finds a kill, shuts him down, bombs down, and now Sinners are going to struggle here.
I have to think Sinners have got to give ground. 4v3, they can't get easy access to the site. The B site has been their bane for a while, and you can see them falling back. It doesn't seem like there's too much changing there. But yeah, I mean, to go back to what we were saying before, it didn't feel like even with the 2 defenders on the B site, that they had the good read on what they needed to do. And while Sinners will pick up 1 or maybe even 2 kills on the tail end, it still, for me, leaves too much of an open question of what the rounds to come will look like.
Yeah. But Sinners being able to kind of come out on top here in terms of the numbers game, just to keep that economy of Sashi somewhat humble. Like they still have a lot in the bank count, but
oh yeah,
I think a little goes a long way, though. I think, but ultimately, of course, the most important thing is really just to win these rounds. But that was a great way for Sashi to open up, and Zyphon, I really liked how he played that angle. He played very close to the wall. That Jiggle Peek wouldn't have caught the player very close to the wall, and ultimately the timing just caught him off guard. You know, there was a rifle shot being let through, and then Zyphon just swung on in, got the play into CT, and that was basically the site ultimately finished. Zedko couldn't do much. There was like 3-4 players trouncing upon his position. There's nothing much more he could do in that section.
Well, I guess one thing we haven't seen for a little while is a more aggressive banana push out of Sinners, and they've got 3 towards B this time, and they are trying to gain some ground with utility. We can see aggressive return, but Zedko's so far forward. This is something different, and it pays off. Gets 2-3. That's the kind of change we needed to see from the Sinners side of things. A huge payoff, and Sashi are down to 2 members without getting a single kill.
Yeah, and Altex now leak out of the boiler room where he's been playing every round. But it's just going to be damn hard to try and fight back against this when you're 3 men down. And the stronghold that is the A site is looking very potent in holding it down right now. If I do say so myself, Peppo is definitely going to look to get some more here as he gets that first kill, leaving it all down to Altex. I think all he can do really here is pick up that bomb and try to get somewhere and possibly get a kill that would make this round not flawless for Sinners, but it doesn't matter. Shock shuts it down in the end. But man, what a round from Zedko. 3 kills it down in Banana in pretty quick fashion. To shut it all down in the end, that was pretty impressive.
I like seeing, particularly at this point, you know, that we're close to switching halves, to see the Sinners picking up things a little bit more in the proactive stakes and bringing the fight to Sashi. Now that that's happened once, I think it's going to cause Sashi to be, you know, have to pay a lot more attention tax in terms of watching out the Sinners don't try and pull the same thing again.
Yeah. Smoke though, gonna block the vision. Doesn't seem like Sashi have any respect for it whatsoever. Yeah, same commotion happening in Banana. Sinners not all too aggressive this time around. It seems like Sashi are paranoid of that possible push. They're dropping a whole lot of utility to stop the aggression coming on forward, and that's a great smoke. It's almost like a one-way. He's going to spot out Zyphon, spraying through, and he is going to get the benefit. B-Stick opens up onto Zyphon to get started on a 4 and 5.
I mean, this is a whole different world now. You can see the Sinners after the previous round, their confidence on the B-side defense is massively different than what we're seeing from before. And you can see Sashi just starting to hesitate and stumble on the way up Banana and say, okay, we thought this was pretty much a done deal, but suddenly the doors of the B-side become much harder to punch through.
Definitely Altex with one right back, but he's going to have to try and back away. Morisco is going to try and get this kill. But Altex is definitely aware of that possibility. He heard the steps coming on through, but the B-side, 2-man strong. But I think it really comes down to the timing of that utility. Can they stop the push in, right? Or is their utility going to prove to be useless? This Molotov needs to be respected, and it's not respected whatsoever. B-Stick tapping away, blind as a bat, still finds the kill. Iceberg separated from the rest of the squad. As Zedko peeks on through, gets that frag, traded out by Kabi, down to a 3-on-2. Advantages still maintained by the Czech lineup. For Morisco, oh, no respect, and shuts down the 2. And that's absolutely beautiful from the Sinners. 2-man strong, but another round 1.
And that's, I mean, while definitely Altex was the fly in the ointment there, that was, again, night and day. It's wild to see, given how much trouble the Sinners were having on the B side. There must have been the conversation going on that has led to this complete sea change in how effective they've been. We're now back to 5-on-5, and I wouldn't even now think it's too outlandish to think that Sinners could even win the half.
Yeah. What I'm liking so far is this third map, as expected, has been so close. But speaking of, Kapi taking shock down as he aggresses on forward. Very intimate down to the mid side to get underway. And now it seems like Sashi are very fixated on the prospect of an A take after getting that opening kill towards brackets.
Yeah, I think maybe if anything the Sinner's getting a little too confident after that last play, but it's always a risk to get that level of aggressive. Peppo will find the hot air balloon and only get one before being dropped. A sight from Morisco, he has been an absolute rock for the squad. Sees his target, gets one, knows another is coming, but is flashed away. He's somehow still alive. Zedko comes into support, and Morisco still up, still fighting. Lucky survives on 35 HP, but he's now going to deal with the molly and the multiple remaining Sinners. The plant is going to be good, but surely that's it.
Yeah, and that was a quick clean up there. Great job, Sinners, guaranteeing at least a lead, or rather at least a tied score at the end of the half. A brilliant job from them. You know, you can see there, that's exactly how Sinners wanted them to play. Sure, there was aggressive maneuvers down in mid, but there was like a backup option. They had one of the players pushing deep in towards that mid side, but they knew that, okay, if he goes untraded, we're going to have a nice support system onto the A side. And you see how fast they were. When Sashi started pushing out that A bomb side, he had Peppo in the up-in boiler. Sure, he ended up falling, but he went down with a kill, which is important. It kind of distracted them, and it made it so much easier for them to lock down to that A side. Of course, there was a little bit of luck needed. You know, the Morisco fiasco with the flashbang in towards apartments, but still, you need a little bit of luck sometimes, and it certainly played to their favor.
Honestly, I think if Fiasco and Morisco get tied together, he'd be pretty pleased with how that all plays out, because, I mean, that was some spectacular play. The early part of this round, of course, with Sashi being behind with equipment, actually favouring Sashi, Peppo getting a little bit more damage than he would like. Sashi are back to their old tricks again. They're trying to return back to where the things have been previously successful, pushing up onto B. Sinners have got the two defenders. The Molly will hold ground for now. Zedko won't get caught with utility in hand.
Yeah, Zedko pushing on forward, on through, and look at his position, is so good. How is he not gone traded? I still don't know to this day. They're spraying through. Finally, look, he's able to find it. Cabby pushed from the CT position. It is fruitful, but he'll need to get some more. Peppo up angle is going to fall, and now this is around surely for Sashi. Could make this interesting though, as Beastic and Shock combine for a couple of frags, and now this one could get absolutely crazy. I don't know why I ever thought that this round was locked in for Sashi when you have Beastic still alive, and look, he's able to find that headshot. It's down to a one-on-one. He's gonna push through the smoke, and look, surely he gets the kill, and he will do so. A little bit closer than what I expected, but still, Sashi get the last laugh.
Gosh, I thought we were set at that point for another fiasco in the smoke, but yeah, I mean, damn, down to the wire. It's half dead even between the two. It's wild again to see how much things have changed from the opening part of the half to the tail end. It definitely feels like the Sinners have found their confidence, and where and when they can take some risks a lot more than at the start.
Yeah. But now, second half run away, the pistol rounds just have been so good. And Sinners, one thing that they've been doing so well in this game so far has just been getting pistols. Even on Nuke, where they end up losing, you're able to get at least a pistol. And then on Mirage, got both pistols. And on Inferno, they got in the first pistol, courtesy of a fantastic 4K out from Beastic. Push forward though, it's going to be all text into the apartment side. Might be able to get one, might be able to get something, but it's not able to hit it. Now dropping down, all text able to find it. Kabi with one back, and Peppo with a double. And Kabi, same exact position as Beastic in the previous round. He's still alive and kicking, but he's on 1 HP and he's dead. It's now a 2-on-2. The CT players coming from the short side. Bullet starting to run out. Tap away into the bracket side. Lucky is so damn low, but Zyphon gets the kill. It's now left on the Zedko in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, and Zedko doesn't have any remote access to getting hold of the bomb again. Lucky with the dualies is still incredibly dangerous, but potentially takedownable. Keep an eye on where their relative positioning is. You can see Lucky on the other side will at least get the information about where Zedko is. We've got a lot of time left to play with, so Zedko does have some options. Looks like he'll be going for the more straightforward approach. Manages to clip Zyphon, but not a strong enough hit. You can see he doesn't know that Lucky is there.
He's scared
over.
of the crossfire.
He sees his feet!
Oh, that's the first. Oh no.
Zyphon's the last one standing. Zedko could pull this one off. You can see Zyphon's just teasing him, saying, I know where the bomb is. I'm standing directly on it. You have to go through me.
He's trying to be confusing about it. Playing the time. Playing with the mind of Zyphon. But Zyphon is just so mentally strong. He's just resilient. He knew that he had the bomb in his control. Had no excuse to move. And as much as Sinners tried, that's going to be a pistol round going the way of Sashi. Great start to the second half.
Ooh. As you said, the pistol round's so important, but I think you're absolutely right. As we see the attack pause coming in, a little bit of time of celebration for the Danish squad, but also the plans need to be laid out for this half. Do remember, general friends, this is the last map of the series as we take a look at some memories from the first half. Gosh, what a wild ride it has been.
has been. It really has been. Just I think a lot of the rounds just been just really action packed, and you know they've always had something in it. Even though a round looks pretty dominant, there's always just something that happens that seems to make the round somewhat interesting, and you know that's why we love Counter-Strike here. You know, just how topsy-turvy some of these rounds can go. But anyway, Sinners now, they're gonna force buy, despite not getting the plant through, but Tech-9s can be potent, and I'm expecting a banana play surely or something. That's really where these Tech-9s really start to shine. Maybe extinguish that Molotov and just run right in, have no respect for the CTs.
It does look like we're going to be seeing a straight face-to-face. Iceberg with the dualies almost gets the second as well. But you're right, the Sinners on a mission to head straight into B. Siphon should be the main obstacle in their way. Back here with the quad. Gets two and the third as well. The Sinners' momentum blunted. Peppo does have at least the rifle to try and sell himself dearly, but the plan is a desperation maneuver at the best of times. And Cabby comes over to call him a cab.
Yeah, tries to get the bomb down. I think the goal there for Sinners wasn't even to get kills, it was really just to get the bomb down. So didn't really get their objective in that one. A good job from Xiphon again, just staying tough and staying strong. Just that anchor down the B side from the quad section, and ultimately benefiting off it completely in that one. But anyways, this is a real opportunity for Sashi to do some work here, to push forward here on that CT side. Eagle shots ringing through, and eco here for Sinners. We'll see what they do in this round.
Like we're seeing it early from Sashi, a lot of utility being used to secure ground. They're actually getting more aggressive through Banana than we would have expected. Of course, this was a big success tool for the Sinners before. See, so we've got we've got a couple of Deagles sneaking into the equation as well. So Sinners do have a little bit of explosivity potential. Shock managing to get through the apartments unnoticed. Might be able to pick up a kill before being dropped. It's interesting to see that Sashi bringing... You mentioned the dropped rifle, of course. You'd expect the Sinners to be coming back for that in force, and it seems like they will be. Sashi reading ahead of that play, bringing a third player into the mix. We can see the B site potentially takeable, as Mauricio somehow turns that back on Lucky. With Iceberg there, this is still going to be a big ask, but the rest of the Sinners are coming in at speed. We've got just one remaining up on high from Peppo. The plant is good this time. Fishing for the shot. The Deagles have been hot, but Iceberg cools them off.
Wins the round completely there for Sashi. No problem in the end, but was made damn close by Sinners. You can see that they're kind of just swarming them from different angles. You had action happening on B, happening on A, happening on mid. You know, it was a lot from Sinners, and that was a good round from them, doing economic damage, of course, and then getting that bomb plant down helps them with their money. And look at their money, plenty of money to go around. AWP can be brought through, but you know, on Inferno, not all teams like to bring the AWP on the T side, so Peppo just gonna be down to the AK-47, and I think it's a good decision economically as well, just to you know, keep that economy strong, just to keep a little bit more money in the bank account if needs be.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that reflected in the, you know, the amount of utility they're bringing in as well. The money being spent to make sure the options stay open. It's actually going to go for a little bit of early aggression down both Banana and mid as well. Managing to land a nade close to Zedko and win out the early exchange. B-site could be the destination bomb being left back at spawn, so Sinners are keeping their options open, knowing how important this round will be.
Yeah, and now they're going to be pushing up the banana side, dropping that utility. Zedko is on Lonely Island. Ultimately gets punished. Oh, good flick from Lucky. He just didn't know who to focus on there, Shock. There's just two players there in the apartments, and ultimately shut down in the end. Being settled down here, 5-on-3. Good start from Sashi, and his teams like Sinners will look to finish onto that A bomb site, but it's a 3-man strong setup here.
I mean, this has been a characteristic of this series, is managing to turn unlikely situations into wins, so not fully prepared to count the Sinners out yet. As I said, it's still it's an uphill battle pushing onto A with even numbers, but utility is still a little bit left in. If Pepper can find something good, Molly, and gets out, takes out, so down to 2 Sashi members.
Same position here for Lucky. Looking up and looking down, playing the head glitch angle, a little bit difficult here for headshot players. Musko able to get one, Lucky with one back. Tempo is so low though, the numbers just aren't there. Sashi now starting to grind it out here, get more rounds on the board, on the precipice of victory possibly if they get another round on the board here. This is starting to look a little bit dire for Sinners. They just haven't been able to channel in that momentum whatsoever in the second half.
No, completely locked out so far, and gotta give praise for Iceberg there. Has been really solid at locking down the end of rounds, just coming in and cleaning up so much of what could have otherwise been volatile situations.
Yeah, very volatile indeed, and what else is volatile has been this banana section, but Sashi have been able to lock it down as of late, which has been pretty, pretty effective and impressive as well. But they've been a little bit further back here in the defense here for Sashi, and it's been paying off. It's been paying dividends off, because Sinners, it seems like they want the peaks to come through, but Sashi aren't giving it to them.
No, and with the smokes still staying in place for a while as well, any early success for Sinners has been kept at bay. They do seem, we've got a little bit of extra intel about the A site being acquired by the Sinners. You can see that they've got at least some access, but they're not getting quite far enough in. And you can see Sashi's still strong enough for the B site defense. The Sinners are running down the clock here. Round 17, Sinners still with no rounds in the half.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue, but Sinners now deciding to go in towards the B side. It's really definitely B at this point, because Shock and along with, I believe it's Morisco coming in from that TT side, but Lucky is ready for it. He has that up though. He's only going to be limited to 1 kill unless he decides to hide back in the library, and he doesn't even get the kill. Shock pre-fires him. That throws a spanner into the works. The rotates from A can't go towards B now. It's really on the hands of Sinners. All they need to do at this point in time is simply just lock down the B side, get this hold down.
Time isn't their friend. 18 seconds left to go. They've got to make the move to the A side push. Oddly works out, and Zyphon caught with utility in hand means that this one is done and dusted, or at least to the plant. Altex and Cabby over in the A site just gonna have to sit and watch as Sinners finally break that streak and get themselves up to 7.
Yeah, it took them a while. Took them a little bit of poking and prodding around so far in the second half to be able to find themselves something. But they should be happy enough that they finally found something on the board, and that's good to see out from them, right? So it just indicates to us that they are still fighting. As we know, Sinners, this is a good map for them. Inferno is a decent map from them. They've challenged the best on this map before, so can't let them go unnoticed. But Sashi, they've put up a damn good performance here. But the real question now lingers here: is this the start of something good for Sinners, or is this just a little bit of an intermission on the way to victory here for the Sashi squad?
So looking at the numbers across the teams, this could easily be the turning point. Seeing good performances, of course, B-Stick, as we'd expected from the Sinners, pulling down the big numbers, but Zedco as well, really stepping up for the squad overall. On Sashi's side of things, Cabby has been getting in some really good plays, and Lucky as well. So I think, going into the tail end of the series on this final map, I still think it's an open question, even if Sashi, of course, are ahead right now.
Yeah. Stefan, and drop a utility there. Gonna do a bit of damage, doesn't do anything. Sinners looking ahead towards A now. They found a decent amount of success in towards the long side. Wouldn't be surprised if they decide to exploit this side of the map. Of course, when you take that long side, you gotta put players in short so that players don't wrap around you, and that apartment side could be a point of contention. Smoke gonna be dropped down. Risco's gonna head to the apartments. Peppo there, post up on ADP. Sashi to counter the map control take, and they decide to take Banana completely by dropping a smoke in their faces. And oh my god, Zedco with a beautiful headshot.
Yeah, and Iceberg won't be there to clean anything up anymore. I think it's a reasonable assumption for the Sinners part that the B site will be vulnerable. The nade immediately being thrown out by Siphon to try and present strength there. But it doesn't seem like it's going to matter too much either way. Sinners, they're very oriented towards the A play. The smoke's coming down. I don't know if I like this from the Sinners side. I mean, we've got just over 30 seconds left to play, and I don't think the Sinners are going to get the chance to make the much easier push off the B.
Yeah, that's the thing. Altex headshot first in the B stick to get started. Shock pushing forward. Gonna spot out the library player. Siphon down and out. Altex holding it in. He's in the same position. Gets free fired, but he still grabs the triple. Oh my god, Altex.
Jeez.
And he grabs the fourth. That is absolutely crisp. What a play from Altex. Gets Sashi another round on the board. And is that a nail in the coffin here for Sinners?
You'd have to think so. That was brutal. Good lord. And if you ever want a statement of intent kind of play, Altex, I think he's just saying, I'm done with this series and I'm done with you, Sinners.
Oh yeah, he just wants this one to be finished. And man, after such a good first half out from Sinners, it's all been Sashi in the second half. And it's been absolutely impressive thus far. Never count Sinners out though. They are always ready to pounce whenever they're needed. But Altex again gonna get challenged. Gonna get called here as Shock looks to push forward, but he's been damn good in this position. Will he win out? That's the question.
Altex draws out the shot, so at least that's a little bit of information exchange, but yeah, such a missed opportunity for the Sinners in the previous round. Weren't able to walk it on to B, but instead took the road less traveled. As you see Sashi, you mentioned before, taking the banana control. They've got 3 members up towards B. I think having now asserted control there, they're able to bring back a member towards A. This is going to be a lot of this on how well Lucky can hold, wait for his teammates to show up. Sinners going to be pushing into 4. Mauricio takes Lucky down, which means that Altex is going to be left on his lonesome with a little bit of help from Cabby on the side.
That's the bomb dropped in his face as well. Cabby can just play this to perfection, and that is another good big play coming in from Sashi. The fact that that bomb just burst into that library side being held, it makes it so difficult, but Shock looking for the clutch, not able to get the second, and Sashi strike it. Series point now at their hands, and the Danish squad looking to end this one here on the third map decider.
Remember what's at stake. One of these teams, seemingly Sashi, going to move into a 2-1 position overall, which means you've got a chance to leave the Swiss stage 3-1 and get one of the best seeded positions into playoffs. Whichever team loses, they've got still the possibility, a decently large possibility, of not even making it to playoffs at all.
5 chances for Sashi to lock this one out, and they have the momentum behind them. Iceberg wants this to end. Spotted out, first kill found, but it's immediately traded by Zedko. He says no to losing this series. Now, settle down as Kabi and Zyphon just stay put onto the site. CT and the B-side player setting a kind of like a crossfire, establishing it. He's ready for the boost up here. Ready for the jump up. Great job from Zyphon, and this utility usage is going to be fantastic. Incendiary going to be dropped, and then a smoke combination as well to stop the push. Going to flash forward as well. This could be a great play. The boost up could end things right here and right now. I'm ready for this one.
You can just see immediately the Sinners are like, oh boy, that defense is scary, and for good reason. They're still going to try and push through anyway. The entire series left in the hands of Shock and Peppo. They are going into the lion's den here. They've got on both sides of them Sashi members, more reinforcements arriving, and it's over and done. The Danish squad advances 2-1. The Sinners slump back to a 1-2 record overall. A hell of a series, a hell of a way to start the day.
More than anything, that game really simply went down to the Fido. More than anything, just the maps that were played, because Sinners, they were outplayed a little bit in the second half of Inferno, and that was just really unfortunate considering what Sinners had put up in the first half, right? It's just really sad to see that they fall flat completely on Inferno in the end, but ultimately all around a great series. We saw glimpses of brilliance from everyone, from Morisco. We were talking about Peppo, and he actually came up huge at the end of Mirage there, so we can't forget about the guys on centers, even though they did lose. But hats off to Sashi. You had like Lucky, you had a bit of Altex, you had a bit of everyone, and I think ultimately in a team game like Counter-Strike, the team that performs the most like a team, who performs together, will ultimately get the victory.
All right, we'll take a few moments just to celebrate the rest of the series overall, but for those still around, of course, we have got Na'Vi Jr. versus Ecstatic coming up at 1300, so in around half an hour's time for our next series. Well, for today, of course, later on today we'll be seeing our undefeated teams going face to face with each other to ultimately decide who will be leaving the Swiss stage with the best possible seeding. So, of course, do stick around. We'll be back in around half an hour's time for Na'Vi Jr. versus Ecstatic. Welcome back one, welcome back all to the Champion of Champions Tour number 18 for EU. My name is still Counterfeit, alongside Tidler again for the second of our 4 series here today. So we've seen our first team move forward and get that 2-1 record. Now we'll see a second Na'Vi Junior versus Ecstatic coming up. You can see, we're waiting of course for later today to see which of our teams will get the mythic 3-0 record. But for right now, Tidler, we are in the mix.
Yeah, and I think if you missed the pre-show that we had earlier on for our first best of 3, I think it's wise to say that this 2-1, 2-0 bracket is kind of full of everything, right? Because a lot of the teams have had to forfeit games because of qualifiers. IEM Dallas close qualifiers. BC Game had to forfeit. They end up qualifying for the IEM Dallas main stage, which is absolutely insane in itself. After we watched them win up against 500 yesterday. But yeah, so these mid matches, I feel like based on that information, right, the fact that some teams got through to the 1-1 stage because of the forfeits, it either resulted in 2-0s really, like some really strong 2-0s, or some more closer 2-1s. But I don't know how to think of our last game. It was a 2-1, but all 3 maps weren't really that close. But focusing on Na'Vi Junior versus Ecstatic, this is gonna be a good one, right? An academy roster of such a legendary organization, Na'Vi, not as Vincere, and then you have Ecstatic as well, and always been around the Danish scene, and having kind of the youth as well on their side as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, this will be another match where the rankings are pretty similar between the two, but let's talk a little bit about Ecstatic first. Been around since around 2021, of course, formerly Lyngby Vikings. They've got the core, Wanlele, Christo, and Nut Nut. We've been together for around 9 months or so. Torsen and TMB, more recent arrivals, but Christo, I want to highlight at this point coming into this one, their team's AWPer, very, very good at picking up those opening kills of the round, so expecting him to be playing pretty aggro.
Yeah, you should. And Ecstatic overall, they have that mix of firepower and then kind of the brains. You have Syrah, who's raised in such a great environment under Mao's NXT, but I think ultimately, he's in a big boy roster. He's not an academy roster anymore, albeit, quite a young roster with the likes of Lele and Not and TMB also was playing for Mad Lions recently. It's a nice mix, but like overall, I think we should take a look at the more youthful roster, which is the Na'Vi Junior side. I think that one's more interesting. You have Demon, Krabeni, Maka, Simitri, and Jugs as well. All around from the Eastern Europe region as well. Look at how young these guys are. These guys are kind of the up and coming talent of the EU scene, and I'm really excited to see how they fare here, because they've had some really good performances recently, and they've played Ecstatic a couple of times before, and it was a little bit long ago, back in November. We did see a 13-0 of Ecstatic on Ancient, and that was with basically 95% of it was the same lineup.
Yeah, and I think that's this is very much a grudge match between the two of them. So this will be the 4th time overall these teams have played against each other. Yeah, 2-1 in favor of Na'Vi, with the most recent encounter being the first time Na'Vi Junior has 2-0'd Ecstatic. I think with you there's a lot of expectation on the Na'Vi side of things, but I'm hoping Ecstatic can show us a little bit more than we've seen before. Otherwise, I suppose, it seems like a pretty good launching pad for Na'Vi to show that they've, if they can win out here again, that they have outgrown this particular rivalry.
Yeah, and I think more so that this leans towards the Na'Vi Junior side of things. Like, we gotta realize that some of these battles were so far back in time. The first matchup between them, right, was back in the 29th of September in the A1 Gaming League Season 9, and that went to 3 maps, but all 3 maps weren't really that close. 13-8, 13-3, and 13-9. And then we were talking about that 13-0 era. during EPL season 20, you know, back in the 28th of November. And now that we're talking about our most recent kind of, you know, showing from both these sides together was on the 5th of February. So just less than 2 weeks ago, we saw Navi Jr. absolutely trounce Ecstatic on Dust 2 and Inferno 13-6, 13-9. So overall, I think now this is the real time for Navi Jr. to kind of step away from that rivalry that we're kind of talking about after playing them quite a few times. Like this youngster squad, you know, I didn't see a lot of attention on these guys because you're looking at Gamer Legion Academy back in the day, not there anymore, but you're looking at Mao's NXT, that pipeline. You're looking at other academy rosters. Navi Jr. was never really in the mix because early on, you know, you had Monacy, Wonderful getting sniped early on. But I think Navi Jr. is going to be one of the academy rosters really to look out for this year.
Well, I mean, you know, to kind of bring us back out to the big picture in terms of these teams and the CCT specifically, you know, Navi Junior has not been playing a huge amount in the CCT so far. They had a low finish in number 17 with, of course, the previous tournament. But Ecstatic, you know, if this is going to be the last time these two teams face against each other for a while, then, you know, it's worth noting that Navi Jr. knocked Ecstatic out of the previous competition, so there's a lot of emotion, I suspect, tied up in this series for Ecstatic overall as we head to the vetoes and see which one of our teams will come out with the advantage.
Yeah, and one thing that's been messing up everyone's veto so far has been the introduction of Train. It's not really been something people are too keen on playing on just yet, and the teams that do pick it, I think they really win based on the fact that the opposing side doesn't really know how to play it. And it's a little bit annoying because you can't, you have, like, teams usually have a perma ban, but then with Train, you don't also want to be playing Train, so then it kind of puts you in limbo a little bit. We were talking about that 13-0 on Ancient back in November. Navi have to pick into Ancient because, you know, Ecstatic. I think Ecstatic would rather play Ancient than Train, right? Because, you know, Ecstatic have played Navi on Train before, have played Navi on Ancient before, but they haven't played them on Train before. So why go into uncharted territory like that, honestly? So we're going to go back to a map number 1 of Nuke as we had in the previous series, Ancient, to be our second map. And then, of course, as per usual, the greatest decider in the history of Counter-Strike. It's back to Inferno.
Of course, absolutely. Well, I mean, to focus in on Nuke, is a map that both teams have got a pretty decent amount of showing on. Overall, Ecstatic happy enough to bring this into the equation immediately. But yeah, I'm just really curious to see where it goes. Again, it feels like a diverging path at the moment. Either Ecstatic draw Navi back in and say, you know, we've still got lessons to teach you, or Navi Jr. take flight here and really start pushing forward to one of those upper spots, which can, you know, a 3-1 record coming out of the Swiss stage is still very respectable and avoids you getting the really harsh first round playoff matchups.
Yeah, definitely. And another thing to kind of point out is the run of form that Ecstatic has been on as well. It hasn't been the greatest. They beat Chimera 2-0 to get to the stage, but other than that, it was 5 rounds in a row of losses. And, like, of course, they were up against good teams like Spirit Academy, who have been fantastic, Fnatic. Of course, we're talking about that Navi Junior side, ENCE, but they lost 1-2 to GTZ, who haven't really been a great team. They got absolutely destroyed yesterday, and 4 out of those 5 losses have been 0-2s where they haven't been able to take a single map. But anyways, we're going to be live here with a piss around here on DE Nuke with Ecstatic on the T side, Navi Junior on the CT side. It's going to be a fast play out ramp, and Krabeni is going to get the first point of contact. He'll get the first 2, maybe the third and fourth. Oh, it's just an absolute cleanup here.
Oh my gosh! Don't call him Krabini, call him Mr. Krabini. That was absolutely nightmarish. I mean, if we're coming to this one expecting Navi Junior to do well, that is a statement round to start us off here on Nuke.
We're singing their praises, and certainly they delivered on the first round of the game. Makas might get caught off here. TMB, a very, I don't know why, but his view model kind of it's a bit funny. Maybe he can cook something up here. TMB, it'll take Krabeni down to the grave. Makas up in an elevated position. It's gonna be very hard for him to navigate. But he decides to hide in this corner. It makes him difficult to be spotted by that Heaven player, and he's expecting one of the CTs to kind of push on his position. But like, there's really no need. They have the bomb under control. Makas is doing the job of just locking it in. Demon is here. Oh, this could be a headshot, but Seems like Makaz is ready to just peek whenever, and there it is. Easy kill, easy round. Navi Jr. find the pistol.
I like that. Really like what we saw as we look back across the round. Yeah, of course, Grabini's defense there was absolutely ironclad, but as far as what we're seeing from the very beginning here as to how coordinated this squad is and how aware of the space and how they can support each other goes, there's a lot to like from even just this pistol round.
Yeah. Going into this round now. 3 M4s, 2 MP9s. Expect the close range angles, possibly with these MP9s, just to farm up some of these Glocks. Eagle here on TMB. Looking on forward, Makaz in towards the garage. But Navi Jr. is staying put here. They're kind of a bit open. Yeah, way too open for my liking. Krabini taken down early on. A 5-on-4 situation. He's going to have to back off right out of there. Ecstatic. They can kind of do whatever they want here. Their world's their oyster. They can play the strength of numbers, and that's how they have to play, especially with the Glocks and the pistols on board.
Won't be able to steal away Krabini's rifle, but a good stack up here. We can see Navi Jr. are waiting on the other side of this one, but no utility to play with. Just going to be straightforward. So, yeah, holding for the time being. We were to push through to the top of ramp. There's the target. Of course, two guts there for the players to be watching out for. As we can see, again, the layered defense from Navi Jr. making sure there's so few windows of opportunity for Ecstatic to get any ground, even after getting the opening kill.
Yeah, that's a great way to start. Just cutting off Ecstatic completely from any sort of potential gateways they have into a round. Sure, TMB got that opening Deagle frag, but aside from that, Navi Jr., they just stayed patient, let Ecstatic try and play the round how they wanted to, and Navi, they had the superior weapons and they knew that, and they're shutting them down in the end. Pretty simple from them, but weapons are out here now, so this is where the real action should get started.
Looks like we'll be seeing a little bit of a fight around the outside. The smoke wall goes down, but it doesn't look like Ecstatic are going to make any sort of commit to the running across. Yeah, Kazi fishing for anybody to show themselves, but Ecstatic are running out the clock a little bit. A second nade to clear the ground, but again, Ecstatic are not there. So certainly baited a lot of attention out of Navi Jr. as Nutnut finds his target. Demon is down. The sight is weakened. But Navi Jr. are still in with a scrapper's chance. Krabini got knocked out early before, but is still in play now.
That's perfect from Navi Jr. Pushing forward when Ecstatic are put under immense pressure. Such a perfect way to go about it, but Sirah, what is that? That is nasty. Through the door frame is absolutely criminal. Puts them with a foot in the door, possibly in this round. 45 seconds remaining. He can head himself towards heaven, but Jugs is coming in from the flank side, and this is possibly what could spoil the party here. But at the same time, all of the positions right now are quite precarious, right? At any given moment, if one of these players do feel like that they're just going to turn around or something, check their corners, and there's so many gaps right now, right? I don't know how this one's going to pan out. Smitry is not even expecting this. He's just hiding there. Is he even going to check above? Is he even going to consider it? That's the question. And it seems like Sirah is going to check it himself. Oh, but he's made noise.
Oh, yes.
That ruined the play. And now it's just Cristo. And it's going to be a difficult one. Great play. Great hold for Smitry. Staying cool under pressure. And that's a great start for Navi Jr.
Yeah, 17-year-old from Ukraine. Been playing it since, I believe, on the various versions of the youth teams from around August 2023. Yeah, I really liked how he managed to keep his nerve there, and he's going to be rewarded getting onto the AWP, which of course is where he can do the most damage. And so far, so good for Navi Jr. It's got a little spicy at times, but Ecstatic still yet to find any way in. They're back to the Tech 9s.
Expect a fast pace here into the A site. But he's dropping in, Demon spraying away. Oh, that's clean. That's beautiful. Years of practice it has been. Turn around. Makaz holding it down. These guys are on fire. Makaz is just so sharp. You know, we were talking about in the pregame what that guy can do. But yeah, just insane how the youth have been really rising to the occasion. you know, in the professional esports scene. Of course, you know, I think you'd expect the youth to be really good, you know, in video games nowadays. You know, it's more of our like the new generation I'm in, but you know, still like the fact that they're able to compete at such a high level, make, you know, a good amount of money, play with such a decent org and perform like this up against the veterans, it's really nice to see, because you wouldn't have seen it that way 10 years ago. It would have been the veterans playing 1.6 who you would have seen. You wouldn't see new kids on the block, would you?
Well, I mean, I think having, you know, the resources of Na'Vi at their disposal is definitely going to give you the best results you can imagine for. But yeah, I mean, everything we're seeing is looking pretty good so far. You guys, of course, another player to be watching from Squad Lithuanian, picking up the first kill of the round. And Ecstatic, they've got a chance here. They've got the guns. They're low on the utility and behind on numbers. It doesn't feel like a round we're going to be seeing Ecstatic pulling off a miracle from, but we do see a little bit of this lurking we saw from before, waiting to see if Na'Vi will expose themselves, and TMB gets rewarded for it.
Yeah, 55 seconds remaining. Makaz taken down. Carvini, I think, is in a bit of trouble here. Gets a dink up, but them four always ain't good enough up against the AK. Demon, headshot,
Nice.
not trades back. But look at how low these players are. Combined HP of 39
Oh,
across the three of them. They're all a single bullet away from falling. But TMB has that A site. They can get to this upper bomb site, get the bomb down, and if they can formulate a nice post-plant kind of situation for them, this could be their round despite the low HP.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's only going to take Nanot to find and delete another member to make it impossible for Na'Vi Jr. But there we go. Dugas clears out and makes sure the B site is secure. The plant is, of course, open. On the A side of things, we've got grenades left in play for Na'Vi Jr. So they could, if they can get anywhere near either of the Ecstatic members, they will blow them away immediately.
Definitely try and blow them away. 2-on-2 situation, not holding down with AWP. The low HP doesn't matter. The bomb is so far ticked. Sure, he'll get the kill, but that's the round finish. Samishi will grab that AK head right out of there. Matter of fact, I don't know if Nutnut's gonna survive. I don't think he is.
No.
Yeah, he's gone. He won't survive. So Static, they get that round, but at a cost of a lot of money. But still, finding themselves on the board, I think that's pretty important.
Oh, for sure. Especially considering how things had been going up until this point. Do you want to highlight as well, as we get deeper into this? Sira has been doing very, very well for the Ecstatic team across the event so far, so we keep a close eye on how he's been doing. I think started out a little bit slow here on this first map, but is starting to pick up the pace.
Yeah, it is. Nuke can be a very slow map, or it could be a really fast map. Most of the time, it's a fast map because of little kind of how wide it is, the verticality of it. Spinned up, Sira will try and return the favor through the smoke in garage, but it's a lot more difficult for him, and that kill is going to go and trade it. And Corbeni with another. This man does not have a care in the world, just shuts it down. 5-on-3 start here for Na'Vi Jr.
It started well and is coming back to form again. It's starting again, playing now from behind pretty heavily. I'd love to see some, some indication that they can turn these rounds in the same kind of way that we saw in our previous series. Because, as much as it's a uphill battle, there are still opportunities. Not many, admittedly, on the A side. There's a very heavily locked down by Na'Vi Jr., but perhaps on B.
Perhaps on B, with the lobby punch. Doesn't provide them a lot here.
Big rounds, a couple of 4Ks in just these open. When he goes off big.
Yeah, definitely. Goes off really huge, and that's just been, the fact of the matter right now. Symmetry still hasn't died yet this game. And on the other end of the spectrum, Anlele and Christo are yet to have kills. We were kind of talking about Christo at the very start, being a sharp upper, being one of the more stable players in this core, in this Ecstatic side, or kind of different lineup. You had Dafu and all them, but still Christo definitely one of the longer players there. And TMB getting started.
Ooh.
Starting off fantastic. He picks up a rifle for his troubles. That's another rifle in their hands. Dimitri now has to lock it down with AWP. He gets knocked out the round by Nutnut. Jugs left to try and find something here. Gonna go into the ladder, jump off, make a little bit of a sound cue. Crystal gonna peek off it, jumping through. Oh, the Tech 9 is around with the AK. This could be a flawless eco round out here from the Ecstatic side. This is beautiful, not holding with AWP. This could be a flawless eco round out here from the Ecstatic side. This is beautiful, not holding with AWP. Gets off the angle, but a reface again. Makas doesn't know where to peek through because he doesn't know where these players are. There's still 5 alive, and that's the craziest part. He's gonna peek on in. Miss shot from Nut. Gonna get tapped away from the right hand side. Fast flick out from Makas. Still sharp, even though he's looking to save. But surely his days are numbered. It's not, because Christy is so low. He's gonna pave a way to try and save, but the rest of the squad are gonna go hunting for him, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, he managed to cut his way out this round, but still, I mean, that's an amazing turnaround from Ecstatic, who looked like they were maybe beyond saving in the early going, to get this round in, to be able to leave it with so much good equipment as well. If you needed a turnaround round that will put Ecstatic back into a realistic position to bring this path back under control, that was it.
That was it indeed. I'm expecting a timeout to be called here. There'll be a Navi Jr. timeout. Just wanting to get themselves sorted here on the CT side. Of course, looking at this, I believe it's the Ecstatic map pick as they start on the CT, or on the T side, excuse me. So this is just a fantastic start by Navi Jr. on their opponent's map pick, really punishing them. I'm really liking Navi Jr. have been bringing to the table. It's been crazy impressive, in my opinion. And you see the tactical depth that's being brought through. Just calling timeouts. A lot of, young teams, a lot of the times they're kind of like driven and very passionate, but at the same time they don't call timeouts when they need to. I know they're always kind of operating at a very high. But Navi Jr., they seem to be controlled, they seem to be relaxed, they seem to know what they're doing. They're gonna get a buyout here. Even on a XM 1014. See what he can do with it. He's gonna be on top of Hut. It's the outside where Ecstatic want to go.
And we can see the flames being used to keep them at bay for a few moments longer. Kaz holding out there and manages to find the blind shot into Syrah. Fades back for a second and gets most of TMB's health as well. I think you're absolutely right with the read from before with Navi Jr. Kaz kept his head when everything went wrong. That timeout, I think, was really to take stock of what did Ecstatic do in the previous round that worked so well, and how do we keep that from happening again?
That's the thing. Off shot from Christu. And we'll take that shot to Jugs. Looking for some more. Head spotted. Flick. Right side flash. Nay gonna be dropped into Christu's position. Flash here. Graveni gonna find something from his angle. Demon with the XM. Oh my goodness. He hears them surely. That's his chance, and
nice.
He's so damn low.
What?
He can get both of them. And now it's a 3-on-2. Looking for some more switches to the AK-47. Oh, and he shuts it all down in the end. A great round from Navi Jr.
Well, that's the Speed Demon working his magic and helping to shut down Ecstatic's momentum. There is enough money in the bank for them to buy up again in this round, but oh boy. I mean, at least we're out of the initial territory where Navi Jr. were just dominating with a 4-round streak, but as we carry on here, I think Navi Jr., they've got at least a decent read on what Ecstatic are trying for. We'll see if they've got more tricks left in the bag.
See if they do. Molotov to stop the pushes onto the outside position. Navi Jr. a little bit more proactive on this side of the map. Off to the races. Straw making his way forward into the secret side. Maka's going to drop in. Bit of a spam, but look at the op in the top of red. Oh, Christo taken down, and Maka's looking for some more. Switches to the USP, looking for the battle. He's going to rationalize and just chill out the side of the blue box. Let Dimitri deal with that. Op shot. Spotted. Good kill on the TMB, and it's a fantastic start as per usual out here from Navi Jr.
Yeah, I mean, already to be this far up, and I mean, we've seen some patience from LLE before in the same kind of way. He's going to try and take a series of duels. I think maybe he can manage it, yeah. Takes down Demon, who was absolutely electric in the previous round, but he's very low himself. leaving us on 3-3. Both AWPs still in play. The B site is being scouted out by Ecstatic at this point. They're not seeing anybody so far.
Yeah, great job from Ecstatic to recover the situation. Navi Jr., they ain't no strangers to situations like this. Jules dropping down to the ramp side, and Lele can play pretty patient. Move forward, go to the ramp side. Of course, he's going to be met with Nut as well. He switches with Anlele with AWP by Bogdan's Law. Anlele, of course, the one who brought us back to the situation with the 2 kills. And now Jugs pushing on forward. He should be able to get this first kill, and he will do so. Stick to the left-hand side. The aim is just so sharp. Jugs as well. 4 bullets. Does he need all? No. He is absolutely easy for him. Barely any bullets in the chamber. And he shuts them all down in 1 strike.
Just, you just count out every bullet that you need and make sure it's absolutely there. But, yeah. The thing is, Navi Jr. taking the momentum. I give credit to Ecstatic for being able to recover that round somewhat, but yeah, Jugs is just absolutely amazing stuff. And as Ecstatic bring in the tac pause, I think that's a well-earned choice of them here, because this half is really getting away from Ecstatic.
Yeah, it is. It's their map pick, and it's their T side as well. You'd expect them to be more refined on it, but of course they still have the CT side to fall back on. Nuke CT side is probably where the majority of your rounds are going to be found. But still, it's a little bit worrying knowing that Navi Jr. are just piling on the pressure, doing really, really good in these situations, and kind of, just doing what they need to do to be able to get these rounds on the board.
Alright, well, after the pause is done, we'll see if there's something different from the Ecstatic side of things from before. We have seen some shenanigans, a lot of focus on the outside, but in this round we just got the 1 rifle and a few Tech 9s creeping in. We've certainly seen them be effective before. Ecstatic don't have a ton of utility to play with, so they're going to need to find their play, they're going to need to make it stick.
They'll need to do so indeed. 4 pistols out here for Ecstatic, and we've seen them win Tech 9 rounds like this before. Navi Jr. aren't giving too much space to them. The rotate surely going to come through here, but maybe not through the vents. Jugs has more bullets than he needs because he has that M4A4 in his hands, not the A1S. That Opper might be in a little bit of trouble, so there is some access for them to get into the B side, and Cristo with a Tech 9 kill again. Demon with the XM, not a long range weapon whatsoever. And with Symmetry on that AWP, things get mad interesting, honestly. I don't know how this retake's going to come through. I don't know how they are going to approach this.
At least the plan is made, so Ecstatic with 5 members remaining. Still got just the Galil in play. You see, Navi Jr. finding it a little awkward to get onto site. Krabini gets taken very low as Anlele comes through the door. Goes 1 for 1, but Navi is still struggling to find purchase, and I think they might just give this one up.
They'll have to. They don't want to do anything with it, and at the same time, Ecstatic aren't going to get their weapons. Cristo, yeah, he has an XM, but they won't be able to get the rifles on board, and they actually fall, the majority of them. So AK, M4 could be saved over, and the AWP. That's going to be great for Navi Jr. Not great in the sense that they lose the round, but the fact that they come out, not really too damaged off of it.
Yes, I mean, with a couple of rounds left to play on the half, it could still easily end with Navi Jr. coming out this one looking extremely strong. So they're going to burn attack pods to try and make absolutely certain of that. But I really like the previous round play. Ecstatic's play around B felt very, very crisp.
Yeah, it has been, and Navi Jr. again using another timeout. They really want to... It seems like they're not satisfied, they're not satiated with the 7 rounds that they found thus far. They already have the lead guaranteed, right? But they want to ensure that they get this round. This is an important round for them. This round decides whether or not this is going to be a 7-5 or a 9-3. Because if Navi Jr. lose this one, that's going to be their economy in the gutter. They're going to be going in with not the greatest weapons, probably MP9s, Deagles, and whatnot, and an Ecstatic will be, poised to take the final 2 rounds. But Navi Jr. on that timeout to get their decision, right this time around, secure that. Got everything they need, but Demon, man, he really loves that shotgun and he wants to use it. He did find success with it that one round, but it seems like Ecstatic have been a little bit paranoid of it in the closer jungles, and TMP gonna die as he falls to his death into the main side, into the loving arms of Makas, who's just been a really strong player at that position.
Yeah, and it's been much, much better for Ecstatic where they can, if they fall victim to a player in one round, to take them out early in the one to come. Now Ecstatic down at 4-5. The AWP for Christo is still in play, keeping a very close eye on any of Na'Vi Jr. who might stray off of sight to go lucky for Ecstatic, but at this point, it feels like Na'Vi have got what they wanted out of the early part of the round, and it's on Ecstatic to make this one work. Here comes Demon from up on high. He's willing to go face to face, but this time it doesn't work.
Doesn't work. 4-on-4. The right side, Krabeni getting the first kill. Now, spam upon his position, not doing enough damage for him to be forced off the angle. And he's still alive and kicking. Gets away safely. They might hear him crossing around, but still, Maka's in the same exact position as per usual. It makes it so difficult for them to try and peek on through. Lots of damage dealt, and Lele so low as well. But Sarah is also really low. And the problem is here, sure, the T-side get the kills, but these guys are so low that they could be taken out in one swipe.
Yeah, Christo, the only full health member left of Ecstatic, but maybe that won't matter. Syrah gets the placement, gets to make the plan. The half still in the balance. And Christo finds another. Jug's the last one standing, gets up and over, and Ecstatic. She said that round functionally worth 2 because of how likely it is that they'll be able to take the following one.
Yeah, great job there from Ecstatic, despite kind of Krabeni's position being so strong. I feel like he was a little bit unfortunate not to get at least one of the 2 kills. That could have been the deal breaker in this round, but ultimately what happened, and Ecstatic ultimately get that one, and they're going to call a timeout. They want to secure this themselves, and as I said, everybody wouldn't be able to create the pistol, and the MP9s are going to be out in the final round of the first half. Ecstatic now poised, ready to get this one round and a half, and in what looked pretty good for Na'Vi Jr. at the start, Ecstatic have made a pretty good recovery on their T-side.
And again, for any of you folks who are coming into this one late, these teams have played each other 3 times already, with 2 of those series going to Na'Vi Jr., including the most recent one by far being a 2-0 in Na'Vi Jr.'s favour. So I think for Ecstatic to start off the series this way, this first half of the first map at least, in a somewhat even fashion, I think it sets a good tone for them going forwards.
It gives them confidence as well, right? You know, knowing that they're able to do a really good T-side here. Like 5 rounds is more than enough on Nuke. And of course with the pistol, that already accelerates them back to at least a tight scoreline. So it's looking good. Jokes though with the pistol. Oh, that's a rifle. That's a rifle in their hands. And the bomb is dropped. This has gone sideways out here for the Ecstatic side. They're kind of locked out here, trying to regain territory that was once theirs. But Christo is good with AWP. They're going to spoil the party, but that bomb being dropped in their faces isn't going to help. But Na'Vi Jr. are going to let them have it back and just play on the bomb sites alone.
Yeah, 2 AKs now for Na'Vi Jr. And Makaz will get dropped, so that's one of the AKs down. Ecstatic still have got the chance, even with the numbers being just even, to make sure this one stays in play. But I think we're going to be trying to see them run the previous round back as Christo does get hit. Sentry is out of there. And Na'Vi Jr., they were so close. No! That's 1 down. We're down to the 2-on-2.
2-on-2. 9-on-1. Krabeni. Brilliant fire, good trade, but he knows where the last one is. Here's it. Yeah, that's the problem, and that's how good this is, but he's playing this one pretty well. Jugs has it. He has the time. He has the kit. That's the round. And Na'Vi Jr., despite all the adversity there in the final round and a half, not having an ideal buy, they get the last laugh.
Oh boy, I think they're going to be thanking their lucky stars, because that looked dicey. If you look back across the half overall, we've made pretty good use of most parts of a nuke, and even just the first half of this map. But Demon, the XM, can't be faulted for enthusiasm, but I mean, while it didn't work out that round, it did do a lot of damage before.
It definitely did. And that's just been what I've been loving to see so far out here. 8-4, Na'Vi Jr. And T-side. You know, I think we almost thought as a formality that Ecstatic were going to get a 7-5 half. Of course, in favor of Na'Vi Jr., but still, never mind. We'll get back to that point in a bit as Anlele gets 2 quick kills with the dualies. Headshot from Syrah. And now the rest of the squad starting to Peek on forward at Christo. Taking down Makas as well, leaving it on to Demon in a 1-on-4. He's more of a shotgun demon, I will say, than a pistol demon, because he's not really finding a lot of success with the Glock unless he starts getting the kill straight away. But there's a player up in heaven that makes things so difficult, peppering him down. And Ecstatic, they take the second pistol.
Yeah, and it's certainly a very good start. Do remember, of course, our second map will be Ancient. We mentioned at the start of this series, the map where Na'Vi Jr. 13-0'd Ecstatic before. So I think we're expecting that to be a pretty fraught second map. If Ecstatic can claw the way back here on their map pick, they've got so much better of an outlook for the series.
Let's help them. Ecstatic getting a lot of rifles on board as well. Full Glocks out for Na'Vi Jr. Just gonna expect a quick rush into this ramp side. Should be a quick cleanup here for Not a lot of bullets in the chamber day 1S. We'll probably have to drop down to the lower side, but the quicker he gets it done, the better. He's at the pistol, and the support of his team is there. No problem in the end, and as expected, a quick cleanup for Ecstatic.
I'm managing to hold on to every piece of equipment, and a nice triple for Not as well. Ecstatic, they've got themselves a solid foundation to build from. Na'Vi Jr. will be buying into this round though, so this is going to be the crucial point whether we will see if Ecstatic can hold the line here on CT.
They're definitely more ready and set to do so here on the CT side. Ecstatic are looking good. Getting a nice pistol round on board, getting the conversion. Great way to start the half. It's kind of a fresh slate for them going into this one.
Nice nade!
Spraying it down, yeah. That's so good. And it's not like they're up against pistols this time. Not getting the same sort of success as he did in the anti-eco round, but opposing side have rifles. They have utility. They have everything they need. Luckily enough here for Na'Vi Jr. They do have the C4 on their backs. So they do still have that option to go wherever they want. It's just that whether or not Ecstatic are going to permit them to go wherever they want.
It did feel like Na'Vi Jr. a little too much a rush into that one. Because yeah, it felt like a pistol round with them being that aggressive and definitely getting punished for it. I don't know about Na'Vi Jr.'s chances. I mean, they've still got the guns. They are going to try and, yeah, they'll try and seal off Heaven for the time being and buy themselves a little bit of space to work for. Although they do drop down the defender. Junior have still got the chance here, but they are giving away a lot of what their plan is. Kaz goes down very low, but stays up long enough to get the kill on Sasira. Demon gets a second, but gets dropped as well. And numbers just don't work. Ecstatic pick up a third.
Yeah, the numbers weren't great there for Na'Vi Jr. You can see that they were trying to pivot around. If some of these players got some multi-kills, in which they definitely had the potential to do so, but if they kind of said to each other, after I get this kill, I'm going to turn around and look at this angle, it seemed like they all focused on this one player who was on the right-hand side near the CT vent. And that was a little bit of an issue because Nut came in from Heaven and was able to see off two of the players who were looking away from his position. Was able to clean up and then. That was a valiant effort from Na'Vi. Great utility usage, great entry into the bomb site. Just could have been a little bit more refined and more calculated.
This round, we've just got the hero rifler and Krabini, who definitely has proven himself worthy of such a role before. The utility's enough to set up the possibility of a rush through to secret. We can see some suspicious activity out there. So I think at least Na'Vi Jr. are going to make a solid attempt at making something from this round.
Yeah, definitely. And now not into this ramp side. You've seen how Ecstatic can be very good with the Tech 9s in these sort of rounds, but haven't seen what Na'Vi Jr. can do. Op is going to spot out these two of the players. Crystal will get the first kill. Krabini down. Moves down to a lower angle, and this should be another kill coming through, but Maka is in a bit of a standoff position with Siraj. Shouldn't be a problem for Siraj. Just the Tech 9 out there, but as I say that with bated breath as Maka's able to get that kill. Simichi with the Deagle frag. Oh, almost able to get the second. You see his scope, or rather his Deagle was rained upon that angle, and Crystal now having to drop down from Heaven. As now it's a 3-on-3, a retake on the A-bomb site, but not for long as it's now down to a 3-on-2.
The rifle was secured for only a heartbeat, but Demon is there. About out of hell to grab hold of TMB and make it 2-on-2, which means AK is back in play. Na'Vi Jr., they've got the plant, they just need to hold ground. Christo, I think, is about to walk into a world of pain, and Nut is left all on his lonesome. Gets Demon down. Jugs say just needs to buy a little bit more time to work with. Certainly, the equipment is not his friend, but gets the kill anyway. Nicely done. I don't think he'll survive the explosion, but still, that brings back control and a first round of the half for Na'Vi.
A win is a win. A win is a win. You'll take that any day of the week. That was a round where they came in with Deagles and Tech 9s and they pulled it out the hat. Brilliant positioning here. Look at this kill from Demon. Down to the T-side fend. And look at how they were just waiting. They knew Crystal was coming in from heaven. It was going to be a very hard angle for that op to see through. And that was a nice 50-50 battle that the Tech 9 got into in the end. So Na'Vi Jr. getting what they want. Getting themselves what possibly could be a catalyst for them to get a couple more rounds here. Which would see them a little bit further forward and a little bit closer to getting this victory on Nuke. But by no stretch of the imagination will Ecstatic make this easy. And there's probably a very high chance this one could end up being a very, very close affair based upon what's happening so far in the second half.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a second lease of life for Na'Vi Jr. to be able to keep themselves ahead with actually good equipment for the round, if not absolutely perfect. There's certainly no AWP in play. Kamini going to be down to the Mac, but if Demon can fish and find a kill for here, moves forward aggressively, pre-fires it, and gets Anlele looking for a second, but TMB cannot be found, leaving us with one casualty aside. B-site is being scouted by Na'Vi Jr., so they've got a chance here, and with Christo gets driven off, this next fight, 0 wins. Ecstatic keep the B-site under control.
Yeah, they do. 4-on-3 situation. Moving on to the right-hand side. Fast kill. Christo down to Symmetry down. Surround playing left and right and having his way completely. And Ecstatic encounter some sort of pitfall in the last round. They come striking right back with a fiery round of their own.
I thought with this start from Demon that Na'Vi Jr. would be able to do more with this, but it felt like the second Macaz dropped, it was always going to be a tough one. And Christo getting the mid-air shot there, it felt like it was already done at that point. Na'Vi Jr., they were kind of playing a very trading style there, which maybe would have worked if they're ahead in numbers, but when behind, it's a tough act to pull off.
Back again to the Tech 9s and Deagles. Will I say old reliable? I don't know if I can, because it seems like this buy has been more successful than any other buy so far here. This entire map. Gonna be the smoke blown open. We're gonna just rush on forward. Nobody gonna be seen. That could be a bit of false information, but they do hear the steps as some of the players running down forward. But I don't know if they expect that there's 5 players there. This could be a make or break situation out here for Ecstatic.
They're through?
Yeah, they are through, but I think Ecstatic will realize very fast what's happening.
Yeah, he's waiting. He will get spotted, but Smart moves out of position. Make sure he can't get caught. The rush is onto B. The chance is here. Symmetry managed to get one and Jugs a second, but you're right, Ecstatic closed the door very quickly on that one. It had the beginnings of something for Na'Vi Jr., but not the end.
Ecstatic, we're just going to find out. That was the problem. Their positions were just way too good. Even if Na'Vi Jr. overran that player who was in towards that decon position, it didn't really matter in the end because Ecstatic were ready to drop down the vent, drop down from ramp. You had 2 players in ramp ready to push on forward as well. You had players coming in from secret. You see Anlele was already posturing towards that secret side, was ready to be, chasing their coattails, just annoying them. And when you have players in front of you and behind you challenging, it just becomes such a kind of cluster, a chaotic situation that you just really can't handle it. Na'Vi Jr. stuck in between 2 mines essentially onto that B bomb side, ultimately leading into their demise. And a tied scoreline here at 9 apiece. Ecstatic have a real opportunity now to get double digits and the lead in this first map.
5 rounds and a half so far for Ecstatic. This will be the first, legitimate buy coming in to drain the bank count of Na'Vi Jr. As Nutnut finds Demon on the way in. I think this is going to be Macaz just trading 1 for 1 again. And, of course, Ecstatic ahead in members, happy to take these kind of fights. Na'Vi Jr., they're going to make the dual point aggression in. Jugs does get 1. So we're on to the A site, clearing ground to make the plant.
Clearing ground. That ground is starting to be lost. Depends on this battle with Symmetry. They know how important this battleground is, but their spacing isn't all too great. But that's a brilliant shot for Symmetry. Was able to shut him down in the end. Molotov dropped onto the left-hand side position. Starting to look good for them in the start of this round, but Na'Vi Jr. always battling out. Great incendiary to force him out the angle. Nutnut can definitely get a second here. His leg could be spotted in just a few moments around the edge of the smoke, possibly, but they get past safely. Tapping the bomb.
It's actually him sticking, but he has the defense. Always going to be able to take him down, and that AWP was just posting. Can't do anything here, but save. What a round that is from Navi Jr.
Woo, boy. Alright, there's number 2. It wasn't pretty, but just like the first round they won, it was fought for tooth and nail. Christo at least gets out with the AWP, but Navi Jr. moved to double digits again. Given how one-sided Ancient was last time that these two clashed there, it really feels like the series hinges so much on Nuke.
It does, and them locking horns again just means that they get to know each other even more. So we do encounter a little bit of a technical pause. For this one, I wouldn't even be surprised if this goes all 24 rounds, because these guys have been performing really, really well under the face of adversity, under a lot of pressure. These guys have just non-stop been able to recover rounds. We've seen Tech 9 rounds, we've seen Eco rounds, we've seen some really tactically filled sort of regular rifle rounds, and I'm just really liking what I'm seeing right now.
No, I think there is a lot to like. I mean, since we got a moment to catch our breath here before the final sprint across the finish line, you can recognize, of course, Nut 16 kills so far, doing a really good job across the squad. But from Navi Jr. side of things, a very low kill spread. We're seeing them firing on a lot of different cylinders here, and different players getting their moments to shine.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what I like to see. I feel like Navi Jr., even though we a lot of the time see kind of individual plays, such as Demon with the shotgun, Maka is just farming up in towards main on the CT side, Grabenia as well being a fantastic player, getting an opener, Symmetry as well, on the AWP sometimes, and Jugs as well getting a piece of the pie as well. Even though they've had their individual moments, ultimately in the end, they've all been fragging out together as one unit, which I really like out from Navi Jr. Of course, hopefully our server issues are going to be fixed. Right now, it's just a bit of server lag, as reported, and as we see that, freeze time is back on our feed, and we're going to be live here at round number 20. Could be a very, very important one, because look at the money on both sides. The economy is on the verge of collapsing.
Yeah, that's going to be so important. Got a couple of MP9s in place for Ecstatic. We've definitely seen a lot of attention being paid towards the outside. See Christo immediately deploying the molly to buy a little bit of space and slow them down enough to fall within the bounds of the scope. No one biting as of yet from Navi Jr. They're delaying their push in. They wait out some of that utility. But I think we've got, yes, we're at least posturing towards Secret.
Posturing towards Secret, but it seems like they're making a little bit of noise at it. Just not making noise as they cross the smoke, just so they don't get spammed through and located from the sound. They've gotten down safely without a single bit of damage, but I like this. I like this staggered approach to the Secret play, right? Because of the fact that it's staggered, you have players that aren't really safe in towards main. Main is a little bit dangerous, and they might not expect some of the players to already drop down Secret, but Christo flicks down, gets the first kill. Syrah as well with the second, looking for the third, runs out of bullets with the A1S. There's more from where that came, and this is where I said this Secret play could go in absolutely huge, because they don't expect them to be down Secret this early, and those are two quick kills, and that's exactly what I was talking about. That's exactly the danger that Ecstatic had with their hold, but with the kills they got early in the round, it settled down to a 2-on-2, and this is where things get interesting. This is the final hurrah here.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The early work for Navi Jr. paying off. The plant is made. The fight taking place on the B side. HP favoring Ecstatic. Chris around the corner makes it 1v2. Makaz, he's going to be expected to be here. Finds the first kill, but not the second. And there's a world of time left for Ecstatic to draw things even. 10-10. Tilla, I'm with you here. It does very much feel like the kind of map which is going to likely go to overtime.
Yeah, and I think, like we said, with this round, it's a little bit of a decider in the sense that, look at the money. It's not looking all too great here for Navi Jr. Just both sides have been trading rounds tit for tat, that neither side has been able to get any sort of economic control. And back to the drawing board, back to the Tech 9s and pistols, it seems here.
Oh boy, it felt like such a good opportunity for Navi Jr. in the previous round as well. It seemed like they had everything they needed, but still falling away as Ecstatic get a little bit more aggressive on the defense. I thought NLA might be unexpected, but Navi Jr., they are roaring in a hurricane onto the A site. Basira is there to play weatherman. Crystal gets another to bring Demon to the last remaining member.
That's the bomb dropped in lobby as well. That's an issue. Only has a Glock in his hands right now. Has an MP9 on his shoulders, but I'm assuming that there's not a lot of there's no bullets left in the chamber, and he missed the timing with Christo, I believe. So he's just gonna back off, going towards lobby. Maybe try find that bomb and head to one of the 2 bomb sites. But Ecstatic are kind of communicating right now, like, we'll let them have the bomb, but we have the better weapons. We just gotta play long range because rifles and FAMAS's medium to long range up against what is a Glock or an MP9, it's really not going to have a lot of effect.
No, and it's going to be tough to get in and grab anything else. Oh no, my mistake. There we go, the Galil on the ground, so that's some good news for Navi Jr., but a lot of pressure being put on Demon. We've certainly seen he's a player with a lot of explosivity, but whether he can operate on his own against the 2 wounded Ecstatic members, if he can get the individual fights, maybe he can still pull it off. 20 seconds.
20 seconds? But it does seem like that he has a lot of options here if he spots the head. Yeah, that's it. He spots the head. That's the bomb plant, guaranteed. The real question that lingers now is whether or not he knows where Christo could be. It's all about making the right read. Demon. Could be waiting. Could be playing to the ramp side. Checking. Christo's not there though. He's in towards that window side. The question is that window broken? Well, now it is. It's made a lot of noise. And what a read that is. Oh, Demon, that is nasty. And mind you, that was a round that they had no business winning there.
No, but honestly, you can see from the very beginning of the round, they were firing on all cylinders in every sense of the word. And now we know, Demon can be relied upon to fight an uphill battle and turn around.
It's just crazy. I can't believe Demon was able to get that. That's another robbery. Look at the money now in Ecstatic. There's no way. That was like almost their chance to get themselves a possible victory here. But Navi Jr. are just not relenting. They're not giving up. Here we go. Oh, Demon opening it up, and the push is unsuccessful, if I do say so myself. Crystal with 1 back, switches to AK. This is where things get interesting, because he switches up. It provides a little bit of a distraction for TMB, who's up and above, but they've rationalized and head right down to the B bomb side, and that's where they feel more safe. But Symmetry's over into the A side, and it's probably just found that it's clear. The rotates back over to the A side. Brilliant call out here from Navi Jr.
Yeah, the dance is back in place again. The plan is made. And at least with the 1 AK in hand, Chris are going to try and fish for something more. TMB also looking, well, compared to Chris, looking relatively healthy. Navi Jr., they pretty much got this one very close to taking Ecstatic's map pick. Ancient is waiting just over the horizon, and that's not going to be a map again that Ecstatic are feeling optimistic about their chances on.
Yeah, we were talking about Navi Jr.'s insane 2-0 win rate. So them getting a win here, statistically not really looking good for Ecstatic, considering we're going to the next map, which is Navi Jr.'s map pick. Crystal does fall to the C4, doesn't help their economy, but still TMP gets away with saving AK-47, but still 2 map points here for Navi Jr. And if they make this costly for Ecstatic, and Navi Jr. keep that economy afloat, even if they lose this, they should be fine for the next 2 of regulation.
I will see. Navi Jr., the opportunity is knocking pretty heavily. Ecstatic definitely coming into this one as the underdogs. As we mentioned before, lost twice in a row to Navi Jr. in their previous encounters. Now's the turning point moment.
It is such an intimate play in towards that main side. A flash to come through. Makas, oh look how blind TMB is. First kill to be found. A Symmetry there to Christo as well. A 5-on-3 start, and this is not great whatsoever. And Lele looking to find something. Some of the pieces, the puzzle pieces on the floor to pick up, but he can't find any of it. That's 1. Killed Symmetry, but Makas is pretty low himself. This could be a gateway back. Oh, that's so close to him falling. Jugas is
Oh, it's just so low as well. Macas gets away, but this could be a brilliant position because Alele might call this clear, and he might call it that they're onto the A site, but matter of fact, Navi Jr. heading towards B.
We can see that the path is open there. Even with the numbers advantage, you can see the respect being given by Navi Jr. They're not taking any risks that something could go sideways. The site completely open. Ecstatic are moving back to defend now, but it might be too late. Navi Jr., they've got good presence on the site. They'll be able to check across so much, and there's only so many places Ecstatic can be. Alele in with the rifle.
Oh!
Gets one, gets two. This could be the turning point. Nut Nut is dropped. Alele's alive on 20 HP against 2.
Up against 2. Only has 20 points of health. And the numbers game, it's not looking great. But the bomb needs to go down.
No.
Macas is gonna fall. Oh, surely he gets the kill, but he's playing the time. They were looking for the kill. That's the round done. Ecstatic have won it. Ecstatic have won it. And they could die both to the after time. That's absolutely unbelievable. And Lele with the ace and absolute destruction. The money is gone for Navi Jr.
That was outrageous, and the same place that was the turn around for Navi before is the same place Ecstatic bring the round back from. I thought, like, I think it was completely reasonable to see this as a done deal this round, but Alele, the final points, they died together. Navi Jr.'s tack pause slammed in immediately. That was a completely unacceptable round for them, and an opportunity that may have completely sailed past them.
That's a complete miscommunication there. They literally had no idea whatsoever where Anlele was. They didn't even consider ramp. They went for the kill. They didn't even go for the bomb plan. That's the worst part. It was a complete miscall, a complete misplay. And that could be what cost them a possible quick victory here on DE Nuke. But still, there's still another round to play for. Not the best buy, but looking at Ecstatic, surely the momentum's on their end.
Yeah, immediate answer to the smoke with the nade, but Navi Jr. have been pretty canny at drawing those nades out before. Ecstatic definitely have the equipment advantage. They're the ones with the AWP. Utility light on both sides of the equation. Either we're going to overtime if Ecstatic win, or to an end of this first map of the series. TMB, you're looking out into the smoke. Navi Jr., they're expending the limited utility they have to at least posture. And Ecstatic are pumping bullets into the smoke.
They are. Navi Jr. have been a little bit more timid, a little bit more cautious of possible plays, and surprised, Nut didn't do anything, any damage to anyone. Gonna drop in a bit of utility here. Possibly could be an A player, could be just a little fake.
I don't know if there's enough room to do too much more. But yeah, I admire the fact that Navi Jr. avoid the early disaster. They're gonna charge him with everything. Gravini will get dropped, and it's looking like we're going to overtime. Ecstatic, they're up now 4-3. Dimitri very low, but will get a kill before surely being dropped. Navi Jr. onto site. Julius gets one kill. Dimitri gets another, and it's all on Christo.
It's turned heads so many times. Surely you don't lose the map like this. Surely you do not. Look at this crossfire. Oh my god. It's a team kill. It was bound to happen. What was bound to happen is that Navi Jr. get the victory. What an insane first map counterfeit. That was absolutely great.
That was insane. Yeah, I think insane barely even covers it. Gosh, round to round, it was so hard to tell what was coming next, and jeez. We were talking about the idea of whether this would be a crowning moment for Navi Jr. to move on from this rivalry, but Ecstatic absolutely giving them a run for their money. I was expecting over time, but Navi squeak it out by the smallest of margins.
Yeah, now moving on to Ancient. This is where things get interesting. We were talking about prefacing how Navi Jr. have a really good 2-0 win percentage. They've been absolutely insane on it so far, and taking their opponent's map pick. They're halfway there, and it's looking good for them.
Alright, gentle friends, we will be taking ourselves a short break before we return, and we shall see if Ecstatic can put up a better fight than before. Back at approximately 5 past, so in just under 15 minutes time for the second map of our second series. Welcome back everyone to the Champion of Champions Tour as we turn our eyes now towards Ancient. It does feel like we've got a pretty big uphill battle coming our way. Na'Vi Jr. first map victory and now going onto their map pick, which they are very, very good on.
Yeah, we've seen previously. It was all the way back in November, but I think it's still something to touch on because Na'Vi Jr. still have their confidence on Ancient. It was a 13-0 back in November. Na'Vi Jr. beat Ecstatic 2-0 pretty recently last week to knock them out of the tournament. And along with that, Na'Vi Jr. played Chimera not too long ago, and Ecstatic's last game was up against Chimera. Na'Vi Jr. won pretty easily on Ancient 13-8. Ecstatic unfortunately didn't get the opportunity. They floated as the decider, didn't get to that point. Although, like, I do think Ecstatic this time around, surely it's not going to be a 13-0. Like, it's been months since then, and obviously with the introduction of Train, like, obviously you'd rather play the map that you've played your opponent on before than a new battleground that could be Train, and that is a map that has been pretty decent for Na'Vi Jr. thus far. But anyways, we're live here with the first piss round of our second map.
Alright, well, let's see what these teams have got for us. Certainly, again, we're expecting to see big things from Navi Jr., but the pistol round should be important. A push up through mid actually gets them the first couple of kills. Not though, gonna make the B site a little bit tougher to punch through into. Cristal left there as a defender. Navi Jr. They kept their options open, but Cristal being dropped, the B site is revealed as completely open for the taking.
Completely open indeed, and that bomb is going to go down by Jugas as well. So Lele will make his way forward here with the dualies. Crossfires seem to be established here, a strong position here for Navi Jr. However, only a single man advantage. These dualies could definitely get into action. Krabeni has the flank. Easy kill here for Krabeni. And the last one alive is TMP into the loving arms of symmetry. And that is Navi Jr. snatching away the pistol round. Brilliant, calculated, ultimately resulting in a round win.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what we saw on that first map in Nuke then in terms of performances. I mean, the Cats definitely standing out on the Navi Jr. side of things. But for Ecstatic, they did have multiple players who did decently well. Syrah, topping out, but Christo and Nutnut, all three of those putting in pretty solid shifts, even in a losing effort.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing, on an individual basis from everyone who's on the server right now, but I feel like what was separating it was a team effort in general. There are a few questionable moments from either side on Nuke, but I felt like Navi Jr. ultimately had the better moments as a team, as a unit. And overall, that's what wins games at the end of the day. And he's going to be dropped in. Jugas on the opposite end of this, going to peek through. There's an MP9 player up in towards Donut. Spams through with the 5-7. Ancient's a very intimate, a very close map where there's a lot of cubbies, so this is kind of where Ecstatic probably want to play if they want to let these pistols ring through and ring true.
Yeah, I mean, Ecstatic, they brought out a couple of MP9s for the round, hoping to find something, and Navi Jr. definitely playing this one out very, very cautiously, a lot of the utility being burnt in the early going. Still a tiny scattering left on each side as Nutnut will be holding here in the A site, gets the first kill on the way in, but he's going to have to deal with, I suspect, yes, more than he can handle individually. Ecstatic quick to scramble back to the A site defense, but when look at Krabeni, this whole time has been clearing B, opening the door for Navi Jr. to transition sites.
Yeah, and they can transition beautifully as well. I was a little bit skeptical with the MAC-10 on a long-range angle, but Basira is going to catch off symmetry here. Going to be picking up a rifle. That makes the round very interesting. Krabeni was in this position last time around, or someone was in this position last time around. You got to pre-fire this if you're Ecstatic. The dink up is good. The nades aren't as good, however. Krabeni locking into, but the timing of Cristo is huge. Does Jugas expect this? He doesn't, and that's a kill. An upgrade to a rifle. Picks up a HE for his troubles. Gonna drop it. However, both these players are separated, and that nade won't do anything whatsoever. They're hiding. They're playing. They're letting that MAC-10 sing. However, that bomb isn't quite planted for these players, so Tap will surely fade out a peek through from one of these players. First kill is gonna be found, and oh my goodness, Cristo could definitely get this defusal. Is he calling the bluff? Is he? He has to push now, and he's gonna be able to deny it in the end. Whether or not he had a kit decided it. If he had a kit, that would have been a win. But that was a good effort out here from the CT side of Ecstatic, because that was a close effort, bringing it down to the wire.
Of course, if we remember the first map, Krabeni noted for picking up the 4Ks twice in the early going there on Nuke. This time around, he comes through huge for the team, and you can only imagine what he must have been feeling going around that corner, knowing that there's a good chance he was about to get a face full of bullet.
Yeah. Back to the B side it is. Navi Jr. just getting their setup here. Oh my goodness, a triple nade setup. It's a perfect calculation now from Ecstatic and on an eco. That makes things so much easier. Someone who's 18 HP with a USP in your hands. It certainly looks like a free kill incoming, surely.
Yeah, I think Krabeni basically has to retire from this particular battlefield and let his teammates take over, because it's just too dangerous. He's end up giving the rifle. Ecstatic don't have nearly anything else firepower wise. Couple of deagles in the mix. B site is their best defended. Navi Jr. gonna try and walk forward and take a straightforward take.
Yeah, they just got to recalculate here. Let's not let these pistols touch them up too much. Jugas with a kill into Crystal, of course trying to spam. They know that they've done a little bit of damage here with the HE. I know it's unconfirmed, but you gotta know that some of these guys are low, and that kill into Jugas is important. The rifle is now starting to creep on for Symmetry with 2 quick kills, a 4-on-2 situation. 2 of these players are low, but leaves it onto Syrah, left alone. Bomb is a 3rd tick, make that a half tick now at this point. Syrah just gonna peek on forward. Symmetry, very aggressive. However, just backs off with his team. Just wants the 4 players to stay alive and probably just want to stay around here. Spots him out, and that's the kill. So 4 players alive here for Navi Jr. Pretty decent considering how kind of scary that start of the round was.
Well, it may seem very straightforward, I suppose, when we talk about it, but just the idea of rotating out your wounded players and keeping them away from the play while still maintaining forward momentum, I think that was just really, really crisp play. It's not just about having things go perfectly well for Navi Jr., but how they respond to unexpected circumstances and mitigating any kind of, unexpected circumstances.
Yeah, definitely. And now, smoking utility, they're dropping on through. Flashes, gonna be on forward. There's up into the temple side, pushing forward. The Galil's coming on in. And now, Maka's taking Nut down. Syrah with 1 back. There could double lineup here. They could be a double lineup here, but Syrah's limited to just 1. A push forward, a crossfire established. Krabini was lucky to get that one, but this is a static round poised for them. A wall bang as well. Symmetry so damn low.
Wow.
Head spotted. Crystal with the kill, leaving it on to the last player. Crystal getting tagged up, but this is an easy one there as Crystal locks in Jugas to finish the round.
Damn, that was a beautiful round out of Ecstatic. We definitely need to be seeing that one round again because, it's looked like, Navi Jr. were able to get onto the site so quickly. I thought they'd be able to lock it down, but it seems like Ecstatic had planned and plotted for that because certainly what Krista was doing towards the tail end of the round, once Navi Jr. were locked to the site, he just couldn't be stopped anymore.
He just couldn't be, and it's the part that's a lot more difficult here. And just moving forward here, we're just going to get a bit of a round reset. Just a technical pause. It's a little bit of an issue here. I'll just check who's called it. Let's see like we have any information. It seems like Anlele's having an issue with his headset, so hopefully that should be a quick one. But yeah, overall, I think that was a really good last round out from Ecstatic. I don't think that's going to break the momentum of Navi Jr. all too much. I feel like that round was just a brilliant CT hold and brilliant protocols. You kind of had like a crossfire almost established on different areas. So the positions were just that good from Ecstatic, and that op shot was starting to, the op on Crystal was starting to hit it, hit shots as well. So you kind of, when you put all those pieces of the puzzle together, you just combine to create something great and ultimately a round win.
Yeah, I mean, given that Ecstatic have only won 1 round so far, we're seeing a decent amount of kills on their side to try and keep Navi from running away with this one too much economically. Navi will be spending pretty much every dollar in the bank to get themselves up to a decent equipment situation as they fish for and find the first kill onto Syrah. That's going to be big, but 2 of the Navi Junior members have taken heavy damage in the exchange.
Heavy damage, but a kill always trumps that every day of the week. Supposed to be dropped in Donut. Crystal's off, not going to be able to rain upon the angle. That nade is heavy. Maka's down to just 11. TMB really has an opportunity in this position. Juga's taken down, and all he has to do is back off because that kill goes untraded, and we're back down to a 4-4.
And the 4, or at least the 3 of the 4, heading right towards the A site. See, Christo, of course, has been looking around there before and finding great success from the back of site. This time he's in Donut, and it will be confirmed to be so. So the rest of Navi Jr. can push up. Round the corner goes Christo. He's been so hard to shift from here before. He gets spotted, but oh my gosh, almost a missed opportunity.
Almost a missed opportunity, but at the end of the day, he gets the kill. TMB separated, just in no man's land between the smoke and the Molotov. Burns away a little bit. That's going to be hurt. Demon, bomb down, going to be close on the angle. Makaz, by Bogdan's law, going to wield that AWP instead, and he's just trained upon this angle. Just waiting for someone to come through, but they're coming in from that CT side. The boost is going to be dropped. Now, Navi Jr. in the hidey hole sections, in towards that cubby, in towards that donut, and towards that temple side. Makaz looking to activate. They're Creeping upon his angles. They're clearing it out. Good flick from Mac as he's so low, but it doesn't really matter when he has the AWP. Sure, he's going to get traded. He will get traded. Not and Lele. Oh, that's going to be a spray transfer. Ooh. What a spray transfer that is from Symmetry. Great route for Navi Jr. Great play into the A-bomb site and great aim overall.
Yeah, scooping up the AWP at the very tail end of it as well. Gosh, what a round that was. I thought that Crystal was going to be able to find it. But yeah, I think, you know, it's so interesting to see the contrast between this round and the previous round in the same situation where it easily could have swung the other way.
Timeout called here for Ecstatic. Really wanted to get something going here on their CT side. This is one of the more CT-sided maps here in the map pool. Not as much as it was when, you know, we had the first inception of Ancient. That was really CT-sided, but still. I think Ecstatic are realizing that they'll probably want to post a few more rounds in this on the board. Not let Navi Jr. start running away with things as things go by. You know, just want to keep them humble while it's still early doors. AWP on Symmetry.
Sure.
And Galil's out as well. It's not the best of buys, but I don't think that's too much of an issue considering Ecstatic. You know, some players are on pistols and we have MP9s in the mix.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where Ecstatic try and take this next, if they're willing to continue on this kind of brawling style around the A site, which is, you know, has had its ups and downs. Certainly Navi Jr., they've got the numbers advantage for the time being. You've noted the equipment advantage as well. It looks like the B site will be the site of the initial fight, as Ecstatic going to get out and get aggressive. TMB gets punished for it though. Navi Jr. were ready for it.
They are, and there's more from where that came
from
to the mid side, and they're getting absolutely destroyed. They try to overwhelm them with some overwhelming aggression, but it seems like out of all the people to get overwhelmed, it's Ecstatic. And I thought that kill would have went through for Crystal, but no, it's not. Navi Jr. are feeling as sharp as ever. And you can see that everything is flowing in the server. The flicks, the aim, the protocols, the calls, everything is just really falling into place. It's like everything's just piecing together nicely for the young squad. And Ecstatic, you know, sometimes, like, you might be playing a Counter-Strike game yourself if you do play the game. It's just that sometimes moments like this, sometimes you feel a little bit helpless. But I do have faith in Ecstatic, right? It's early, and Ecstatic have proven time and time again that they don't let things like this get by them. Makas with 2 quick kills, but there's people coming in from that A main side, and it's going to be cleaned up as per usual. Not a problem at all, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing holes, again, as we talked about before, in the play, but Syrup was the player to watch coming into this one, gets 2 before being dropped, so trims the economy very slightly, Navi Jr., but as you can see, with 3 guns preserved at the last round and a lot of money still in pocket, it's going to take a lot more than that from Ecstatic to meaningfully bring down Navi's economy.
And you can see Ecstatic are trying to switch it up a little bit. Fast plays, slow plays. You know, they've had good utility usage on towards the B side. Obviously, Navi Jr. aren't going to go towards B all the time, right? Because if the CT side are showing that they hold B better than A, they're not going to go B the entire time. But Ecstatic, they've been using good utility in towards B. They should play to their strengths here. And you can see as I speak of that, just getting caught off guard by Treveni. Still though, Christo posted up with the AWP, and that's the op kill found. Another player in red room, but that's an opening towards A.
Yeah, and we can see immediately Ecstatic scrambling to move their members back towards A, but something I really like what we're seeing from Navi Jr. is that they have been pretty good at leading Ecstatic to the wrong site, or at least making them commit the resources to a site and then choosing the other, very patiently waiting things out on B. Of course, it won't be too much longer before they realize they can just walk this one in.
Yeah, now Krabeni, this is a perfect position for him to get a kill. He spots on Nut. Use this as an opportunity to kind of play with the minds of Ecstatic, possibly threatening to cut off the rotates, but he's actually all in all going to be staying with his team. Peek forward. Oh, Jugas. Perfect shot. Perfect opener. Christy with AWP. He's not going to be able to get anything more than just a single kill. You can try wallbang, but like I said, it's going to be the first kill found. He was only ever going to get one at that point. Symmetry was ready on that angle. Oh, flick up from Symmetry. They're just on fire, man. You just can't stop the Navi Jr. train.
I mean, honestly, it's what we did expect coming in. The last 2 times the teams have played each other again, 13-0 or 13-3 here on Ancient. Nuke was so important in this series to avoid what was likely to be a rout here on Ancient, but getting to see it for ourselves is a whole different animal, and Na'Vi Jr., they're certainly not taking it easy on Ecstatic.
They're not indeed. It's just pressure upon pressure, round upon round. Aggression here didn't really work out all too well for Ecstatic, but this is a little bit better. Separating the first kill, Macaz down and out, taking the rifle out their hands, picking up into their own. Pistols out here for the CT side. Missed shot. Kraveni was never going to miss that shot, and he did. A week. Not could be looking good here for a few deagle shots. I have a little bit of a feeling for some reason.
No, I'm with you there as well. I mean, this is not a round which, by all rights, Ecstatic should be doing well on. If Na'Vi Jr. get over-enthusiastic, I think they can open that door. The rifle shot from Symmetry there, I think a good sign that Na'Vi, again, are not going to put themselves in a position where it's possible for Ecstatic to surprise them.
Yeah, but I think all opportunity for not to get some 1-deeks is out the window, but bang! Jesus. This is absolutely insane. The shots are just hitting for Na'Vi Jr. They're actually just dominating them. And it's not like we're looking at intricate tactics, absolutely god utility usage. We're just seeing them peak and just get whatever fight they want. And that's just a whole different ballgame, because you can try and try all you can, but when the other team is just killing you within milliseconds, it's just difficult to contend with it. And now Nlele is left alone. Just a single kill in 9 rounds of action. This man just can't catch a break.
No, not at all. Struggling as well on Yukon. I don't think it's about to change anytime soon. I mean, at least you salvaged something from this round, but the discipline, the snappiness of the play from Na'Vi Jr., you can tell this is very much their stomping ground. As Demon will check round the corner, that's the last piece of good news stripped away from Ecstatic. The Na'Vi Jr. hype train continues on up to 8 rounds. That's 5 now in a row.
5 in a row, and looking really, really good here to closing out this half in absolutely brilliant fashion. But like we were discussing, this is just looking really, really difficult for Ecstatic. It's not even like a protocol change, a tactical change. It's just like you bring fire to Na'Vi Jr., they'll bring fire right back, and this is their best map, and they're proving why it is. Just everyone just flowing, communication flowing, everything flowing. A technical pause is going to be called. Hopefully that doesn't break the momentum of Na'Vi Jr., and it is going to be a tech pause for Ecstatic. Sarah has some packet loss. Hopefully that's not the reason why they're not playing all too well, but I'm sure they would have called it earlier. It seems like just a bit of a reconnecting to the server, and we're back on our way.
It's certainly not ideal when you're facing an uphill battle to have anything go awry. This is obviously a test of Ecstatic's ability to shrug off a mountain of pressure, and having tech issues just adds the extra dollop of pressure on top of that. I mean, at least for this round, Ecstatic, they've got the guns in play. We've seen Cyril with some good early aggression. He'll try for it again, but there's nobody there for him to grab. Up onto the site, Macaz will take down TMB. It's still going to be a brawl, but everywhere you look, Na'Vi Jr. are knocking down Ecstatic members.
Cristo not recovering the situation, but is it too far gone? Bombs only just planted. There's still something that they can salvage out of this round, but Na'Vi Jr., they're kind of scattered across the map. They're looking to spoil the party. You have Krabeni coming in from the flank. He's coming in fast though, but it's going to be them trying to save. Not able to take Krabeni. CTs do concede this, but that is still another round for Na'Vi Jr., and that round was done in what, 25-30 seconds? It's absolutely crazy how these guys are absolutely destroying them.
I can definitely understand Na'Vi Jr. wanting to try and hunt down Ecstatic, just comparatively looking at their economies here. I mean, Christo's still got the AWP in play, but Na'Vi Jr., they've got an absolute ton of money in the bank, going above nearly up to 12,000 there for Demon without having to spend too much of it in the round to come. So they're pretty much set for the rest of the half. Ecstatic, happy to hold on to what they can.
I want to say if they're happy, hold on to what they can, because the reason why they are holding on to those weapons is because they have the intention of winning rounds, and rounds is exactly what they're not finding right now. Final 2 rounds and a half, and 11-1 is definitely on the cards, especially with the money right now of Ecstatic. They lose this, they're gonna have what, MP9s, Famasis, maybe the odd M4 here or there, but Gotta win this round here. Aggression, TMB, finding it, checking the left side. No, he doesn't check the left side, and Demon's able to take him down. 4-on-4. As now these guys are looking to just find a place that they can just pummel onto. It's how they've been finding a lot of success, really.
I don't mind that at all from TMB. It felt like, you're this far behind, you need to be taking the aggressive gambles and keeping Na'Vi Jr. on their toes. But as you can see, Zero just gets cut to pieces. The fight will be on the B side this time, and Lele finds his second kill. That will send Na'Vi Jr. across to A, where Nut Nut will be the main opposition.
You can see they're really trained upon this. The aim is just so good. Look at how fast they're flicking. Symmetry blinded. Doesn't even matter. One back from Anlele. Tripling his kills in the last round or so. Now he's ready to get another. He had an ace in the previous game. He can't get one here, but he can definitely get a 4K. Op is trained upon the angle. Spin angle.
Nice.
Spots him out. And it's now Demon left alone. It's their chance, but Demon, he's been damn sharp. You gotta get this. First kill. Oh, almost a second. But finally Ecstatic. Break the streak. And Na'Vi Jr., they can see the round.
I mean, that's going to be worth so much to Ecstatic just to get something else in this half. And Christo, of course, we saw him doing some very good stuff at the opening of this one towards the back end of the A site. He's there again, and I mean, it's, again, you're right, it's a world of difference. As much as it is a very unlikely chance of comeback for Ecstatic, they really need some other good news. To put together 2 in a row, it's so much better of a possibility, even if that number of probability is small.
Yeah, and one thing about MR12 that's really cool is that, games can end really quickly, but comebacks can also happen very quickly. Ecstatic getting a 9-3 score at the end of the half would mean the world to them. They'll probably be gunning for this right now. And run trade off of that Incendiary. Benny gonna get that kill on the TMB and Symmetry at 1, running right across. Not able to take Symmetry down. 3-on-2 situation has unfolded. Advantage here lies when Na'Vi Jr. camp up is trained upon this, and Christo really the only light shining for Ecstatic so far. And with that AW, if he's able to find it, equalizes things down to a 2-on-2. But it seems like the same play from Na'Vi Jr. that's been coming through. It's kind of been old reliable, which has been just pivot back through Donut in towards that A bomb site. And that's exactly where that bomb is going.
Well, yeah, absolutely, I'm with you. Christos just seems to be the one who's firing most effectively from Ecstatic side, so why even fight him to get the plant in if you don't need to? There is a lot of time left on the clock, so we'll be doing a little bit of fishing. Nut Nut will be knocked down, which means Christo is forced to get on the move. This, of course, is the end of the half, so he's going to go face-to-face. The last remaining members, one on low HP, Krabani on full. The plant is made. The last chance of the half.
Aggressive play for Jugas. He should fall here. He will. That's information for Krabani. He just has to play around these boxes. A wall bang possibly could be his best bet. Switches to the rifle, gives him a better chance, but as soon as he takes out the utility, gets peeked upon by Krabani. Great timing, great knowledge, and an all-round great half from Na'Vi Jr.
Yeah, I mean, that was brutal. We've yet to cross the path for Ecstatic for moving forward from what we've seen from them before, but yeah, I mean, they are a terrifying force here on H, and even though we did have these moments for Ecstatic, they were few and far between. We need to see something entirely different in the second half from them if they want to hold on in the series.
Yeah, they do, and that's gonna have to be a monumental shift in mindset, in tactics, in everything, because the T side is much harder than the CT side, right? The CT side, you just gotta control the protocols, you just gotta be sharp, and of course the rotates have to be on point, but I feel like on that T side, you gotta be really, really sharp with the calls and everything. But this is a stack and a lean in towards the B side of things, and Na'Vi Jr., they're in good position for a B kind of take, but it seems like they're going in from that CT side, and they can pivot back towards the A side if they want to. Aggressive maneuvers out here from the CTs, but it seems like it's working in favor of Ecstatic. A good pistol round so far from the Danes. However, Krabani will want to spoil the party. Getting the first, the dualies. Now, the right-hand side, good flash on in. He's blind as a bat, but he's still challenging. He's jumping forward. Krabani is down. It's all down to Jugas, and he's going to be taken. And it's going to be Ecstatic finding the pistol round.
Alright, we're asking for a tectonic shift from Ecstatic to save the series, but that's at least the first part of the equation down. And honestly, that they were able to catch Na'Vi Jr. off guard in any capacity at all, is really, really good sign. She said it's going to be the uphill battle of uphill battles, but there's nothing left for Ecstatic to do but try.
Well, God loves a trier. And Ecstatic are definitely trying to get this one back. Full eco, full stack in the red room in the house. For the Na'Vi junior side, with Krebeni in towards the donut section, where he's found a lot of success there on the T side. We'll see how the eco rush fares. Sarah should get a nice surprise here. I feel like Krebeni could get something with the Deagle here.
You can.
I'm right. You can. It's a 1D guy. I just felt it, man. I felt it. I saw the script. I saw the script of the game already, and I knew that was gonna happen. It was bound to happen. 5-1-4 start. Surely this is gonna be a run for Ecstatic, but damage to the economy of Ecstatic is looking pretty likely if things, you know, kind of follow the path, the trajectory that we're seeing so far. And the USB shots. Oh, TMB. That's beautiful. Beautiful from TMB. Shuts it down, neutralizes any sort of issues, and yeah, the rest of the guys just back off. They're happy with the 1 Galil.
I mean, I do spot Makaz there in a little bit of a suspicious position. We'll see if he ships in the night him. He will at least trade 1 for 1. That could have easily been a rifle back into the hands of Na'Vi, who admittedly still do have one for themselves. Gabini almost finds another shot, goes through and feeds the SMG kill to Ecstatic. Now 2 in the half. I mean, certainly, yeah, Tilla, I'm a million miles away from thinking Ecstatic can recover this one, but they, you know, if they hadn't got these last 2 rounds, it would have been functionally impossible.
Yeah, it would have been, and the thing is, it's still recoverable, like, definitely. It's, like, I think it really just comes down to the fact that, I think back in the day, how many times has the scoreline been, what, 6-round deficit? 9-3, something like that? You would see the comeback possibly happening, but it's just that the fact that nowadays in MR12 it's 1st and 13, so Na'Vi Jr. are closer to victory than you'll ever see. They started really getting rained up here on this, up against the rifles. Oh my goodness. No. A team kill with the HE. Benny should fall here, and he will, but you know, that HE, just a little bit of a temporary issue. Demon gonna get caught off as he looks the wrong way. Thought that Symmetry had that angle, and Chris was already way too far forward. Symmetry not gonna expect it, and that's a round done from Ecstatic. Clean rounds there, starting to recover. Na'Vi Jr. might just want to get their thinking caps on and maybe clear up what could be a quick map, or else if they want, don't know if they want it, it could make this map a little bit more complicated and interesting for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's got to be sending us, you know, the beginnings of alarm bells for Na'Vi Jr. Just how poorly, you know, the fight in mid and towards the site went there. It definitely feels like we're seeing some signs for Ecstatic. You've got to know, after they've gotten the drubbing from Na'Vi Jr. before, they'll have put some time into their ancient play on the assumption that they would have to face Na'Vi Jr. here again. And I'm liking what we're seeing, at least from the T half, even if the CT wasn't quite what we would have hoped for.
Yeah, it's also nice Ecstatic are really just starting to come alive here. Crystal's performance has been pretty valiant, considering how the whole map has been shaping up. 10-5 scoreline. We see back in CSGO, a 10-5 half was a type of curse, as Sonic would say. But just never, like, it never sits easy with me seeing a 10-5 scoreline. This is definitely losable here for Na'Vi Jr. and Lele is off to a fantastic start, taking that for Benny. Of course, it's just pistols. We should see 6 on the board here for Ecstatic, but just to get a confidence builder here would be great. Maka's just shattering it for now. After Lele gets 2 kills, decides that his time is up, and now Maka's looking for some more. Do they expect it? It seems like Not does expect it, but if Maka's just kind of Ferrari peeks to his right-hand side and disregards Not completely, Not won't have time to react, and he could be getting some kills to the right-hand side, but it doesn't seem like he's going to make that play.
Judas is there to back him up, so if he waits, I think he's got a much better chance of catching someone on the way in. Oh, there we go, he's been spotted. And Sierra will lock the kill down. I think this one is pretty much a done deal, though. Maybe not. Symmetry's got the AK still in play. Live versus 3. I think it's going to scarper in a hurry, as Ecstatic will lock down a 4th round in a row. No. he's going back
Winnable.
in again, or at least waiting to see if Nut will walk into him.
It's winnable. He can isolate these gunfights really easily. There's no crossfire established. He could wallbang Nut, or if Nut decides to peek, this will be crazy. It all hinges on the fact whether or not Nut peeks first, but TMB is going to be the one to make the first point of contact. Good awareness from Ecstatic. Just to reposition, just so that he doesn't get handed individual gunfights. So, great awareness. Ecstatic, starting to liven up on the server, starting to sharpen up. Starting to mount a little bit of a comeback, right? 4 rounds in spin. However, op out for symmetry. Been so sharp on onto the T side. And he's back wheeling it here in the CT side.
Alright. I mean, admittedly, I was cynical before about Ecstatic's chances, but I'm starting to come around. Na'Vi Jr., they've got the chance to come into this round with all the equipment they can ask for, and they will use it in a hurry. And Lele taking a ton of utility, but actually not taking too much damage. Na'Vi Jr., they're pushing out aggressively, and that will be first blood to them.
First blood as now they start creeping on through into the A bomb site. Gonna spot him out. Crystal sharp as ever, taking symmetry down. His opposite number up out of the picture here for Na'Vi Jr. Static starting to mount a comeback. Juga is taken down. Maka has one right back down to a 3-on-3. Things get interesting, but the smokes block Na'Vi Jr. off from trying to attempt to retake this A bomb site. But Ecstatic, they haven't committed yet. They're still in towards Donut and they're looking for a way out. But look at this, Krabeni. He's waiting. Oh, he could have 2 kills on his hands, able to get the first and the second. And that surely is the round locked in here for Ecstatic. That's the bomb dropped, and then Lele's that's scratching his head. How he's going to recover this? He's been spotted, and now things get even more difficult.
Oh, nice evasion for Grabeni, walking out of the way there, and what a way for Na'Vi Jr. to reassert control and break the streak. This will be the first round in for them in the half. They are all over this bomb. And Lele, surely there's no way.
There can't be. Look at the positions. He has to peek 2 people at the same time. You gotta rely on one of these players missing their shots, and with how Na'Vi Jr. have been, they're not gonna be missing their shots. And finally, Na'Vi Jr. able to find themselves their first round on the board in the second half. And could that be the catalyst that sends them through and drives them forward into victory?
Again, remember, whichever team wins the series goes up 2-1 in the Swiss stage and has the chance to punch through for ultimately a 3-1 finish and a solid playoff seed. Right now with Na'Vi Jr. having the first map locked down and very close to the second, Ecstatic, they are called upon to dig down even deeper than before. Their T-half has surprised. It needs to do so again.
Last play. Oh, he kills his teammate, but still gets one in the picture. And this is a brilliant round here for Ecstatic overall. Just a fast play, and the round is done in a matter of 15 seconds.
Alright, well apparently the Na'Vi getting on the ball was not enough to stop the momentum. Ecstatic, we thought they were doing well before, but apparently they can dig even deeper to pour out the extra aggression when it's needed.
Yeah. Seems like that change of pace in general, right? Doesn't matter what weapons you have, it's really fatal a lot of the time. Like, that's why in sports in general, a change of pace is like the most fundamental kind of tactic that you have, right? And I think it all comes down to, like, if you think of a 1-2 in football, for example, right? You're not going to do a 1-2 in football really slowly, because then your opponent will read you. If you do it fast, a bit of a change of pace, they won't read you. And you could do that. You could think of it in different sports, right? You know, just a change of pace, you won't expect it. And same goes for CS. You know, Ecstatic were playing a little bit more cautious, and you just see them bursting out into the B site. You see Na'Vi Jr. They're caught with utility in their hands. They didn't even have their guns out. That was an easy enough round that was done in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you. I mean, Ecstatic, they are within reach now of Na'Vi Jr. It's not out of the question at all. Just a single rifle for Na'Vi Jr. in this round, as they will be burning their limited utility and trying to find an early advantage. Ecstatic right out into mid. Almost catch. No, they do catch the first kill and the second as well. There's seemingly no slowdown from Ecstatic on the cards at all. And a follow-up aggression round still works well again.
Yeah, it does. 104 for Jugas, but his days are numbered. He's going to fall here surely. A single chest shot away. And it is going to be that. If you think of it this way, the
first half was 10-2 or something. 10-2.
It was.
Ecstatic got what, 5 rounds in a row. They're 3 rounds away now. You know, doesn't take that much for them to tie the scoreline. Navi Jr. kinda need to get it going. You know, alarm bells are starting to ring. You know, I think the good thing about such a big lead is they can afford to give rounds away to Ecstatic and then just slowly get dots of rounds here and there, and it'll be enough. But still, right now it's not good enough right now. Oh, but the run boost is so fast. Oh my goodness, he's beat the smoke. They're not pushing in just yet. Oh my god, he's so blind. That's a perfect bit of utility. Yeah, it's a perfect bit of utility. Makas gets the kill. That's a perfect way to open up into the mid side. Ecstatic are spraying away, thinking he's still there. But man, he's gone in a flash.
I mean, this is the time, exactly as you said, Navi, they don't need to win, you know, backwards and forwards if they can just steal a couple of rounds by digging into the bag of tricks. You know, maybe that doesn't work a second time in, you know, here on Ancient, but it doesn't need to. The numbers advantage, the guns are in place, and Ecstatic's big winning formula, that unlimited aggression, has been blunted.
It has been, and it's kind of like giving it back right at them. Fighting fire with fire. The CT side, you know, they're posted up into the B side. That bomb is postured to that position. Jugas is already flanking. We've seen how potent this has been. But Not is ready for this. He's in the cubby. He's ready for it. Spots him out. Taps away. He's going to get out of that. The thing is, that is known. It could be a rotate path here into the site here. The A site here for Ecstatic. But that's a kill for Corbini to take Anlele. And now Not has an opportunity to cut off the rotates completely from A to B and vice versa.
Ecstatic, they know the next few moments are everything. The Kaz is ready for them to make the move, and everywhere is instant death. Navi Jr., they're firing all cylinders. They cut down every member of Ecstatic and make it out with so much of a win. And it all came from that initial play.
Yeah, pretty strong there out from the Navi Junior camp. A completely flawless round, and that is much better. 4 match and series points to continue on their rampage here of Ecstatic. It's been a brilliant performance out from them. This Navi Junior, this Academy roster is just, man, it's just been so good. This is my first time casting them, and these guys have proven to be so strong. Speaking of strong, Symmetry is in a strong position. Up forward with AWP, ready to peek upon. On the other side of mid, you have that boost up that could provide a few bits of action.
With Static taking some pretty heavy hits from the early utility, means they're in a tight spot. Again, the aggression is not working this particular time, and good push out from Corbini and Mikaz as well. It happens so frigging quickly. In a flash, nearly half of the Ecstatic HP total is gone.
They're back online here, Navi Jr. Just got to close it out here. The ball is on their side of the court. Corbini in a fantastic position. Grabs another. 2 more alive. A 5-on-2 situation here. And Counterfeit, this one seems done and dusted.
It does seem like Ecstatic, they gave us, honestly, you know, this is vastly better of a performance than we've seen Ecstatic do against Navi Jr. here on Ancient. In, you know, the 2 previous encounters, they got 0 rounds and 3 rounds. Ecstatic got so close, but Navi Jr. have just stepped on the accelerator. TMB, they've got one last chance. They should be able to get the plant, but now it's TMB versus the world.
Arguably one of the more veteran players on this roster, calling above his years, calling his period up in Mad Lions. But Ecstatic, the rest of the squad gets a double lineup possibly, but it's just not his day. That's how you sum it up. Navi Jr., quick 2-0 for them. And after the first map being close, I feel like, you know, we read it at the start. After Navi taking their opponent's map pick, it was only ever going to go one way, and that was going to be a 2-0.
Oh boy, yeah, no, it's absolutely right. The best chance had already passed them by, so Navi Jr. will be also heading into the 2-1 part of the bracket. Whereas Ecstatic going 1-2 means that their next match played will be an elimination match. But of course, as we look at the field overall, we can see the field starting to narrow down even further. The big place we're not seeing those full numbers though, of course, Tiller, is towards the very top of the table.
Those games are going to be firing up, honestly. 9, Monty, Fnatic, Gun 5. Those organizations, those are ones you see in the upper echelons, right? You've seen Monty before in S-tier events. You've seen Fnatic, of course. You know, of course, it's a new look Fnatic and a newer Monty. But still, these are guys you know very, very well. You know these organizations off the top of your head. If you were to ask someone about historic organizations, you would be naming Fnatic. So those games are definitely a banger. I'll assure you that one.
So, of course, do make sure you come back at 1600 CET for that, with Ted and Pavlos running things on the commentary desk for that. So, of course, with our series, this time we're going a little bit shorter than hoped for. It means we will have an extended break until then, but do, of course, make the note, set your alarms for those 2 series yet to come, because they're going to be some absolutely amazing CS. For now, though, thank you guys for coming and spending your time with us. Again, we'll see you in a little bit over an hour for the continuation of the stream. But for now, the CCT is on break, and we'll see you in around an hour and a bit's time.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Series 18 of CCT Europe, and it's time for the main Swiss stage where the teams have got currently 2-0 in their score. Ted, I'm sorry, looking forward to this one. We've got a fun bunch of matches coming up ahead, some very interesting teams, and I think we can just dive into what these matches look like. We've already seen a couple matches take place already with Sashi Esports taking down Sinners, Na'Vi Jr. managing to beat Ecstatic, but this is where the top of the charts get to compete against each other. It's Gun 5 versus 9, Fnatic versus Monty. So what's the lay of the land here? What do we feel like? What are you most looking forward to?
I'm actually really excited, right? Because we had a bit of a startup. We had a bit of a salad, maybe with a starter on the side for the first two best of threes of the day games. Okay. That did matter something, but you know, it's a 1-1. It was the 1-1 matchup, so I guess there was no elimination, there was no qualification for the playoffs on the line. Now we get into the really important games. Now we get into the real impact, and I feel like the fact that we started off with Gun 5-9, which has been an incredibly exciting run, I guess, from both those teams so far in Series 18, and then we ended on Fnatic Monty, where I guess some of the bigger names are, just makes it even better. Makes a whole lot of sense. But I am excited for today. The reason I'm excited for today, we have 4 teams that have been able to make their way into the 2-0 in a really convincing fashion, Pavlos. Gun 5, 9, Fnatic, Monty, they've been winning a lot, and the games they've been winning with ease, or they've been winning with in style, even if they have been a little bit scrappier for some of the teams.
Yeah, it's been 2-0s all over the place. I think the easiest time was 9 because they had a win by default against GTZ. Yep. Now, I wonder what you think. Would it have been a win for 9 if they actually got to play against GTZ there?
I think so. Yeah, I have a pretty high opinion of this 9 lineup, and I know the results have not really been supporting that statement so far, but I feel like a team that has Man2, Rouse, Bobix, DFab, and now the newest addition of Kragan coming out of the Danish scene, and Barry as the coach, which is a name that you shouldn't be forgetting. He's definitely one of the best coaches right now in the Tier 2 space and has been for a very long time, and I think it's absolutely impossible to look at a team with that lineup and with that coach and say, those guys can't play good Counter-Strike, and those guys are not expected to play good Counter-Strike. I think they're going to be favored in a lot of the games that they go into, and not because they've been hitting some fantastic form, because I don't really think they have, but I feel like they're far away from their ceiling, and I really do live for the day when we're going to see 9 actually play the Counter-Strike that they can.
Yeah, you're completely right. I think there is a lot still on offer here for 9, you know, with players that have made major appearances, and you definitely want to be seeing that all over again. You want to see some top of Danish Counter-Strike. You want to see the likes of Favon getting back up there again. So yeah, no, really looking forward to this one, really, for 9. Getting a 3rd match victory here will get them quickly into playoffs, get them nice and prepared for what is to come. But Gun 5 also is a frequent playoffs attendee. They themselves have made playoffs the last 3 CCT Europe appearances they've made, but not really past the top 16, right? They quickly drop out as soon as they make it there. It's looking like a decisive situation right now for them. They've gotten 2 quick wins, 2 quick 2-0s on the maps. But yeah, do we have a feeling there's a bit of an improvement at least on their level as they progress?
I think they're going through a tough time right now. I want to say not a tough time, but a weird time, because they've been doing a lot of good things. They've been winning a lot of games. The win that they got against Sinners and the one against Rush B, both were incredibly one-sided. The fact that you lose Tenier to Heroic at the start of the season is never going to be easy to overcome, I guess. He was one of your best players. Try out a couple different players. Now you have Lackey coming in as the in-game leader, I guess, now for the team, and bringing in a lot of new ideas. Obviously, you have Feinstein sticking around to be the Oper, and we still don't know if Lackey's even going to stay for permanently. So it's just a really weird situation for Gun 5.
Yeah, they have been able to get some victories there, so it does allow them to have a bit of a buffer zone if they do lose today's matchup. But overall, I think we're looking at an important series for them, one that could get them nicely into playoffs already. But let's start talking about Vito here, Ted. What are our expectations? Obviously, coming into this one, there are some favorite ones, but out of the teams that we see at this level, you know, some avoid Train more than others, but 9 isn't one of them.
Gun 5 is, though. And I think they just perma-ban it, right? The Mirage is not going to be involved. Train won't be involved. I'm expecting maybe an Anubis or an Inferno coming out of 9. Anubis probably coming out of the side of Gun 5 if we're being clear about it. 9 has been a really exciting team to watch because they've picked into 5 different maps in their 5 series. They've picked into an Ancient, an Inferno, a Train, an Anubis, and a Nuke. So you never know what's going to come from their side. And I guess if you're a Gun 5 right now, you have a decision to make. I don't think you want to go for that Nuke, considering that was one of the maps that they were picking into. And I think the majority of the success that Gun 5 had last year on Nuke was, in parts, had a lot to do with actually Tenier having big performances. And as we already mentioned, he's not around anymore. So you decide to go for the Ancient. It has been a solid one. I think both teams can be fairly happy with the veto. Gun 5 can definitely put up a good fight on Inferno on a good day. Same goes for 9 on Anubis. But all in all, there is a world in which we just see a 3-mapper here. And I feel like both teams would be pretty happy to just shake hands, go for a map pick exchange, and then settle it down on Ancient.
Yeah, quite possibly. I still feel that both of them also have a situation on their hands where they could also win on their opponent's map easily, right? Because I feel like Gun 5, this is a veto that makes me think that they're trying to play some of their most not played maps more, right? Trying to feel more comfortable on them. And sure, yeah, they've got a lot of successes on Anubis. They've been able to win more often rather than not. It's not up there with their most played, right? So with those out of the table, they can bring them up and practice them, which is a nice situation for them to do it, because it's really no pressure for them. They're not going to drop out of the tournament by losing this match, but they've got a good chance to play against a very good teammate, opponent rather. Yeah, imagine having 10 people on a roster. That'd be crazy. I don't think anyone's done that. EG. Still, though, Ted.
You know I have the jersey in the wardrobe as well, right? Why are you doing that to me, man?
I mean, look, Counter-Strike has had odd moments in its history, and I feel like some of them have always got to pop up out of the shadows from time to time. But yeah, here's a question for you. What is your feeling overall? What are these teams trying to achieve? And yeah, what do you think do they have to prove, essentially?
I think for 9, you gotta prove that with those players. I wouldn't say it's what you have to prove. I'd say it's what needs to happen. You need to be one of the best teams in the tier 2 space, and this is what probably the players feel as well. Even if you look at individually, the backgrounds of all of those guys, Rouse has never been on a bad team as an in-game leader in the last 5-6 years. Barry's never been on a bad team as a coach in the last 5-6 years. I mean, Barry coached Seoul when they made semifinals in Cologne in the summer, right, of 2024. Then you're looking at, for example, I don't know, Kragen. He made the Copenhagen Major before the fall off of the Gaming Gladiators. He was used to being on one of the best tier 2 teams as well. Mantu was playing tier 1 Counter-Strike, and he still feels like a player that should be able to be between tier 1 and tier 2, let's say the tier 1.5. Faven used to play tier 1 CS, so I think for 9, this is just a great story of redemption is what this has to be for all of the individuals together and for the team as well as the organization, even if you want to look at it from that perspective, was on a really high level when they had that Polish core and made it into the RMR for the Paris Major 2 years ago. So I think for 9, you're looking at a pretty clear direction. We get the most amount of complete good players that we can, and then we hope that we're going to get quick results and maybe make the major. For Gun 5, the direction is a little bit different, I think, Pavlos. I think there you're looking at some younger names. You're bringing in someone like Lackey, who's already shown that he can actually bring up a team from nowhere, and obviously what he did with Aurora. And I believe that for them, it's all about giving a little bit of time to developing even more young players and showing that you can still be a really hard-hitting team. And for them, instant success, I wouldn't say is a necessity, but I still think they can do it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potential from this young CIS roster. But yeah, we'll be jumping into the game as soon as it is ready. It's highly anticipated, right? Having these two Owen teams playing. And I think there's also a matchup after this that a lot of people are looking forward to. Also, Fnatic versus Monty. Another nice mix, but European mix against each other, which is going to be an interesting match to have a look at. I think having an organization like Fnatic playing at this level, trying to bring up some newer talent as well, having to go through another iteration of its roster. I feel like this is probably one of their strangest teams that we've seen. We've seen some crazy Fnatic rosters over the years, but I think this is up there as one of the most interesting ones.
I think this is the first one I hope succeeds, by the way, because I really do like Fear. And I like BlameF as well. But we're going to have a lot of time to talk about this. Unfortunately, I think we are getting some information that there is some technical difficulties happening in the server right now, folks. So we're not ready quite yet to kick things off with Inferno, when we're going to have to send it into a bit of a technical timeout. Make sure you don't go anywhere though, and I did say a technical timeout instead of a technical pause. Yeah, that's what I meant. We're talking Counter-Strike language right now. We're not the real players, but we still need technical timeouts sometimes. And unfortunately, this is what we're doing right now. We're going to take a bit of a break. We're going to be right back ASAP, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
And we're back. Didn't take too long, and we are here to get things rock and rolling. We had a weird
I always
discussion
have a
behind
smile
the
on my
scene.
face when an Inferno starts. I'm so happy that we're here. That's the only reason I'm laughing right now.
Yeah, totally. No, nothing else happened.
Nope.
Yeah. Behind the scene discussions don't take place. What's that? Voodoo Magic? 9 on the T side, Gun 5 on the CT side, looking to defend what's about to be probably a bit of a mid-exploration.
That's what it feels like. Look at the setup for Gun 5, though. 4 players here. They're just ready. Flash gonna go high. Cielo able to get the first one, make it a double Sedime with another. And 9 are just walking into a blender right now, Pavlos. This is not the best way for you to kick things off on Inferno.
No, it really isn't. And I think it just puts well together the premise that Gun 5 are just consisted of some cracked aimers.
Yep.
And yeah, so very solid and snappy with their aim. And at any moment, they're dangerous. Sure, they don't have the pedigree or the knowledge that some of the players up against them do. But yeah, Counter-Strike is an aiming game after all. So got to watch out for them.
Yeah, pedigree is a really good word to use, but not when it comes down to CAS aimers, right? Those guys don't really give a damn about it. They give a damn about 2 things. The fact that they can shoot heads, and the fact that if they win, they're going to be top 40 in the world, right? And for the side of 9, this is what could be a bit of an issue when you're playing against those guys. If they feel like they can get away with crazy stuff, I mean, if Fine Shine is going to be pushing smokes like he is doing right now, it's good.
Well, Fine Shine ends up with the first pick. I've created a bit of a scary situation because there's only one defender here. Sure, you've got Lack to join and try and assist, but this could get very difficult very quickly. Third player now joins the fray. Smokes out. Oh, one escapes the smoke.
Weird.
Kraken gets the pick on Celta. Ziello needs to be careful. He's been spotted, creating gaps through the smoke with a spray. Still gets away with it. Lucky switches position with his opponent, still gets away with 1. But the damage has been done. 9 have only got 1 player remaining, and there is not much left in the chamber. Gun 5 with just a couple of casualties pick up round number 2.
Yeah, it's an instant shutdown. That was such a weird defense, by the way. Lucky just spent
Right.
such a long time just, hiding inside of the smoke there. Seltzer swings through, hoping to stop the first couple players, maybe set up the bait. Somehow Lucky fires off his entire clip of bullets and had to actually reload. And they let him still get a kill. Then the rifle comes in. I don't know how Gun 5 made this round work like that, but they did. And that was a forced buy for 9. An important conversation to be had as well. As we said, 9 on paper has the bigger names. 9 has the, as you said, pedigree. And they probably are going to be the favorites for a lot of people. Gun 5 has always been an incredibly dangerous to play against Momentum. Show you that they mean business.
Bomb doesn't have the chance to go down. So that's 3 in a row for Gun 5.
It's a dream start for them. That Inferno, as you pointed out, hasn't really been thrown into the mix as much so far for Gun 5 this year. This is, in fact, only the second time we're going to see him play it. The first and only time was a 13-6 win over Ecstatic, and that wasn't even in this edition of the CCT. For the side of 9, of course, numbers are a little bit better. This is, without a doubt, probably the best map, even though they did lose it against Astralis in the 26-28 fashion and against Nexus in an 8-13 fashion. There's been a lot of wins as well. Twice over the Eyeballers, once against the Fluffy Gangsters, once against Ecstatic as well, and once against the Copenhagen Wolves.
A lot of cool names you just listed. Some more serious than others.
Yep. I suspect that you did really like the Fluffy Gangsters, right?
Oh yeah, no, that's a fun name.
Yeah, that's the most serious name of them all.
You know Gabriel Iglesias, the comedian,
No?
calls himself fluffy because he's fat.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's not fat, he's fluffy.
I know
love it.
I know Manny from Ice Age used to say that he's fluffy.
Yeah, that's cool. Yellow, Fine Shine, both of them for pickups. 9 get crumbled. No answer to what Gun 5 brought out. They try to break through mid, but the pincer just works like a charm. Seemingly no solutions left either. Probably to having to give this one away, and an extra piece of this CT side is handed over to Gun 5.
Such a shutdown at the start. Rouse, Kraken. 2 versus 5. Bomb dropped as well. On 20 seconds, you might as well just call it off. Round for Gun 5. 0-5 survive. This is starting to get a little bit worrying now, Pavlos. I didn't want to be the man to say anything like that just, what, 3 rounds in? But now we're 4 rounds deep. They've been able to pick up the pistol. They've been able to pick up a couple conversions as well. The anti-force was good. The anti-eco sure gets a little bit hairy. But now we get into the first buy round. And the terrifying part is, that was the cleanest one of them all.
You're right. Didn't seem to have too much. It's a little bit scary when you've got a team like Gun 5 that at any moment to a smoke and challenge you, whether that's you know, them trying to snowball and drop back a bit. There's a lot of variety brought in. Sure, 9 has a loss bonus fully added, so they're gonna invest into this one again. It's just BobXD that holds on to just an extra bit of cash. But it's a bit of a Hail Mary, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You just don't feel like you want to let them run away with a solid bank and with a lot of rounds to start it off. And I feel like if you're Rouse and Barry, you know you're up against a really momentum-based team as well, right? You know that if your game plan actually starts working here, because they haven't really been able to start a game plan 9, they haven't won a single round, but if it does, you can still have a really good T side here on Inferno. It's not too late for that. And as you said, it is a bit of a chance that you're taking, right? You want to get at least the bomb plan. The fact that you have the maximum loss bonus of $3,400 definitely will help you make a decision like this one and feel a little bit better about it. But if you lose this round without a bomb plan, then you're in a bit of a tough spot.
Stein
He'd spot it.
does not get surprised at all. He's not phased. Not troubled.
Does get tagged down, but there was no one nearby to even attempt to refrag, right? And he knows it. He knows that was just a solo kill. He's out of there. It's now a 5v4. They've been pushed away from Banana, going in towards the A-bomb side, probably hoping that the CTs would have rotated someone away in towards the B-bomb side after getting that first kill, but they haven't. They're all here.
Can 9 make this happen? No flashes left. Has to be dry peaks. Might be some Ferrari peaks as well, given that the Tech 9 is in play. Use that player as cannon fodder. Instead, it's Krag going to go for a slow peek. Doesn't quite work out, but it's BobXD to find the return, and now they try to break through the ace site. 2 players in pit. There was one on balcony. He is.
Oh,
But won't survive for long. BobXD might be turning this round on its head. Rouse comes in and through short just in time. And suddenly not.
looking, and like he is closing in the distance in towards middle. They are walking forward. You know, there's a couple low HP players on the T side. Still not going to be an easy one to bring back.
They know they get a pick. They're definitely in the fight. But without it,
Yuto.
it's hard. 9 playing. 2 players remaining by the end of the round. And finally, 9 put their mark on their T side.
I'm actually surprised the balcony player doesn't drop down under. I'm surprised Yellow is holding on to this angle. This is usually a really difficult position to be playing when there's guys swinging out. Maybe just didn't want to make any sound, right? Didn't want to make any noise. Wanted to make sure that if there was someone in towards the apartments or short, he wouldn't have been heard. But it's a really uncomfortable angle to be stuck in, and it's just unfortunate that Fine Shine goes down. Still, he's able to get a kill, but 9 converting a 3v5. It is one way to put your first round on the board. Double pushing towards the abs though. Gun 5. Sounds exciting. One of them is the Oper.
Finejohn holds the line, doesn't quite connect the shot, tries to go for a second peek, but he might end up regretting it. That's exactly what happens. Fathom with a double now. The A site is exactly where they're looking to be. Mantu aggresses inwards, and that spray down is superb. I think 9 have found a sense of pace that isn't being stopped.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? The last round, the 3 versus 5 that arguably should have been converted by Gun 5 doesn't go their way, and now they go for an aggressive play that gets countered. Kragan does he realize it?
Giving each other a hug.
A bit of a kiss.
Turns out Lackey doesn't like hugs.
Or kisses. Unless it's the kiss of death.
Could be. Why, when you said that, I had the Lady Gaga Judah song come in my mind. I don't know, my brain works in really weird ways, man, honestly.
I love it, because I might have thought about it as well.
Oh, ridiculous. Couple rifles saved here for Gun 5. I don't feel like there's much of a follow-up, though. Sure, Lackey could try and drop something, but it's just best to try and play with just a couple of hero rifles and build up for the next.
Well, this is one way to start things off on your T-side campaign. Let's see what is the next plan. Matsu running up middle with the open hand. Not sure how orthodox that is, but I like it.
Oh, Favon gets to the corner wider, therefore spots his opponent quicker. Favon, he's been great with these double kills in apartments. It's just what you can do with it after. So far, when he's gotten these successes, his team ends up on top. Yellow! That's a 5-7. You're not really allowed.
Before I say latter stages, the entire second half of 2024, they were just kicking them every single time they just kicking them every single time they tried to do anything. And kicking their teeth as well. So quite a painful kick. Not a normal, just, you know, light kick. Full and bulldozer.
I think painful is the word.
I would imagine a kick in the teeth would be painful. I've never had the pleasure of experiencing anything like it.
I would assume so. I think that would be a very safe
Unless we're
assumption.
talking face it. Then I've experienced it multiple times.
I think that would be a very safe
Unless we're
assumption.
talking face it. Then I've experienced it multiple times.
Yeah, you don't go and play face it if you want to boost in confidence, do you?
No.
And
He's got 11k hours of
fiddling with his
Counter-Strike.
inventory.
I'm not taking that. He's got
A big chunk off of him from a spray.
He can just go be. He doesn't believe it, by the way. He's heard the steps, but he's like, surely he's just gonna make a couple steps and come back, right? Surely it's a 1v1. He knew I was right next to him. We saw each other, and he just left.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
this
it's probably
sweat.
like, where's his manners?
That Danish sweat. And look at that position as well from Kragan. He's clearing out Kragan.
Yeah, this is a hard situation to be in. So he's going to have to go for the defuse straight away. I think both of the players will be able to survive off of this. Man, maybe not Kragan. Yeah, he took a bit too much damage by the bomb explosion. But 9 straight back into their successes. Nicely done. 4-4. They found equilibrium.
Yeah, they have. And it's important for Kragan to get his confidence up as well. I probably was one of the most excited people seeing that announcement of Kragan being brought into the 9 team, by the way. And the reason is, I feel like regardless of the last, let's say, between 6 and 8 months when he was on the Gaming Gladiators, when things weren't really clicking, the team was not functioning properly, and thus the results were not great, I do still believe that Kragan's one of the most overlooked Danish players. Still pretty young as well. Only 22 years of age. Made the Copenhagen Major last year with Ecstatic, obviously, before joining the Gaming Gladiators. And
Sure.
for the last couple of years, I've been following his career since the early days on Masonic. I think he's always been a really intelligent player. He's one of those guys that you look at and you know what he does makes sense. And he's always given himself chance in certain situations. Really rarely you're gonna see him just do random stuff. And you'd be surprised how many players actually do random stuff at times.
If anybody watches this level of Counter-Strike, they know it's not that big of a rarity, is it?
No.
Now, Bobixty breaking through here is not something I'd say favors him, but with the pop flash, there is a chance. Goes down in smoke, reveals his position. Yellow fancies checking it out. Let's have a peek. He's spraying, having to turn around right back towards the doorway. Again, the sprays. Yellow seizes a chance to just walk in, and he might end up with a second. No, Favin holds on, keeping things at a stable point.
So cheeky, isn't he? He just waited to hear the spam and then went for the swing. Knew that there was going to be at most one pair of eyes staring at him. Favin's still able to get the refrag though, and he's been really impactful in some of those apartments kills. Problem is, low HP on 2 of those 9 players. The moment that you start making your way into a bomb site, you gotta be really careful about the U2. Good news, Fine Shine is on A, and if you go B, they don't have a single piece of utility.
Now's the front line. And Favin looking to keep players busy towards the A site. Polarized positions, but on 25 seconds, 9 take the decision to just walk into Banana. Lackey high ground for him, Celta as well with enough angle, but he's taking cover as soon as he's flashed. Lackey also blind smoked off for now, but he'll soon be able to see.
Oh.
And that's when Rouse starts to shoot back to declare backside. They've realized Celta is there now, but the first one unable to take the fight to him, Celta. He's strong with 2,
no time.
But is that good enough? It might just be. There is no time to the bomb. The nade gets the pick up on Kragan, and Gun 5 are able to win this round.
It might have been the nade that won him the round, actually. I'm not sure if there was no time. That was incredibly close. That's one of those situations when you see the 4 turning into a 3, and it's literally a 50-50. Kraken could have had it. It might have been the nade to actually steal the round away here from 9. Throw it right back into the pockets of Gun 5. Look at that effort from Celter, though. That double kill is everything that means the difference between winning the round and losing it. The nade on top as well. The icing on top of the cake. 5 on the CT side for Gun 5. They're still keeping this game in control. Rouse smoked past the player.
What is going on? 9 just take over the entire map.
For Christ's sake.
Win on every single front. How about that? B-site fully under their control. Zero trying to catch up. And it does. What's going on? Ted,
Okay.
what have you done to the game?
I don't know. Is it my fault? If it's my fault, I apologize.
Ted, the game's broken.
Yep. Someone get the duct tape. We have a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Duct tape, super glue.
I'm not
It's
sure
true.
he's going to be able to hold on, man. Some of those rounds have been crazy.
I don't know, man. Sounds like 3 ingredients used by most engineers at this point.
Yep. You know how it's done.
Do you know how there are memes like, you know,
Trust me, I'm
there's
an
some
engineer.
damage to an airplane's an airplane's wing, and they you know got to fix it before you take off.
Yeah.
And there's like someone out there with the front wheel, and he was doing something. I was like, oh, what duct tape?
Yeah, you're like, you know what? I'd
scary stuff.
rather actually have the pilot be a kidnapper, and it's a bit of a darker path I think we started to take.
Yeah.
Instead of talking
Yeah,
about
I
Counter-Strike.
don't know
Let's
why
go
you
back to
took it
CS.
there, Ted.
Yeah.
You're breaking the game, taking things to dark directions. Don't know what's up with you today. Still, Celta.
That's what seeing 500 win does to me, by the way. I just get all cynical because I feel like it's too good to be
Delirious,
true.
man. That's fair enough. I'll give you that. I wonder if they have what it takes to win the entirety of that tournament. Still, though, we turn our attention to the main Swiss and this match at hand. Wasn't much in store for Gun 5 this round, just a single rifle. But this game is starting to go really toe-to-toe. Sure, we had 4 rounds shrieked, one after the other for both teams, but now it's a bit of a back and forth.
It's a pretty decent back and forth, I want to say, by the way. I think 9 have done a really good job, but still potentially winning a T side that Gun5 could have run away with. I mean, they could have run away with the CT side, because you pick it to an Inferno, you're probably putting a little bit of trust in your plan on the offense, and the fact that Gun5 were the ones to start it off with a 4-0 lead. Nine have been doing a great job to actually pick it back together. Cielo is on 13-7, and you're still limiting him to having only 5 rounds. Everyone else has been kept fairly quiet. Nine have not done a bad job here on the T side. It's all about winning that last one as well. Money, it's not that big of an issue for Gun5. They're still going to be able to pick up somewhat of a buy, or put together somewhat of a buy for the last one. Gonna see a lot of Yuto being brought into the mix as well, but yeah, I do really feel like this Inferno is a bit of a win condition for Nine going into the series, so you don't really want to see it.
Now there's a chance to stabilize. Not full sets of utility, but something still there for Gun5. Again, Nine, they like to put a lot of pressure down this mid. But the apartment's drop does get spotted before it even begins. Favan gets away with it. How does that even happen? The nade hurts. The nade really hurts. So Nine force their way back out.
He's still alive though, and Fav has been finding so many kills in towards the apartments. Selter is in T-spawn. He's just pushed through the smoke. God forbid they try to go back with the bomb in towards B.
Zelda.
Oh my goodness.
That is absurd.
Oh my god.
And he doesn't shoot.
The bomb's still
He
stuck
doesn't
in middle.
shoot, and it
You'll know
goes
it's a
for the
fake.
banana. No, doesn't get the second one. But you're right, Ted. It does give some extra information over. It's potentially a fake over to the B side. An extra play expended, but the brunt of this defense is kept near A.
They're not moving. Kragan, though, if you're him in this situation, by the way, you're going to give it a bit of a look at it. Nine, it's a great mid-round call. They're just reading into it. The Yuto goes in towards that A bomb side. It's not a B fake, it's an A fake instead. And Gun5 have just bought all of it. Nine walking into an empty bomb side. Sadime starting to realize it now. Might actually be able to catch the bomb on the cross.
Yeah, and with the gunfight 1 over to the A site, you probably will consider this as a retake, a 2v2, a very real possibility. Especially because you've got the call that Favan's probably low here.
Gotta go. No Yuto for the retake. No kid either. You gotta be quick.
2v2 fight in Cathedral. Favan to win the first trade. Lackey. No way. You walk where your teammate just died? No. Finds a pick on the Kragan. He can't believe his eyes. Now Sim needs to realize that there's a player to his right. Lucky. He gets it done. 1v2 clutch. No issue. Shaking off from his shoulders as he grabs another dub for his team.
What a moment for the captain to step it up as well. Nearly brought into the team. As we said, we don't even know if he's going to stay permanently as the new fifth. But he definitely steps it up when they needed him. It felt like Nine did enough. Kragan getting that refrag. Big kill coming out of Sadime, but it's still a 2v2. The moment that you get that first kill out of Fav and you're thinking, okay, it's curtains. It's going to be 7-5 for the T side of Nine, but no. Lucky denies. Isolating both those fights in a perfect way. And a tied up score going into the second half. Gun5 now on the T side. I'm not sure Nine are going to be overly ecstatic with this score anymore. I mean, you can still put up a pretty good fight on the CT side. You still were down 0-4, so in the context of that, sure, 6 rounds doesn't seem like it's too bad for it. But if you offered Gun5 a tied up game as they go into the T side of Inferno before the start of this, I think they would have taken it.
You know how I am enjoying of the simplicities of life.
Sure.
Well, dualies do bring a smile to my face.
Yeah, no utility, only shoot, only pistols, go shoot. Doesn't get more simple than that, does it?
No, not at all.
Abspop could be incredibly scrappy for that mid stack. They have no clue. They're pushing middle. They've missed all of them.
Oh no!
I can't believe it.
That is atrocious.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay, sure. And a Gun5 have no idea how well off they are. They'll realize it once there's that banana crunch. Because look how fast the dime is allowed to go. Because he himself is going
What is
on
going
a hell of
on?
a journey. And it's calling his team. He's saying, guys, B is open, come.
There's two
They're going
more
to back
guys
out. They're
here.
going to go into the whole players that are stacked up in mid. No, what is going on? The bomb is left in front of them. Nine have got the perfect situation, but Gun5 are able to unlock it right back in their favor, having the elevation of balcony still goes their way. What on earth was this pistol round?
What is this game? Is that real life? Is that Counter-Strike? What is going on?
Oh, it's definitely Counter-Strike, Ted.
Yeah, sure. It's some crazy version of it. We're back to 1.6 with the zombie mode. All right. I don't know what that was. What a weird
zombie
round.
mode. The way I pictured the players moving out from mid is like brains, slowly making their way towards banana brains, and then Gun5 turn around towards mid again. Brains. Yeah, sorry. Just animating that for everybody.
That's what I meant when I said it, by the way. So thank you for giving life to my thoughts.
I don't know. You.
A little bit too kind there, folks. Yeah, I agree. It's all about love and support, though. And about shooting heads.
Yeah.
We're
Marginally
running
ahead, Gun5
into a stack.
got a lot here. Yeah, but the nades are doing work.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of work. Smoke drops. Kraken gets given some space. Now there's spray down potential, though. That's when things get scary. Yeah, they've realized it's a stack. Self, though, continues to stick around. He's keeping everybody busy.
You know what?
means-
Screw that. This is perfection from Gun5. What a sick way that is to clear the bracket stack. You double nade the cubby, you molly under porch, and you flash over for another one, and now you're going back B. Rouse, there's nothing you can do about this one, buddy. This round is over. If you're 9, you're just calling this one off. You're saving. Gun5 have just played a textbook round of Counter-Strike.
It's a bit sad when you're just saving a couple of MP9s and some Kevlar, but that's the situation that 9 are in right now. Next round doesn't facilitate a buy for them. Actually, I think this is the first time since the first 4 rounds where there's going to be a bit of a buffer between either of these teams. Gun5.
A bit of a gaffer.
A bit of a gaffer.
Yeah, come over to my gaff.
Oh, this game's unhinged, Ted. What's going on?
Well, I'm blaming this on all our British colleagues because this is where I know it from. I literally had no idea what the word gaff meant before that.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
Yeah, no. Actually, there is a Bulgarian word that is gaff, but it means a completely different thing. It means to have a. It literally means a blunder. Gaff.
You know this? Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I get it. Do you know the show Ted Lasso?
No. Ted Lasso.
It's a terrible show about a football coach in the UK. He's an American that played American football and now he's coaching. a Premier League
I've
team.
seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
They're calling him Gaff.
Well, let's get on with this round, shall we then? A banana. Okay, back in line.
It's an eco for a 9, but Gun5 just told Cielo go kill.
I'm sorry, that went out of control there for a second. It really does look a little bit scary. Just a hard vibe, but he's had a phenomenal performance so far.
No, he's 1 HP, by the way.
Yeah, that as well. I think it was a really important thing for him going into 2025 too, because last year, for anyone Strike, the reason they were such a difficult team to play against, I think, too. One big concern I had with this Gun5 team going into this year was what will happen if some of the best players get picked up, and that happened with Tenier. Zielo did decide to stay, although there were some rumors there. And it really is important for him to be able to establish that level of star consistency on this lineup, because I still feel like Sadime can be his trustworthy number 2, but probably really creative, really fast tempo, really unleashed Counter-Strike, if you will. Does rely a lot on Cielo being able to somehow get away with those rounds every now and then.
I mean, there's a reason they've been building around him since September 2023, right? A lot of flames be thrown out in Banana.
Something that all the youngsters do nowadays. 17, 18-year-old IGLs and Rouse.
And Rouse.
Yeah.
Can't be added to that. He's got like 12 years on the rest of them.
And a lot of gains as well.
It's a good nade. Softens them up just a little bit. It's yellow. No, Mantu rather. Fancying a bit of a peek. But when the smoke fades on balcony, that's when things get a little bit more dangerous. When you've got extra angles that start being put into play. There's a bit of a confrontation now in Banana. It's a fight in a smoke. That eventually Bobxd comes out on top of. But Gunfire are going to seize that opportunity to move into the A site, knowing there's 2 players preoccupied. They're taking their time with it.
Position's coming.
Position. You're right. Reinforcements. Kragan will spray, and he had the right idea for the second player, but Celta does connect onto Rouse. And now they're looking to push into side. Falcon is a bit isolated here. Mantu does end up with a first shot, but still in the middle of the site. Celta overwhelms him from a different direction. 2v2. Kragan close to the fight. You've got help coming in, but you need to be a little bit patient, which is why he drops back. Allows his teammate to come in from behind, and now the pistol is out. It's not good enough. And Kragan draws out a pistol of his own, but 9 are able to get a bit stable now on the CT side.
Yeah, what an impactful round that is from Kragan as well, right? And things are starting to make a lot more sense for 9 now. They push them away from Banana, they get that kill onto Cielo, then you rotate that 4-player back towards the A-bomb side. Rouse, unfortunately for himself, couldn't find a kill, but Kragan is there to compensate with a triple, and Kragan was stuck in a bit of a weird spot there, right? In the same time, you want to run down the planter, which is the right play on paper, with the time being low, but then once you've missed out on that timing and the bomb has been planted, you gotta stay alive automatically. So he found himself in the middle of nowhere with a USP in hand, no bullets in the rifle, having to just jump back and win time, I guess, for Bobxd to rotate back in. It all worked out in the end of the day for him, and a tactical timeout coming out for Gun 5. Of course, you've got a big competition when it comes down to the coaching department as well. We already talked about Barry. Spent a little bit of time on Saw, made Cologne semifinals, which is no small achievement. Then before that, he was primarily famous about what he was doing on Sprout. Played with Rouse twice on different stints of Rouse on Sprout as well across the years. On the side of Gun 5, you have a much more unexperienced coach in an MV. Someone that didn't really have too much of a successful career as a player, played on Grunt for a little while. Don't ask why I know this. He even had a... what I remember, that's a fun fact, he had an Itachi Uchiha profile picture when he was on Grunt. That was back in 2021, 2022. I was doing some GoTV casting back then. So I do remember him. And he's been coaching for a little while. Definitely a lot more unexperienced as of a coach than Barry, but if we're giving him credit for any of the good results that Gun 5 have been getting lately, then he's been doing a good job.
Hasn't been bad at all. No, I think this is the right chance for Gun 5 to hit the A site. This time 9 dedicate a third towards B. Could be a right chance, but 9 know to play a little bit more passive in situations like this, not really give the extra player, buy time for their teammates to arrive, and that's exactly what's happening. Look on the read.
They're so ready. 4 players around that A-bomb site. They're just waiting for them to start going forward, and the Opera's even in position. Mantu's gonna try to open things up.
And that's exactly what he does. First pick goes to him. And now, as they look to drop, Favan is ready to receive. Kragan there to assist. And Shaw's Yellow might have found a bit of an upgrade. Beautiful M4 skin, might I add. A lot of respect is being paid.
To the skin or Zello?
Towards Zello. I mean, you don't want to give a free double kill, or maybe even more. Just a single pick to be collected. Sacrificial Lamb sent in as 9 have equalized yet again.
Yeah, jokes aside, 9 have been playing solid Counter-Strike, as we said. And you did bring something up throughout the first half. It felt like Zello was the one to step it up the most on the side of Gun 5, right? And we had that entire into the bomb sites and double entering if you want to close things out here on the T side, because 9 have come to play Kragan back-to-back multi-kill rounds as well. Good calls, putting yourselves in advantageous positions. Looking solid, and Mantu, what an opening through the smoke. Lucky didn't see it coming.
He did not. 9.
Poor Lucky.
Yeah. He's probably hoping that it was a
Oh.
U instead of an A and a Y instead of a 1. Never lucky. Cielo. Oh, this is sneaky. Rouse is ready for it. He can smell that this is the type of play that Gun 5 like to go for, but it doesn't really matter. Cielo, he nearly got away with 2. And if he did, this round could have been unlocked completely. They know 2 players are heading towards the B site, therefore a quick adaptation with 1 minute on the clock towards the A site.
Favin's still here though, alone. Molly, Smoke might not want to give away his position, but they're going to be really vocal about this, really noisy. Favin needs to get a kill, not able to get a single one.
And just like that, there's a whole turnaround. Gun 5 has flipped this round on its head. The A site is completely under their control, and 9 are trailing.
You got to call it off. Mantu's with an AWP, 50 HP. Kragan is alive, sure, but the money's not even that solid, right? You've been picking up rounds, but not all of them have been clean. You've still been losing 2 or 3 players occasionally. That's why you tried to stress out how important it was not to give Cielo any kills in the last round when he had that solo M4 on the bomb site, right? But he still was able to get one. And just constantly getting those guns out of the hands of 9 now makes them respect you. Gun 5 are going to regain their lead. And again, they did require a Cielo double kill on the entry.
True. I don't think Kragan would have minded a second kill there.
I don't
Very
think
nearly.
Kragan had to do that. I'm not sure if he needed it. Because this is... I understand. If you get those kills, the money of the D's is going to be miserably low. But now your money is miserably low. And you're going to have only 1 M4 going into this round alongside the AVP. And this is a round in which you get a force.
Otherwise,
You
he
understand the
would have-
perspective. If he gets both kills, it's great. But the risk felt like it was a little bit too big.
That's fair. Timeout coming out to maybe assess those decisions. Gun 5 incrementally seem to be gaining the lead more score-wise. It's always them trying to play catch-up. And what's the...
Always it's a tied-up game and really close and you're exchanging rounds. It just drains. 5 who've had a couple leads, sure, once 9 were able to pull passes. Thankfully, they still have managed to pick up yet another opening in towards middle. That's twice now he's been able to do that.
Indeed. Solid nade damage on both sides, actually.
Shadow's out.
Oh, the flash from Kragan is superb. And Bob XD is well coordinated with it. He ends up getting 1, but that's more than they can ask for. Bomb left behind, but Gun 5 still pursuing the push into B. They've realized they need to go back and collect it.
What do you call? Where do you go? You still have the utility, proper utility for a B execution if that's where indeed you want to finish. And Kragan has got just the 5-7. Rouse is down to 50 HP with an MP9. Sure, Kragan's got a molly. But if they execute B right now, they're avoiding both rifles. This is the best case scenario for Gun 5.
I mean, Kragan reveals he doesn't have the optimal weapon for the situation, but still gets a kill? Come on. Come on. Okay, well, yeah, call this round over. Gun 5, you're losing this one.
Hold on.
But unless I've spoken too quickly, fine shine. He's taking a bit of damage from that nade. And more so now, he just doesn't have the
1v1.
confidence to go for the bomb plant, but they
my
are
goodness.
going in isolated. That is not what you want. Fanshine has been given a gift, but Mantu takes it right from his hands.
They're so lucky they got away with this one, 9. So fortunate. What a blunder that would have been. What a blunder that could have been. What a blunder that should have been, probably. Fineshine just tries to play it with a little bit more confidence, I guess. I'm not sure if they realized that there was a lot of Yuto coming in from CT, and if he was 100% sure that's where the Opera was coming from. Could have prioritized the plan, probably. Now you're left with little to no money, and they're forcing back. Fineshine's the only one leaving himself with a little bit of cash. Gun 5, they want to try and reset 9 back. They know they inflicted the damage.
That's some damage from the MP9. Somehow the eco is a lot stronger than it should be. Sure, the players are low, but they've traded out equally. Molly avoided by Sadime. He's aggressed, but so will Kragan. And he's got more bullets to spray across that smoke, and nades will just do the final damage onto Ziello. I think this is Nine's opportunity to find the lead.
Should be their opportunity to close it out as well, right? Seltzer in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Faven has rotated away, so Seltzer could get into a couple 1v1 fights here, especially if Kraken gets a little bit over anxious and walks into the bomb site. Thankfully, you've got the Oper who's locked him in. Man2 with the kill, 9 with the round, Gun 5 with the reset.
I think these rounds are getting increasingly more chaotic. There are a lot of skirmishes and smokes.
They are, yeah. Welcome back to the carnage.
Taken. Yeah, I feel like they're sort of hoping they can get the better end of some very risky fights. Not really a sustainable strategy.
No, definitely isn't. But you know what is entertaining? That's one thing it is.
True.
You never know what's gonna happen. Will Kraken get a triple? Will Gun 5 clutch up a 1v5? Or will an aeroplane fly right through Inferno and just crash in the middle of it? I don't know what's up with planes and crashes today, and me.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the past month. Crazy. I was thinking that as well, like, what's going on? Air traffic control, hello? Yeah, just a random thought.
Yeah.
Very random. We're watching Counter-Strike and then we're like bonding over the amounts of plane crashes recently.
Let's not bond over that.
Yeah, weird. But yes, we're not making this a bonding moment, don't worry. Nine again seem to have a decent read on this, having a third player available for the A site, but again, you don't really have anyone to control library. You've got Kragan moving in that direction.
That's still tricky. If Sadime is somehow able to catch someone off guard, kill the Oper, or get the kill onto Faben, this could still get hairy.
Fine Chan's the only one with an AK, so the one most capable of the damage. Man2's able to look away from the flash and re-peeks at the right moment. So yeah, this is going to be a hard one for Gun 5 to take over now. Pretty much impossible, especially when Man2 is unleashed. The final kill doesn't really go his way. He nearly dies himself. The Celta finds himself an upgrade. But Sadime, his position is well telegraphed. Boom goes the dynamite, and kaboom goes Sadime's body as well.
I don't think you're gonna feel like you played the cleanest map of Counter-Strike if you're 9 and you still end up winning it, but you know what, a win is a win, and we'll get 2 opportunities to close. At least we can say it's been a team effort. Kill distribution looking pretty decent for the international side. Bob XD, bottom fragging with 11, Kragan top fragging with 17. All 5 players in between 6 kills. That speaks volumes about the team effort on the side of Gun 5. It's not quite the case, with Ziello just being head and shoulders above everyone else, or ahead of everyone else. Rouse taking a lot of damage early on from the Yuto, but still able to get a headshot through the smoke.
That's not too bad, is it? And so much banana control. Bob XD can sense that he's got
crazy.
something lurking here. Man2 holding the line, and he's not going to miss that shot. Adjust onto the wall, it's enough damage.
Oh.
Ooh, Faven! Lightning fast reactions, because I think Celta saw him first. No way he got spotted the other way around.
B's open.
Keeps things within the realm of reason, though.
2v5.
2v3, and 3 players out of the 5 on the server are really low.
That's terrifying. There's no way 9 don't close it here. That was a 2 versus 5. Bob XD pushes through a smoke. Faven swings second middle, and suddenly it's Rouse, Man2, and Kragan left. And Kragan's the only one not in the red sector, not in a critical condition. Lucky. We'll get tagged down by the Yuto. Rouse is still hiding towards the back of the bomb site. Lucky might try and throw in a bit of a fake. The thing is, Kragan is not moving around for anything. He's just gonna stay in towards the apartments for no life or money. Is he switching his position? Man2, though, might do so. And he's reading into the B play. 9 are 1 step ahead.
I know Mantu's got an orb, but I'm just looking at the nade. He's got the line of fire covered, but that could get easily smoked. Once it's smoked, though, he can just shove it up an HG and do a lot of damage. Oh, fall short of the mark, and Rouse does end up dying.
There's no way.
I think there is a way here, Ted.
There's no bloody way. Kraken's still 100 HP. Should get the kill onto Fine Shine. There's no way Fine Shine wins that fight with a Galil.
Oh, moves into the smoke. Avoid it. Kraken reveals himself. Oh, this is getting troubling. Fine Shine. He's moving across. He's got the information available. Realizes one player backside. Fine Shine's able to find the first shot. Turns around. Doubles up. That is the round for Gun 5. And they shall continue to survive on Inferno.
There's no way. There's no way you don't convert this round. This is absolutely crazy. What a comeback from Gun 5. That was a 2 versus 5. Look at that. A 2 versus 5 on 10-12. One player pushes through a smoke. Another swings second middle. Rouse doesn't get a kill from the back of the side. And it ends up being down to a 1v1 between an Oper and a Galil. How did Gun 5 win that? How are we still on Inferno?
Science waves their hands in the air. Like, yeah.
Forget about the Venom movies. This is where the real carnage is. And it's in all of them.
Oh, yeah. No, I feel you,
In all
man.
of us.
It's definitely been passed on. Yeah.
I almost regret the fact that we don't have player cameras for this one, because I feel like there would have been some pretty vocal expressions on the faces of 9 after this previous round.
True. Do we only get face cams for playoffs?
I think so, yeah. One thing we don't have, which I'd love, is to have face cams for coaches.
Ooh, yeah.
I think Barry would be losing his mind right now.
Yeah. All that comes to mind to me is just Gobby. Truly one of the most animated coaches in Counter-Strike.
That's why you love him. That's a great smoke. I want to learn that lineup, Seltzer.
Yeah, do that again. Oh, no.
Sometimes happens. You know what? It happens to the best. We're going to let him off the hook. Everyone fails you, so. Sure. See? He's going to smoke it off the second time. Not sure that's the right one.
I'll flash out.
It is. Okay. That's what they wanted to do.
Oh, Mantu's found himself a bit of higher ground, and he might want to use it to his
Does this walk
advantage.
through?
Bob XD. Oh, he's made a lot of noise.
Didn't hear
but
him?
somehow Celta doesn't turn around in time. Oh, dear. Everybody wonders, was that not audible for him? Still, Rouse on the back line gets there soon enough, and Zello is now left on the hot seat. Not able to deliver against Kraken on the site, and there were even more players there as a guarantee 9 by the skin of their teeth solidify their own map pick. And Inferno goes their way. Anubis up next. Stay tuned, folks, as we'll be back very soon after this. Gun 5 and 9 are already a map in, with 9 barely able to make Inferno their own. But we're entering another domain now. We're entering Anubis, and this is where things are looking to change, where potentially Gun 5 can bring some sort of a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like map number 1 left us scratching our heads a little bit. I feel like the main reason was there was a lot of scrappy rounds. There was a lot of things that probably should have happened that didn't, and a lot of things that shouldn't have happened that did happen. For those of you that missed it, I would just put it out there and say it was just carnage. It was entertainment, but it was carnage. In the end of the day, we draw the line. We say 9 picked up their map pick. they're probably going to be quite happy with it, regardless of the fashion in which they did it. Gun 5 had a couple good moments, but all in all, I feel like 9 was the better team from a team perspective. And I honestly feel like going into Anubis, regardless of, you know, the record and the numbers going heavily in favor of Gun 5 when it comes down to this one, if you look at it on paper, they've actually... they actually haven't played it too many times so far this year, right? There's a big discrepancy between the experience of one team and the experience of others. In reality, 9 have played 8 Anubis maps so far in 2025. They have lost 5 of them, sure, but they've won 2 out of their last 3 games, and they have been showing some improvement. You're looking at Gun 5. It looks shiny, but they've actually played it only twice so far this year. And it was a 13-10 over Aurora and a 19-17 over Rush B. So when you're talking about Anubis in context, I feel like the story is Gun 5 still have a good record on it, but 9 have a lot more experience. They have been improving. They have been winning lately when it comes down to Anubis. I don't think it's past 9 to actually have a good Anubis performance, and they do have a couple players that even from an individual point of view enjoy the map.
Yeah, I think that's a really important aspect of it, right? Especially given that you've won the previous map. It was essentially a comeback. I know it was very incremental. I know it was very slow, but it was always 9 playing catch-up. It was only towards the end that they were able to bring up a lead. So I think that's a bit of a confidence booster. You know, they're able to make it across a mountain in a way. It might not have been a mountain. It was a bit of a hill in that way. But you've got that sense of accomplishment. And if you have that little bit of likeness to and fondness towards Anubis, it's definitely... a map which you will bring a good performance, and that's what I'm really looking forward to here. I think we both agree that this is not going to be a landslide. I think this is going to be very similar to Inferno, where it could go either way.
Yeah, I feel like Rouse has always been a good in-game leader when it comes down to Anubis. Always a good IGL to go when things are working out as well. Game plan for Rouse and Barry definitely will be solid going into this one, and of course, Gun 5 still the favorites, even according to Stake, but I do feel like 9 have the potential for an upset here. Smokes go in. It's going to be a B-pop. Let's get it.
Indeed. We've already got the breakthrough by BobXD. Fine China's revealed himself. Nice little flick. Spent some time in some aim trainers. But even then, Gun 5 have got the advantage, and I've already got all the rotations over. Smoke dropped at the back 9 are vacating the premises. Enough of that. They're heading to A.
Yeah, Mantu's just going to watch the rotations here. This is such a weird round. I mean, you felt the smoke. You didn't feel safe enough to go for the bomb plan. Mantu just wants to make sure he doesn't go down too early, and if he's able to move back into a more passive angle, it would be good. One ESP walking right into him. Zello gets a double. BobXD with the refrag, but Zello's done enough to put his teammates in a winnable 2v1.
I mean, and Gun 5 have still the good idea that BobXD is probably heading towards the B site again. Or do they? You still want to play with both players bunched up together. You still want to have that 1v2 but never take individual fights, because that's when things get risky. You're taking 50-50 exchanges. So they've done the right thing to group up, with BobXD having the best case scenario in his hands with a vacant B site ahead of him.
You will get the bomb plant, so bonus money will come in for the next. We'll take his time clearing out all of those angles, and in fact, you'll never be 100% sure, but any moment now the penny's gonna drop, he's gonna know, and so they will. Lucky does have a kit, and BobXD is actually walking right in towards them.
This is a good read. He's good to connect with the next one. But, yeah, Sadame does come through and extremely quickly finds his crosshair on his opponent's head. But this first shot, that's a nice one. It wasn't that big of a flick as I anticipated, to be honest, seeing it in slow motion. But it looked impressive as on the go.
It is impressive. There's a jumping Glock running at you close range. Most of the time, the USP wouldn't get the kill. I think if you're 9, you want to make sure, obviously, everything's going to be in check. You still get a bomb plot. You lose the pistol. You get 4 kills. That's all right. The fact that there's a failed smoke when it comes down to the pistol round is probably not ideal, right? You don't want to have failed utility on that T side. You don't want people to be disfocused. You don't want to have those little things. So it's kind of good that it doesn't punish you too badly, even though it didn't let you plant the bomb there, and you did lose 1 player to it. Still good effort from BobXD there. He's going to be on an AK-47. Another B-pop probably coming in. This time with a couple players out of connector as well from 9.
These rounds is taking a lot of damage. already, and the cross hasn't even just come through. Kragan barely makes his way across. Faven able to get some damage through. And the turnaround when Lackey needs to reload, this round has been flipped on its head.
Look at the HP.
3 remaining 9 players are low, though. You need to be wary of that.
Oh, one player is just walking out of tempo right now, but Zelo and walking closer. Spamin gets baited, doesn't clear Faven, but still does not mean a thing. As he gets the kill in the end, and it's a pretty similar situation to the last one. A 9 player in a 1v2 with a bomb on his back, trying to go somewhere else. Rouse on 4 HP. Fine Shine is incredibly low, but Gunfire not playing this one together, and this is a little bit risky. Rouse,
It is.
if he catches good timing, he could get a kill and plant the bomb. And if he kills, there's no way. Surely Zelo's gonna think about Mido being a possibility. Surely.
Perfect case scenario.
Oh no.
No! He turned around, but he reacted on time. Is he going to go for the upgrade or go towards the B site instead? Usually you think the 2 players are bunched up together, but Rouse isn't seeing it. No one's around. Oh, but the player's coming in from Palace. Is he going to expect this? No, he will not. And there wasn't much HP on him. So Fine Shine will clutch this. It shouldn't be this labored, but it was, as Fine and Gun 5 rather gets a second round on the board.
That's the thing, right? If you're Rouse in this situation, you get this kill. You're probably sat at home screaming, okay, you should just go and plant the bomb. You probably expect them to be together. But the weirdest part is, if you hightail it back A, you know you're not getting a bomb plant, right? Because he's gonna hear you every step of the way. If he's on the A bomb side, there's no way he's letting you plant the bomb. If he was CT, or if he had a crest in towards B lobby, or pushed in towards connector, and maybe that's the reason Yellow's turning around in towards temple, you could still get a bomb plant if he's B. That's the reason he sticks to the B bomb side, but it was just so difficult to read into exactly what was going on. And as you said, you probably don't think they would go to different parts of the map. Still 9. We'll reinvest with the money. Bob XD, gotta be careful. Push comes in. Holds mouse. 1 able to get a double. And some time with the refrag, but Bob has done more than enough.
He has. He's not the push for now. But the mid fight is where Celta needs to step up. Doesn't take long for Manta to get dropped, and Celta's able to jump on top of most of those bullets. Goes in for another. Takes 2 before he drops. Yeah, these Gun 5 individuals are cracked.
They really are. We're talking about a supportive element in Seltzer as well. He's still able to get away with a big sequence. So time is pushed. He hasn't seen them fall back. Lucky's position is so difficult to clear out. Though, are you ready for this angle that late into the round? Apparently you are.
Yeah, apparently so. I mean, you had a double player push, right? So one player is always able to check the opposite corner of the one you're peeking. So already hard ask, but Sadame has made this perfectly within the realm of reason. Touching the bomb, escaping. And Kragan is starting to wander, spraying. This reveals his position. Sadame as well has to spray back, try to find that odd headshot. Back on the bomb again. Figures out where he is eventually. And Sadame will end up again with a clutch.
I don't know what's going on, man. If you ask 9 right now, they have no clue how they're down 0-3 and they haven't picked up a round. It doesn't feel like it, does it? It doesn't feel like a 3-0 lead for Gun 5. Every single round has been a 1v1. On the B-bomb side as well. Every single one of them. 9 just can't win a clutch. They bite round after round. That was a 2v1 even. They had the advantage in this one. And they still can't do it. They still can't pick up a clutch. Every single time has been a B plant 1v1 clutch that goes in favor of Gun 5. This is crazy. And they're going B again.
Not without some initial A-site elements. But Gun 5 take precedence. First 2 kills go their way. Sure, there's one in retaliation, but does that draw enough attention? Gun 5 only have 1 defender now towards the B site.
They're not rotating either. They're afraid of this being a potential mid to A play, right? That's why they're taking their time with it, and that's going to allow 9 to actually make their way into the bomb side. Still, gotta get the kill in towards connector. Lackey all alone, Kragan with a big find.
You could tell Lackey was not expecting to see someone pop out in front of him straight away. couldn't adjust on time, and now we're back to a 3 versus 3 on site. Every single one of the players are on the server, and currently around this bomb plant, it does end up going down, but still, it's the CT side that ends up with most of the kills. Keeping close track, the Rouse catches up. Celta, ring around the Rosie, trying to hide, poke and prod, but it's still Gun5 finding the lead. Rouse is required to clutch this. The IGL trying to get a 1v2 across, but no clutch shall go in Nine's direction this game. Gun5 have got it all under control.
It is B again. Man, what is going on? What is the case with that B bomb side? I don't know. I don't know what to say right now. I think this is the first time in my life I've seen something like it. 4 consecutive 1v1s on the same bomb site in a post plant, and all 4 of them go in favor of one team. What do Nine need to do to win a round?
They're probably asking themselves that question.
It is different people as well. It's different people that have had their shot at it. BobXD had 1, Rouse has had 2, Kraken was thrown into 1 as well. There's a couple of them.
I think. Yeah, Gun5 are never out of this. And they're showing it, even though they're a map down. They're hungry to get on Ancient and try to work for that 3-0 in this Swiss stage.
I think that really is the first time I've seen a team win 4 consecutive rounds on the CT side, losing 4 players every single time. It is impressive. If you're just tuning into the game, you see a 4-0 lead on the CT side for Gun5, you're saying, wow, apparently Nine are not up to scratch. Well, I wouldn't say so. They still can't win a round. Maybe now.
Maybe they need a moment like that. Maybe they just need someone to pop off. BobXD gets 2, but he still feels the need to go even further because he keeps Gun5 busy on that A site while the rest of the team tries to break through on B. This time, it's a successful breakthrough, and they have double the amount of players available for this post plant. Gun5 will surely call this off.
Just don't give them the chance to even go for a retake, I guess. This is the way to do it. I don't think that makes them really give it a look in. Celta is far away. And you still have no money. Nine finally get around.
You're right. But in my head was already racing at that moment. My head was already saying, please don't peek him again.
Yep.
Because if they do, and Gun5 get, that feeling to approach the site, everything we've seen so far would have told us that there would have been another clutch on the cards. But no.
Yep.
Finally, Nine have been able to illustrate that they can win rounds on this T side.
I mean, it would have been crazy to see BobXD on an 8-5 scoreline where he doesn't have a single round. Or Rouse on 6-4 in that matter as well. They just had too many decent rounds to not have a single one on the board. Out of Anubis already feels like a really good result, but the fact that your money is in a tough spot, you probably have to force up going into this one, and Nine know it. If Nine end up getting 2 in a row, that 2 might become a 3, and from that 3, you never know. They could go far with that T side. There still is potential. Let's not forget, those rounds have been incredibly competitive. That could have easily been a 4-0 game for Nine, and now a 5-0. So it's not like they haven't had good calls. It's not like they haven't been able to get to the bomb sides. It's the finishing touches they've been missing.
Spreading out early. Not showing any intention early to take a fight.
Big nade. Good damage. Faven now could go down to those pharmacists a lot easier, even to the pistol. Lucky still in towards connector though. This is going to be a switch up. They try and go in towards the A bomb side the first time that they feel they have the opportunity to actually have a big advantage over Gun5 financially, and they're just going to welcome them with a 3-man stack. They're ready for this.
Could have gone wrong. Could have been a potential pickup on his own teammate, but somehow Gun5 get the better end of that. Bomb now in front of him. They know exactly what to do. Fine Shine keeps on winning these fights. He's accumulated 3 kills so far. Raul's alone. Now he's won a clutch before.
That would be a big one. Look at the angle from Celta. Rouse doesn't even see him. No idea, and he was getting wrapped by the pistol as well. Feinstein with a triple kill out of hell. That combo, by the way, with the HE and the Famous, that was so sick from Feinstein. It felt like they were just going to capitulate in towards that A lobby. The first kill doesn't go their way. Feinstein gets one, and you're thinking, well, sure, okay, they're just going to run them down. They're just going to walk in, get the kills, take the bomb site by storm, but Feinstein says no, locks it down with the FAMAS. Now it's a 5-1 lead for the CTs. Now, I am afraid, Pavlos, even if 9 start winning rounds, and even if they produce one of the best T-sides we've ever seen on Anubis, there still isn't a world in which Gun5 are not going to be happy with 5 CT side rounds. And they might get even more.
Not. Yeah. There's massive potential for them to keep it going. Because again, you get a win against 9 here, you know, they economically struggle again. That's even more potential to keep it going. Favin, oh, we can hear his opponent's feet burning up next to him. Nade will follow up, doesn't get the pickup, but that's a lot of space control. Gun5 respect it and spend a 4th player to defend that B bomb site. Look at this, Lackey wanting to go for another fight here. Favin will call for reinforcements, but they don't really arrive on time. Both Gun5 players who take fights end up coming out on top. Only BobXD capable of trading something. But little by little, it feels like 9 are running out of resources, but Celta might have given them a gift.
That was wild.
Surely.
That was so wild. Celta just completely tunnel vision. Trying to chase one player down, didn't realize that the second could be there as well. Offered his life away for free, and as you pointed out, now if you end up losing the round, this is going to be on him. And he knows it. He's hoping his teammates are going to be able to convert. Good news is the T's don't really have a lot of util, don't really have too much to throw into this. Oh, player spotted.
Yo, no, that's not what you want from Mantu. Well, more likely than not, he would have died anyway. But still a 1v1.
What?
And the spraying from Mantu's yellow, the panic jump. Oh no, that's not what you want. But at least 9 can win a clutch.
Please tell me that was a misclick. Please tell me you didn't intentionally want to jump peek into him.
No,
I don't want to believe.
The mouse wheel.
I hope, for logic's sake, for goodness sake, I hope he didn't mean to do that. But Celta, I mean, what is this game, man? What this is trying to reach some NAPM cal levels right now. The TK, the jump, it all doesn't make sense. But I like it in a really weird way.
I mean, it's always Counter-Strike, isn't it? Nice little pop flat from Celta. Works out. These weapons from the CTs are actually managing to put a lot of damage through. Still 9 have found an opening to the A site. Very quick on their feet to make that opening work for them. They still have a 3v4. They should be able to have the advantage now. They can just defend the bomb from exploding. Gun5 will have multiple positions to push through.
It's not an easy one to retake, even though you have the man advantage. No kit means that time is going to be of the essence, and there still is a couple rifles on the T side. Molotov gonna slow them down even further. They gotta get a move on.
They really do. Who's going to be the first one to make a step? It seems that Lackey will try to break through. Celta's right behind him, but Mantu's covering the line, and he will be able to get 1 out of the 2 onto the side already. Rouse making that Mac 10 close really dangerous, and from a distance, Mantu just keeps on giving. Gun5, they started off the round nicely. It looked like they would have upset, but 9 were quick to think in the mid-round, and it pays off.
So, can we really have that conversation without being lunatics? Can we say that if 9 get all the rounds until the end, they're gonna be happy? I think it's just been a really difficult game. They've just lost too many rounds at the start. Because honestly, you can see a way that 9 just pick up the slack from here on out, right? There's been some good calls, there's been some clean rounds, sure, a lot of scrappiness as well involved, but now Gun5 have been reset financially. This is probably gonna be 9 getting a 4th on the board. How many? Does that number of rounds that actually satisfies 9 when the first half exists, Pavlos? Or is it too late already?
I don't think it's late at all. I mean, 5 is not an impossible number to come back from. And especially if they're able to get these early trades, they're on fire again. I think at the start they just got a little bit overwhelmed and too carried away to take those individual fights Gun 5 were sort of baiting them into. They figured out how they want to play it now. And things are starting to work in their favor, little by little. So yeah, I think that answers your question.
All right, so we believe Find Shine, Flash, USB. There's one more. He's picked up an AK. What is going on? There's no way they would have 2v5 like that. Please hold my hand.
If I could, I would. You're just so far away, Ted. The round of this.
Good God. Good God.
What's going on, Bob
They're
XD?
double B.
Oh, they don't see his position. And he ends up winning both fights. What on earth is going on today?
Wipe the sweat off of your foreheads, boys. That was a close call. That was a... What am I watching?
He didn't even mean to pick up Kraken there, by the way.
What is
He didn't even want to get the Kraken
honesty,
pick.
in all seriousness, what the hell is that? How do you draw the line between this being a 2-0 main Swiss game for VRS points and just being a Face It premium game? Where is the line? Does it even exist?
As someone who's peaked Face It 5 and DMG, I can't speak for this.
You know what? I will. That is atrocious. Oh, man. Gotta love it. I bet the players right now don't believe how scrappy of a game that is, by the way. That's one of those moments. You're involved and you don't know what to do in order for it to stop. You just don't know. It feels like it's out of your control even. Nine still get their 4th round on the board. Find Shine. They know he's ahead of the user. Should be a dead man walking. That's a nice break coming out of Mantu. Zelo still pushing in towards the carpets though. We'll get another one of the extremity players. And now if you're 9, you're pretty forced to actually make a move in towards middle. You know you've been found out as well.
History has taught us anything this round is far from over, though. Anything could disturb the waters. And Gun 5 spread out. Could be in trouble. Lucky, that's a very smart decision of him to just drop back here. There's no reason to be a front-facing engagement, and he can just be the extra player wherever he's needed. But 9 might just want to go for the chase, and Rouse, you can sense that he wants to go deep here. Lackey reveals his position. You just want to be careful not to overstep. You're welcome. Mantu's so quick to react to that. And now there's one player backside and is extremely low. So Dame tries to hold on the back side angle. Oh, they do not check him. There's potential for him to get so many pickups here, but the retaliation from Rouse comes on time. 2v2. Bomb to go down, and Rouse is holding the right angle to try and defend his teammate's life. It works like a charm. Favin in the fight. It's scrappy, it's messy, but it's 9 to come out on top.
It's the first one that makes a lot of sense though for 9, right? You clear out the mid player like that. You knew that Feinstein was trying to be sneaky and play ahead of the U2. You lose your first player in towards the extremities. That's why you said Kraken back kick. He gets dealt with by Zello as well. Then you kill Zello and you're just not ready for the other player. It's all about the Heaven guy just spotting him out. It's all about Mantu just looking. Rouse with an instant refrag, and what a round that was from the IGL in the kill department. That's why we praised him so much. Rouse has been single-handedly keeping 9 alive here. And he is the reason they might be able to even get away with a 7-5 at the end of this one. Failed Molly. Not great.
No. Did this game begin 4-0 or 5-0? 4-0,
4,
right?
yeah. 4-0,
okay.
then 4-1, and then a 5-1.
Now 5-5. If things go within the order of how they are meant to go in, this should be a 5-6.
You never say that. They've stacked B. You monster.
And that's where 9 are looking at push.
You monster.
Oh no, the Counter-Strike gods today. They woke up and they said, let's give them a shot.
Alright everyone, get ready. There's gonna be a car crash and... Oh, hold on a second. They're walking away. Okay. Accident dodged for now. I was gonna make a really bad joke. You want to hear it?
About a car crash?
Yeah.
Maybe you have a chance later in this game. I don't think it's over just yet. Maybe hold on to it.
Did you hear about the car crash? There was a truck with cheese that was involved. The debris was everywhere.
Come on, Ted.
Come on, they've won the round. It wasn't that awful. I'm not the one that came up with it.
I mean, look, I've seen worse things today and heard things worse than that. So you're okay. Chill. It didn't deserve a laugh out loud moment from me, though.
No. It wasn't that good.
No.
Yeah, it was like
Maybe someone out there appreciated it more than I did.
I
maybe.
think so. No, some of those jokes make you. I mean, some of those jokes just don't carry the atmosphere with them, right? It's like the restaurant over at the moon. They said it's got zero atmosphere.
Damn it.
Going all in, baby.
Gunfight is like I saw Sadaim there, and I was like, no smoke available, no kit. You know,
shot.
is there a world he goes for something sneaky here, but he doesn't. 9 will end up on top as they should, but truth be told, the fact that Gun 5 started this round with just 5 pistols and they end it with 2 rifles, that's not too bad. But it is the last round of the half, so does it really matter?
Yep, then a tactical timeout coming in. 9 trying to actually stress out enough how important this round is. You get a 7-5 lead after you were down 0-4 to 4 consecutive 1v1s. You won't be feeling like you're on the receiving end, right? Sure, you probably believe that you could have had a lot more. And in all seriousness, Pavlos, we have been joking around a lot. I don't think 9 have played a bad T-side here. I think bar once or twice when there's been some failed Uto. Other than that, the executions have been really clean. They've been really well drilled. Entry pathing has been good. The majority of the calls have been good. They haven't been rushing into things. Just a lot of unfortunate moments, I want to say, for the side of 9, and obviously the individuals on Gun 5 take nothing away from them. They've been doing their absolute best to try and punish and take advantage of those situations, but 9 have looked like the team in control, even though the score might not suggest so.
Ooh. Not too bad from Faven. Feinstein does find the trade, though. And now you start to wonder what the game plan is from 9, because the early poke and prod has been a theme of this first half. The decision of where to hit comes later, and it seems they are B-site lenient. A-site lenient, sorry.
Grouping up. Double pushing towards A, though. They feel uneasy right now. Leaving middle. Only one player on A, or only one player on B, sorry. They're going to double push. They get the kill to Bob. Do they realize there were so many players right behind them, though? They didn't see anyone else.
No. You might even think that was a lurk, sort of a fake play. Someone to keep you busy, which is why they've been asked to move into mid, and they vacated the premises. 9 walk right in.
Back turn.
They feel like guests to someone else's home, and they just make it their own. Damage onto Zello, that's a great nade. Followed up by a smoke to block them out entirely. The bomb goes down and it's a 3v3.
There's the patience shown as well. Retake comes in. Utility available, no smoke, but they do have the kits.
Lackey looking to move in first. Can he find Kragan at the back pillar? Molly thrown out. He gets funneled out, but it doesn't really matter because he ends up on top and still alive to tell the tale. Mantu, really crucial position. Up close, personal, fine shine. He's not going to want to take this fight. He's lost both of these supporting aspects. Draws out the Deagle as a final Hail Mary. This is the last round of the half. Has to give it his all. But the round is over. No time to it. Boom goes the C4 as 9 find a 7-5 half go their way.
Yeah, and this is a great recovery coming out of 9. Let's remember how this half started. Let's remember how this game started. That was a 4-0, a 5-1 lead for Gun 5 on the back of the clutches. 9 stay calm. They stay collected. Same way that they did in this round, by the way. They lose Bob XD. No one rushed into it. They all realized, okay, this is a double push. If they want to keep going forward, we're going to have a chance to meet them with 3 guns. If they want to go backward, which they did, we might have an opening, and it was just the timing they were not ready for. Lovely work by Kragan there in the post plan as well to get that headshot with the AK. You get a 7-5, you get the second half pistol round. There might be something on that Anubis for you, 9. It's Gun 5 on the T side though, so you gotta get worried. You probably will be tested a little bit more.
pistol. Nine have decided to go for a bit of a walk outside of B. Kragan wants to go even further. Feinstein sticks around, keeps them busy. And that's the bomb called off to move direction. No, goes back. They want to double down on this.
They
They realize there might be a weakness point towards Connector. I might want to exploit it. Mantu reads it though. Early pickup goes to 9.
Yeah, and they're falling back right now. They still have 3 people here. The bomb is coming. They can hear the steps. They know it's coming.
Kragan want to take this fight back to them. Repositions, only good for the 1. But the damage has been done already. Now Gun 5 look to move back in. Feinstein does stabilize. Make that even a greater advantage for them. And 9 need to readjust. What do they do here? They know of Rouse. Not quite a Bob XD. So he needs to win this duel. He does, but Feinstein up close. And he has a bit of an off angle. Not deep, not wide. So that's why it's easy for him to get that pickup. Ooh, sideline pickup. Peeks past through Rouse, ends up collecting him, and the second pistol of this game goes to Gun 5 as well.
The B-bomb side just hasn't been kind enough tonight when it comes down to the post plants, and the clutch is right has it. Feinstein just going absolutely nuclear with the Pit 250. Look at the taps. And Bob XD did put in a lot of effort winning that fight against Lucky. Made you believe for a second, but look at that. You think Feinstein, instant headshot. They went for a bit of a combo on the last ones. Yellow dinked him. Feinstein was the one to end it up. And 9, they go for a force buy, but they're up against the B-rush.
That they are. Mantu deciding to push through, but Amoli sets in front of him. And Gun 5 want to be decisive with this one. Sure, 9 have got a bit of a stack going, but sure, if you go a 5v5 head-to-head against a team with 4 AKs, maybe 2 AKs and 2 Galils, it's not going to go too well. A force buy from 9 that had potential, but gets shut down very, very quickly.
All right.
Maybe not so quick.
Yeah, Faven did get a double in the end, which is good effort, but that was a force buy from the side of 9, so I don't think Gun 5 really do mind, right? And they ended up just losing the Mac 10s. All 3 of the rifles saved up. Makes it feel even more like a bullying round here from Gun 5, by the way. The fact that they run right into the stack, and there was 5 people from 9 on the B-bomb side. They still made it look really easy. Caught them in a bit of a transition. 9 trying to pick up the pace in towards B main, maybe surprise their opponents. Wasn't the case, and we're going B again. Both teams. Okay.
Lincoln, you missed it. The round's over.
This is one of the most precarious Anubis games I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong.
I think it is entertaining in its own very interesting, eccentric, perverted, wrong way. It is an interesting map to watch.
I'm enjoying it.
I think I am.
You're not sure?
No,
I think you need to check your vitals first. Check your BPM. You're going through a level of stress. Unprecedented. Mantu. That is more like it from 9. When Gun 5 runs straight at you, you're on the CT side. You should have the advantage in situations like this. Flash coming out. No peeks to dime.
They don't know he's
sneaking past. He can see his opponent's back.
Goodness.
And ends up getting a pick of Faven as well. Yellow on the other side.
Oh my god.
At least Kragan is there to keep things stable, but they found the A site completely open, and that's exactly where the bomb is heading.
They need to catch the bomb, but there's no way to do so. He's just going to run up middle, and now you realize what's going on. Kragan needs to get a move on. He needs to get his knife out and start running. Same for Rouse. They're just crossing from middle right now, and they heard the steps from Lackey. They know Yellow was up close. The bomb planted for A main. That's where Rouse is coming from.
But Lucky's stuck behind.
Kragan's caught the timing. No one's looking. He was looking heaven. Like he was looking heaven.
You're not going to expect Zello here. He might get away with 1. There is a world he gets 2. This might be genius.
Oh my goodness.
Just stop and look. You're about to witness brilliance. Kragan turns around just in the nick of time. Saves the day for 9. Otherwise, they'd be victims to a highlight reel.
Someone pull the plug on the system, please. I can't keep looking at it. This is crazy. This is crazy. That was a 3 versus 5. A 3v5. They shut it down completely. They had the AWP there, the rifles, the util, everything. Kraken catches the timing, couldn't be coming from. Literally the only position. I mean, no, actually, you know what? I'm gonna correct myself. I had a bit of a brain rotter there. Actually, Cielo did push mid-tempo and was going CT. So there was a timing for someone to be coming from CT spawn. So it's not like his fault. Actually, middle was more unlikely. Okay, I'm defending him there. But it's still
Was next level. That was really cool to watch. And the Kraken's turnaround. Get to you though. But you know what they say, Ted?
it's diamonds.
Overused.
Diamonds are created under pressure. It's not even pressure makes diamonds. I'm sorry to bring it up to you.
Would you blame me if I just left? If we were in like a
I think
physical
both-
casting booth together, my headset would be off and I'd be out the door.
Sure. You do a sponge on me.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. So you wanna say that I'm your ultimate?
Sure.
Okay.
I didn't say you did.
I'm your ultimate, you're my sponge. We go well together. So, 9. They level things up, but they start this one off with a man disadvantage. Faven will go down through the smoke. They still have 2 more players towards the back of this bomb side, though.
So 9, if he would have gotten away with... Oh, he did get away with it. What?
Yep.
Gets a kill through a random spray. Moving inwards, 9 is struggling to keep Gun 5 under pressure. Gun 5 just by brute force break through and are really bringing the show.
For whatever reason, you feel like BobXD is going to get given an opportunity. First player spotted, AK picked up, probably calling it quits. Actually, just faked it. He's going to go back for more. There goes the first one, looking for a second Bob. That would have been a spectacular 1v3 if he was able to pull it off. It wouldn't even be the craziest thing we've seen today. It wouldn't be in top 3, but still didn't work. Gun 5 get a really crucial 9th round here on the T side. And for the CTs, money's out. Down to the half bite. This could be Gun 5 running away with a 2-round lead.
It's a big back and forth this game.
I'm starting to feel dizzy.
Yeah. We're on the merry-go-round and there's no stop button.
Early U2 went towards middle. You're able to push them back 9. In a situation like this one, you just feel like you need to stack up one of the 2 bomb sides if you want to put yourself in a position where you can be competitive in any way, shape, or form. 4 players ready to pounce. Well, 3 of them a little bit more actively, but Ross is nearby as well and towards middle. Could be an angle, but again, Gun 5 exploring their options in towards B, and no one is actually going middle right now. So it's all about when Kraken starts screaming for help and how quickly does said help actually arrive.
It's true. When Kraken cries wolf. Well, he's calling it now. No one's budging from 9. Knowing that, you know, any sort of hope they have is by Gun 5 moving into their position.
Oh. He's knifed the wall.
This makes me uncomfortable.
And he gets a kill. He knifed the wall, jumped away, pulled his 5-7 back out, got a kill and died to a nade.
Sorry, my ADHD can't stop me from noticing this. Look at Raoul's picture. Oh, can we go back to Raoul's Observer? Could we go back to Raoul's, please? Thank you. Look at his picture. Doesn't his shoulders look so gigantic in contrast to his head? Am I wrong?
I can't believe.
I mean, look, it's a pistol round.
Oh.
Somehow,
And they killed all of them.
What?
The man with the tiny head and the gigantic arms has just killed all of them.
You can't make this up. You really can't make this up. Come on. We thought this was over. We thought, sure, there'd be some sort of fight for the saves. Never this. Never this. Gun 5 do not survive with a single one of their players.
And
Lose all
his
guns.
shoulders do look really bad. Yeah, I agree.
Someone
He
next to him.
he is a big man. Yep. How much do you bench, little bro? He's not little though.
No, big bro.
You could even hear the respect in the crack of the voice. No.
Well, look, if you look at history throughout the series, 9, this is the moment where they start punching back, right? This is when they
Okay.
start closing out the gap and keep touch. But again, this is looking historically, and things have not been canonical this entire series, so anything can change.
Oh, post it. And 2. Open hand. Gotta connect. Able to do so.
Yeah, patience. A lot of it.
Oh,
And Faven's got his teammates back. That is incredible timing for him to turn around. And there you go. Manta connects again. This is simple work. Simple and clean. 9, get comfortable when they've got a full set of grenades and guns.
and it just works so nicely. Well, it just falls into place. And I think you hit the nail on the head there. On map 1, that was when 9 were actually able to stabilize a little bit towards the latter stages of the map, kind of. That's what you see here. Mantu posted with the open towards connector, getting the first kill. They fall back, rifle. There to punish Ziello, trying to make his way out of the U2, and then Mantu posted towards the back of the side, ready to punish another. This is the opportunity right now. Force by coming in for the side of Gun 5. Hero AK, 4 pistols, a little bit of utility. If you deal with that one, 9, you could find yourself up 11-10 on Anubis.
Yeah, Gun 5 are feeling the pain of a couple of rounds ago when they won a round against full pistols, but then end up dropping every single player. This is where they feel that pain. And they don't really have enough to buy. And give 9 a perfect opportunity to just close up the lead, close up the gap rather. And equalize a score. Imminent push onto the A site, 2 defenders. It's a dry peek. I didn't see a flash, although there was one available. They try to take it by surprise. Fine Shine has been spotted. Ooh, fancy shot. How many more of those can you find?
That's the big question right now. You don't want to give him too many opportunities. You've already dropped 1 2v5. You don't want to make it 2, and the guns are being shot for the round. Want to make sure that both Seltzer and Fine Shine are going to be fully equipped. Bomb recovered as well. Fine Shine, if he goes down, though, the round is pretty much over. Swing comes in. Step heard. Rouse knows it. He's communicated that with Mantu 100%. They should be ready. No one's looking. He's caught a timing. Mantu's missed a shot from behind. There's no way. Fine Shine. Ego in hand. He's all alone, though. Rotation's going to be a little bit late, and he's low on HP. There goes the first one, and Favin will get the other. 9 get the round by the skin of their teeth.
But to be fair, though, Gun 5 had no business in making this competitive, right? They lost the first couple players. The gun differential was massive. But then something just went wrong. You had 3 players down, and then look at this shot. Second shot's the charm. Fine Shine gets a pick. And then somehow you catch Rouse looking behind. There's no reason for him to do that, given that there's an extra player out in mid, and you don't really want to be playing with extra numbers at this point in time. But, yeah, it's made dangerous, it's made sketchy and scary, but it's collected by 9 nevertheless.
Can we just run a vote for both teams to lose the game? I think they'd agree. I think they'd vote yes.
Yeah, I think they know this isn't the best showing from all of them. This was out.
Nice.
Clean.
I haven't said that in a long time. Yeah, look at the money on the CT side. It's actually looking good for Knight now. I mean, the previous round should have been a little bit cleaner, but all in all, they were able to win 1 full-on buy round with 5 surviving. Now they win this one without dropping a single one, and Gun 5 forced to actually go for the first tactical timeout of this Anubis. This is where they feel like maybe the pressure is getting to them a little bit. Zello's been playing a good map of Counter-Strike, same for Fine Shine, but the discrepancy is just too big, right? Fine Shine and Zello combining for 47 kills, and Sure, Saddam is doing well with 18 and 16. Both Lackey and Seltzer, though, have been struggling big time. And on the other side for 9, it has been much more of a team effort for Barry's boys. Sounds like a boy band. Barry's boys.
Barry's boys.
And their logo
was
is
gonna say what it
a
sounds
really,
like, but I'm not
really
gonna say it.
muscly person with a thin head. What a
This
rock
round is
band that could be.
really important for Gun 5. Lose this and you've lost the game. Lost the series. So there may be a factor of them being scared to make a mistake.
That's the one. 9 win it. There's going to be a red carpet laid down on the path to success. Manta will try and open things up. Aggressive move with the Ope. Hasn't been spotted out. Lackey on the jiggle. Might have seen the first one. Thinking about going again. Flick misses.
The thing is, I think
Clearly
Kraken's
they
gotten
know.
away with it. He's stuck by, and they don't
Oh.
wait. They don't expect it. That's a pick. He knows someone's nearby. He might call for reinforcements. Nade falls behind him. Helps himself out with a flash as he tries to back out Selta. Oh, he's being chased. Somehow Mantu doesn't realize how deep his opponent may be. And there you have it, 4 versus 4. Selta knows he's in trouble, but he's also infiltrated the back
What?
line, and the B site completely taken over. What on earth is going on? Gun 5 have completely dismantled the B site.
And Bobex's just running in. Saddam's heard out every step of the way. He knew the peak was coming. Rawls, the IGL again has to try and clutch it up. A 1 versus 3, but you might have to call it off. I mean,
No.
you do have enough money, so I think you send it. But is there really a point?
Doesn't send it. 11-11. 11-11 rather. Will be the scoreline. And look, this game was lined up to be very close. Good opportunity to just move in and not be traded. Not bad.
If they don't get their hands on the AVP,
Right? Oh,
they did.
they do.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
that kill doesn't make too big of a difference. I mean, it could if they lose this round as well, but still, they do have a decent amount of economy. It was worth it to try and make sure that they won't have the AVP in the hands of Feinstein.
Still a very close game. I can't call it. I don't think anyone can. It's just down to these little moments where Fabian might overstep his welcome, but again, Kraken, dangerous. Saddam looks to push through and will have 2 points of aggression here on the B site. Smoke thrown out to the back of it. Kraken seizes a chance to move across. That's a triple kill for him already this round. He's done everything for his team.
He was all alone as well. Don't call 911 when you need someone to help you out. You call Kraken towards that B bomb side. Bob is just walking in though, and you knew they were not pushing in towards B. Offers himself. That's a way back. Ope posted on the angle. Mansu's seen Feinstein. And that should be enough to seal the deal. You know where Selter was as well, and he's down to 46 HP. Bomb on his back. Money low. Premium rifle recovered. Selter needs the clutch of his life.
And again, at the back of your head, you're probably thinking, do I really go for this?
Might want to save the Ope as well.
If he's given the chance. I don't know, but maybe 9 could even afford to go for a chase. Not all players. Maybe just Rouse.
No way.
Selta's going for it. Smoke on one end. He's feeling himself. And you can feel that 9 are uncomfortable with the situation. You do want to give him respect. You don't really want to disregard his chances. But 9 get themselves a map in series point. Just a round away from securing a spot into playoffs.
And look at the money on Gun 5. They go for their final tactical timeout. This could be the final straw. It could be the last nail in the coffin. Your richest player is lacking on 3,200. You have nothing. You're not gonna have a single AK unless someone drops it over. And sure, Lucky's the one to do it. He's playing with no armor, a smoke, a flash, and a pistol. Just so his teammates can have that premium rifle. Just so Cielo can maybe have another one of those special rounds. He's had so many of them so far. But he needs one more. Or Nine will be making their way into the playoffs. It's been such a crazy series, all in all. And they do get an opportunity to finally put it to bed.
And it's not like Gun 5 haven't produced some incredible eco rounds either. It's not over till we see a 13th round on the score sheet.
Nope, not over till the big fat lady sings. She's been singing a lot so far this game, but it's the final note they're hoping for, and Cielo opens things up. Mantu deleted with the ult, but the brunt of the attack actually in towards that B bomb side. They're rotating away. They've left Favano alone.
Yeah, you want to destabilize the CT side. You want to be able to find the weak point and put pressure onto it, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're creating the pressure points. They're destabilizing 9. And now need to break into the B side with just a single defender. Kragan may have realized it, but it might be too late. Looking to break through. Is he really going to consider drop?
He gets a kill.
He is. Oh! He made noise. Surely they noticed, right? Faven has to keep his life here. There's reinforcements coming in from Canal. Faven ends up with a pick on the back end. Still running out of bullets. Both of them do. Kragan draws out the pistol in time quick enough. The bomb will be going down, which means less players available to shoot. And that's going to be 9 winning most of the trade. Selta all to himself. A 1v4 is needed, but he needs to compose himself. So many around him, all over the place. 360 degrees, but 9 is the team to end up on top. Defuse is theirs. A 2-0 series, but it does not reflect how this series has gone. 9 will be your first team to make playoffs.
That is crazy. What a win that is for 9. That's one of those wins that you just don't feel like you really did have it. That's the most non-2-0-2-0 I've ever seen. A 13-11, 13-11. Went all the way on both maps, and it was just so scrappy, so close, so down to the wire. If you ask Gun 5, man, they probably feel like they could have won that series 2-0, and it's because they could have. That was one hell of a ride for both those teams, and it all came down to a couple clutches, a couple post plants, a couple really scrappy fights. But in the end of the day, if you're 9, you're at least happy that you were able to close it, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's definitely a world where they wouldn't have been able to close it out. There's so many close situations, so many close rounds. And yeah, you did say it's 13-11, 13-11. But the rounds themselves were incredibly close. I think you said it at the start of this map as well. The first 4 rounds, I don't think I've ever seen it. It may be at some point in time in some crazy universe. 4 consecutive rounds where there was a clutch involved on the B site, and all of those 1v1s heading to the same team. You know, where does that ever happen?
I mean, it doesn't, right? And that's why I think 9 probably did look like the slightly more solid team. I think in terms of the game plan, in terms of how a lot of those situations played out, they were the ones to win the more convincing rounds as well, right? If that makes any sense. Whenever they were putting on buy rounds on the board, they were a lot cleaner in comparison to the ones of Gun 5, for example. There was a lot of clutches going in favor of Gun 5. I don't feel like they played a bad game. I don't feel like 9 played a bad game necessarily. And yeah, we can just have a compilation of weird moments out of this, only this map, by the way. And we can keep it going and going and going. But in the end of the day, the bottom line is 9 make it into the playoffs, and they're going to be pretty happy about it.
Yeah, I think you could still say that Gun 5 have a great chance of making it either way. Sure, they go to that 2-1 score on the Swiss stage, but, you know, I feel like they could beat any other 2-1 team currently. And there's more to come. Yeah, no, it's an interesting situation to be in. But yeah, 9 make it out. We do have another couple of teams in that 2-0 side, Fnatic and Monty. If you're tuned into the stream, you're probably waiting for that match to start. Yeah, any thoughts on that one before we kind of get into that in just a bit?
I mean, we're gonna have a bit of a prolonged break, so it's kind of nice. You can go have dinner, get yourself something to drink, get yourself a snack, and then come back. But I think that's gonna be the game of the day, definitely. I think for a lot of people looking at Fnatic and Monty, 2 teams that have a lot to prove to organizations that are used to being on a bit of a higher level, especially Fnatic. And now that Fnatic's went through or gone through that rebuild, I guess it's a different direction. But both teams in a way are giving chances to new aspiring young in-game leaders in Fear and Gizmy, so it's going to be a really exciting game, and I honestly would advise you to tune in. If you are still here after that series, that means that you deserve to actually watch some cleaner Counter-Strike. So hopefully stick around, and we will be, all of us together, we will be praying for a bit of a cleaner series.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to CCT Europe. It's Season 2, Series 18, main Swiss stage, where we are in the 2-0 games, where the teams that have gotten 2 wins and 0 losses are playing against each other. And it's the final match of the day here, Ted. We've got an excellent match at that, and that's Fnatic versus Monty. And I wouldn't have it any other day. You know, it's a nice little climax of the day.
Yeah, I think so, right? It's been a long day of Counter-Strike. It's a nice little Saturday, and what a better way to actually end a Saturday night than watching some Blame FVD Counter-Strike in 2025 in Tier 2, out of all places as well. Obviously, all jokes aside, it probably will be the game of the day, and this is the story that we were kind of painting towards and hinting towards all day long. The fact that you get to watch that new exciting Fnatic team with Fear now being added in Burmilov as well, and then I guess still Crims being here 10 years later, still here, still going, still staying strong.
Vibing.
Blame F and Mattis, of course, being the main hitters of the team. But yeah, this Fnatic lineup didn't start perfectly for them at the start of the year, but I feel like with the direction of adding Fear and Burmilov, the fact that they've now been able to win 5 out of their last 6 best of 3s, the fact that they are doing well and they are reaching playoffs and events like the CCT is really important for them. And to be fair, they eventually will have to start winning them, but for now, making playoffs, going deep into the playoffs, and being in the competition to win them, I think is good, and I think they should be making it through.
Yeah, I feel like you've already touched the topic that I kind of wanted to dissect a little bit more here, Ted. The fact that Fnatic have gone through so many different rosters, so many different changes. And yeah, okay, you've made a couple of transitions into this year. I feel like it's been the case for the past 3-4 years maybe. It's always not met the criteria Fnatic as an organization would set for itself. You've always got big players that join in, stick around for a little while, create projects around them. I think you could put Mezzi in that conversation, that stuck around with Crims and created a bit of a duo, and ends up going elsewhere after investing a lot into them. And the roster Fnatic as an org doesn't really get the results they would like out of it. Do you think this one is a team that can actually progress to the heights and the expectations that an org like Fnatic would have?
I see a direction here. That's the one thing that I like. I see the way that they want this project to develop. It's obvious that they want Madison Blamev to be in the middle of all of this, and you know, you can't fault them for it. I feel like adding Fear as an in-game leader was an excellent pickup, and I think that was a great decision. I feel like the work that Fear did with Passion UA was, I guess, a great example of how high of a quality he can actually bring to a team, even though he's really young, he's really inexperienced. Well, I wouldn't say that he's inexperienced now, but he still is a fairly young in-game leader. Cool. The fact that he still has played a lot of Counter-Strike. He's been around the scene for what, 5, 6, 7 years maybe, and he's still 24. I still think he can bring a lot to the table as a young in-game leader, and I guess a similar point could be made about the IGL on the other side of things, of Gizmi.
Yeah, 100%. And the graduation from Monty Gen, you know, together with Ryu, and I guess you could say Avan as well, the coach, right? After coaching the secondary squad of Monty, it's kind of that step up that you kind of want to see from these players, an evolution, if you will. And it has kind of shown in their performance, right? It is that level up. You are starting to see some bigger performances. They are, you know, a little bit more mature with the way they've been playing. And now that you get the opportunity to play with players like Diha, Hades, Dem QQ, you've got some names that have been around the block. They've had some solid performances in the past. You know, making it the Antwerp major. Both Diha and Hades did have that experience. Top 4 finish with Ents, right? It's not even a small result. So there is experience to kind of help these new players develop. And I think all around, it's shaping up to be a really nice dynamic.
Yeah, I think so as well. Obviously, for Gizmi and Ryu, the transition is going to be a little bit swifter as well, because both of them were actually part of the main team of Monty last year, right?
Sure.
But now Monty did try and make it work with that Polish iteration. Obviously, Demir was still part of the lineup, but he was learning and speaking Polish with everyone else. I like the international approach a little bit more. I feel like when you're talking about Hades as an oper, he traditionally was not used to actually being the in-game leader. He had to be the IGO in that Polish lineup.
Yeah.
Things weren't working out for him individually. Demia was, I think, the only really solid and consistent player in that iteration. And then obviously Diha has done some of his best work in an international setting when he was back on Ents, right? And I really like the direction of giving a little bit more freedom to guys like Gizmi and Ryu to not only come into the lineup and Gizmi to be the IGO, but to also be the stars of the team. So I feel like for both Fnatic and Monty, the direction to try and invest in the future, so to speak, is quite quite obvious. The question here is which one of them is going to get results a little bit quicker, and I would have to put my money on Fnatic to get quick results, only because of BlameF, Crims, and Mattis being on the team, because I still believe that BlameF could be one of the best rifles in the world. Sure, he might not be one of them right now, but I think in terms of pure quality, he definitely still is up there.
Yeah, I still remember him being in Astralis, kicking and screaming through all those matches where the org wasn't really doing that well, and him still being a top performer. He's still got that quality in him, and it's really cool to see the level that he can perform at. Crims has been there forever. We could talk about those players for days, but I think we need to get into some specifics here and start discussing about the maps a little bit here, Ted, right? What do we kind of expect? As a difference from a lot of the teams here in the Tier 2 space, these two teams don't shy away from Train, which I've been begging to see for the past few days we've been casting CCT.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit tricky if you want to pick into Train or not, right? Or if you want to float it, because I think both those teams have shown some really good level on it. And if you want to let your opponent start on the CT side, this is definitely going to be a bit of a gambit. So Fnatic do decide to go for the Ancient pick. Let's see if Monty actually feel risky. Okay. Yeah, there you go. They go for the Train. They're not afraid of a challenge. And if you're Fnatic, by the way, if I'm Fnatic, I'm praying for a nuke decider. And the reason I am praying for a nuke decider, I sure as hell don't want to be playing a Mirage right now. They are actually leaving it open. Let's see what Monty want to go for. Monty with an interesting choice left, and they do go for the nuke. The reason this veto is so interesting is because both teams, bar, I guess, Inferno and Dust2, which are the permabans, they just play pretty similar maps. But I always thought that Fnatic, considering that Anubis is not part of the veto, Dust is not out of the veto, and Mirage is not out of the veto, they have a really decent chance at actually winning this one.
Yeah, for sure. It was a hard choice for Monty at the last moment there to figure out what they wanted to go for, but it's nuke that will be played out. And for Fnatic, the past month, they have been unbeaten on it, right? They haven't lost it once. You kind of want to ban it if you get the chance, but there are some staple bans out there for Monty that they wanted to get out of the way. First, that's Ancient map number 1, Train map number 2, Decider, nuke. You did say Fnatic kind of seems more favorable in this series overall. You kind of would expect that from the match, not even looking at the veto, but does looking at the veto actually change your opinion at all?
I don't think it does. I think it actually supports it even more. Fnatic have been playing some good Counter-Strike lately. Look, they've won 5 out of their last 6 best of 3s. The last 3 that they won were clean 2-0s over Spirit Academy, over Ecstatic, and over 500. Sure, they lost that one game against Partizan, which was a complete blowout, but I feel like everyone was just caught off guard by how good Partizan could be playing, and nothing really seemed to be working out for Fnatic. I really believe that they're on an upward trajectory right now, and on the side of Monty, there's been some good results, there's been some good wins, but with them, consistency has been evading a bit more, and I think it is to be expected, considering that, again, as we pointed out, for Monty, this feels like a bit more of a rebuild of a team that even before the rebuild was not really doing that well. Whereas for Fnatic, sure, it's been a long time since we've seen Fnatic actually play to a really high level, but for one, I believe that ever since they got Fear and Burmilov, they've been playing way better Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it feels like it's a new spark that you kind of need. Sure, you've got a lot of players with experience and pedigree, but that's one thing. You kind of need the spark of the newlings to kind of boost your up, and the passion, you know, the bravado you kind of take on about taking some fights. You need to be able to feel flexible. You know, it's one thing to be able to have some solid fundamentals, be able to, you know, chain different tactics together and be able to be well coordinated with your team, but there's another to playoff instinct and have the freedom to actually do that. So having a young IGL like Gizmi here, I think is as well as Fear, sorry, from the other end. Having a young IGL like Fear for Fnatic is a really strong point that I think for both teams, you know, it's a positive.
You know what's the good thing about Fear? I think the one thing that he's got as an advantage over all the other young IGLs out there that are breaking through right now, and obviously you can list out a lot of them. You can go with ZTR, you can go with LNZ, you can go with Crizzen. Jesus, there's a lot of them coming out of the young ninjas.
Yeah.
Poor NIP, how they let him go. When you compare Fear to a lot of those guys, he's not coming in. Well, he was part of Navi Jr. a couple of years ago. That was a long time ago now. He's still 24. Fear is not a kid. He's not a teenager. He doesn't have to now refine how he wants work to be done. He's not finding himself out, so to speak, although all of us really are all our lives, but that gets a little bit too deep. You know what I mean? He's a little bit more mature. And after having the opportunity to actually speak to him, do a 1-hour interview a couple months ago, I can safely say this man knows what his ideas are about leading a team. He knows how he wants a team to be led. He knows how he wants his team to play. And I feel like when you're a young guy that hasn't had tier 1 experience, you still have the hunger, but in the meantime, you're a little bit more mature in comparison to a lot of the other guys that are coming in with your experience, which could be a bad thing, obviously. You could say, sure, he's a little bit more time pressured. He breaks through the mold when he's 24, which is a little bit late compared to the other guys. But I actually see that as an upside, and I think the fact that he is more mature, the fact that he is a little bit more professional and a little bit more grown up, I think it's actually a good thing.
And it's time to get rock and rolling now on Ancient. Fnatic on the T side. Monty taking up the CT side as this was their decision. Early boost up from Ryu with the dualies. DemQQ does get mollied out. Tries to take one down with him, successful in doing so. The follow-up flash is superb from BlameF, and now they can break onto the site. There are some quick rotations you have to deal with, and you need to be wary of, but you've fended off most of them. The smokes block them out, though they're playing contact. They're playing in together. The moment that smoke fades, they're going to start to break through. I'm looking at utility, and there's not much flash availability from them. So need to make it work dry. A couple players on from Donut. Gizmy, great shot from the IGL. Now, can he solidify the round for his team? 3v3, smoke on the bomb. Already starting to be diffused. It's the kit player as well. He's sticking it. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Diffused by Monty. Daylight robbery. And round number 1 handed over to the Ukrainian Org.
You can say that again. It was daylight robbery. They should have no business winning a round like this when they're Monty. Great work by Fnatic on the entries, by the way. The flash over from BlameF was fantastic to set up Matties for the double opening. Then Crims goes into a fight. It didn't feel like they were on the same page, by the way. Felt like he thought he had a little bit more support, and in the end, Fear Mattis finding the first 2 kills, but you were just not able to connect with the shots into the player that was actually sticking the bomb. You find 0-5 kills, you know they're going to be going for the forest buy, but it definitely doesn't feel right losing this one.
It doesn't stick well, but both teams did have a number of picks coming their way, so Fnatic get the bomb plant as well, therefore an investment has come through. Breakaway into the A site, an opening.
They haven't realized it yet. Crims is going to get really deep into our CT. They should know there is a possibility, but look at that. Hades, you're rotating in. Mattis is already challenging, and he's not the only one. They've lost so much space.
If you're Monty, you're not loving life right now. It is getting rough. Mattis is online. Yeah, he's hungry for it. Oh, he's feeling it. Triple kill from Mattis already. He's been able to isolate them every single time and comes out on top every single time as well. It's brilliant. Fnatic, I don't think they're going to drop a single player. They might go for the engagement, deny some weapon saves from Monty. It's exactly what they're looking for. Mattis to spearhead this effort. Won't be able to do it. This crossfire into Cheetah is good enough. Monty will hold on for a little bit. And there's AK-47 upgrades there for them. And an M4. Yeah, not the ending that Fnatic would have liked, but not the round result we expected at the start either.
At least you get that kill. Gizmy will stay alive. If they had gotten the kill onto Gizmy, that would have been good for Fnatic, but they still lose a little bit too much in there. Going back to the Mattis conversation, though, I mean, at least he's online. And one comparison that I love making, Pavlos, and this is one that I know you will appreciate. I love comparing the way that Mattis is as a pure aimer as the way that Config used to be back in 2017, 2018. Mattis is just an incredibly satisfying and snappy player to watch. When he can get it going, it's like if you're making a football match reference. If he gets the first 2-3 passes right, he can just headshot every single player in the server. He's an incredible mechanical player. And I feel like this is no news nowadays, but it's just the similarities in the way that he's even moving his crosshair, the way that he's aiming sometimes, that I just see some similar things between him and old school Config. Hold on a second, though. We're not talking about old school Config right now. Let's talk about this round. Demi drops the bomb.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that DemQQ was able to go all the way around, not get spotted, and now going for an extra look through spawn, it's ridiculous. That's what it is. Monty push aggressively through B. Fnatic are sticking around on Cheetah, showing intent that they're still likely to hit this bomb site, but they might be in trouble. Mattis, again, frontlining. It does work out for Fnatic, but then QQ shows himself, and Hades thinks he wants a bite of that pie. It's delicious. Monty want to keep things close as they gain the lead again.
I love that risk from Demi, by the way. I'm not even sure if we can call it a risk. He gets the kill. He rotates through T-spawn instantly. That's why they didn't feel safe going back towards middle, right? Demi gets the kill. You think the logical thing is for the A player to either push out or go back in towards A bomb site and just hide somewhere with the 5-7. That's why they kept going B. He comes in from T-spawn, though. The kill that he finds onto Fear was the real difference maker, and everyone else had stacked up in towards that B bomb site. 2-1 in favor of Monty. They're not letting Fnatic run away with an early lead here on the T side, and truthfully, Enshin has been a little bit scrappy for Fnatic record-wise recently. That 39 win over 500 was, for me at least, the most impressive out of the lot, and that is the reason that I think the Enshin has been improving for them. But a lot of the time, it has been just falling down on BlameF or Mattis, or both, having a good game.
I think that's a fair thing to say, right? For Fnatic, sure,
yeah, it's kind of like saying 2019 Navi relied on Simple, right? I mean, I'm not comparing BlameF and Mattis to 2019 Simple, but just the reference. They are relying on their two big stars, yeah, of course.
They are. And, you know, on the shaky days, because Fnatic are no exceptions to those shaky days. They've had a few, especially if you're going to be playing multiple games and multiple Tier 2 tournaments. It's not looked that great either, and you don't really want to be relying so much on these high-flying performances. Fear up against the smoke. Now, the pop could allow greatness, but Ryu's got a perfect angle for the situation. Bit of a crossfire as well. There is a trade back. Fnatic. That's impressive.
Oh,
Mattis might be able to get the timing on his opponent. Oh, that P250 doing work. And now the B site might have been unlocked. He's drawn a lot of attention towards him. He spotted a couple of players, so Fnatic might want to take the fight towards the A site.
Yeah, you want to go A, right? They think it's going to be B. The moment that Mattis gets that kill, Gizmi was all alone. Mattis even spots out two more. Knows where both of them were, and now the penny's going to drop. Monty, no kit, smoke available. Demia, Diha, you have the full HP, you have the rifles, but you have no clue where they are, and time is going to be a factor. You need to smoke off that bomb and tap it away to try and bait them.
And it's Gary clearing out these corners. No one close proximity. You've got to be certain there's someone out on Temple and one in main. Ooh, no more. BlameF.
He's sticking it.
You need to figure out where the diffuser is. It's not quite the perfect plant, and therefore not the perfect pickup. We've seen two Ninja diffusers so far this game, and both of them have been pretty nuts.
Yeah, both coming in really clutch moments as well. BlameF, this doesn't feel right for him as well. He was spamming on both sides of the box. It's just the fact that the player defusing was actually behind, and you couldn't kill him, unfortunately. Fnatic still found a way back into the round, unfortunately couldn't convert, and Monty are getting away with some. The good news for Fnatic, the fact that they've been keeping those rounds close. They've been really expensive for the side of Monty, so neither team has actually been able to build up that economy, and Fnatic might be looking to switch up the tempo with a quicker play in towards the B-bomb side here. Great util to block them off, especially with the A aggression. Monty soon enough will realize it has to be a B play.
Do get a sense of it. Fnatic do pull the brakes, but instantly want to change gear once again. Burmilov with the entry. Oh, you need to be careful there, as there is the repeat from Ryu and Hades. The smoke covers the ground a little bit. Fear puts his team on top. Numbers advantage now for Fnatic. Monty, how do you get back from this? You've got Gizmi on the back line. Smoke fades out, so it gives him some line of sight. But he's up against rifles, and he's having to be burned alive. Doesn't care. The ball's on this man. He just keeps going. And now drawn to a 2 versus 2. Entirely doable. Especially when you're able to smoke one of the entrances. You don't really have a clear view of this. You've got to put both players together. Mattis holds on. BlameF wins his fight, and he doesn't have vision on his opponents. Sure, I guess that works sometimes, as Fnatic get themselves right back into their winning ways.
It's the star duo of Fnatic. Those are the two people that you call if you need someone to help you out. It's BlameF and Mattis, the people that you can rely on. Mattis just hits double digits. 5 rounds in the killing department, and it was about time. A post plan was to go in favor of Fnatic, by the way. They lost so many of those situations, and look at what that has done to the economy of Monty, actually. They need to go for the reinvestment. Famous for Ryu. Upgraded pistols, an MP9 for Gizmi. Running light on util as well. If Fnatic were to go for something a little bit more fun in towards the A-bomb side, they would have a big advantage, but deciding to play it a little bit slow. into a bit of a default, wait and see if the CTs have anything funky to throw their way. Probably the best approach.
Yeah, a bit of a slow down pace. Fnatic figuring out what the setup looks like. Trying to get a feel off of mid as well. But Monty's looking to challenge that. Look how they move, both in cave and across red. Blamev is going to have company.
Needs to be careful. He's been able to cross towards the left-hand side. Oh, made a step. Unfortunate for Blamev, just gave away his position, and that's a rifle to be recovered. Giha, if he's able to find at least one kill, that could be massive.
It is. The 5-7's doing work. And now Fnatic need to play catch-up. They need some sort of a solution back into this play. Crims opens up on the A side, but I think Fnatic are too deep into the B side to go back. You're probably going to start wondering if Monty are going to be funneled right back to the A side and potential rotation pickups to be collected, but no, bomb goes down. And now you've got Crims lurking in the shadows behind. Monty aware, but when do you really go for this fight? You've got to be quick on taking some of these players because slowly but surely, Demi is getting himself into the back line. Mattis, great little shot. Crims, still very patient, yet to pull the trigger and getting himself into the back line. But Demia is there to deliver. Nice spray down, figuring out where Mattis is. And now on the bomb, putting pressure onto the Fnatic players. Crims reveals himself. On the bomb again, brings it down to one-on-one. Demia out into the open, and Crims is no more.
And it's another clutch. Does he have it? I think he's going to be quite close. Should have enough time. Right on it. Okay, I think he got it. Actually switched to the replay a little bit before that, but I think he did get it in the end there. Monty getting away with yet another one in those 1v1s, and you felt like Crims did enough job, by the way, there towards the A-bomb side. He was able to find that kill, deploying that Molotov, keeping them at bay, even getting 2 more kills there. Nothing he could have done about it, though. As far as he was concerned, there was a possibility that Demi had a defuse kit, even though it has been close rounds. All in all, but Fnatic, another opportunity to reset that CT side economy, and again, they miss out on it.
They do. They have a tough situation to be in, right? I feel like so many rounds have been so close. On a knife's edge, could have been decided either way. Monty, though, seems to be getting the better end of these clutches. Whether that's ninja diffusers or 1v1 clutches, Fnatic trailing a little bit far behind. Tac pause required. Let's see if that creates a bit of a change in approach. But for now, it's a full investment, right? This looks like a rough one as well. So Monty with the potential to gain an even greater lead.
It's time for another one of the new additions to join in the conversation. Obviously, we talked about Madison Brumelov already, but Castle being the coach. This 30-year-old Dane coming out of the Gaming Gladiators, Ecstatic, Astralis as well. A while ago. Pretty rich CV. Talking about a rich CV, Madison's got a rich CV of headshots, especially when it comes down to opening kills. Fear will find another one, and finally the B-bomb side cracks, and we're gonna get to see another forced by when the roller coaster does not end.
Yeah, same as his pro career just is put to an end, right? And then he's got to go and sign up for different jobs. He's got a CV.
Right.
So this is my headshot percentage. I've got this ACS. This is my best winning streak. Just imagine a CV like that for a Counter-Strike player trying to enter the traditional job market.
I'd make fun of it if we weren't in the same category. I mean,
yeah.
Pretty similar.
I've shouted out so many maps of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I would laugh at it if I didn't know that a situation like that has happened multiple times for different people.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, obviously you want to make this career work, but going into like the traditional job market, what do you write? How do you describe it? How do you make people on the outside understand?
Hello, IT company. I used to kill people virtually. Hire me.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
I have good hand-eye coordination, good reaction times. Bring me on board.
That sounds like you've been
I work
attending
in
a
a team
different
environment. Well, it's Monty's turn to take attack pulls.
Blamev can always become a PC, a personal coach.
Yeah, sure. I think Crims could as well. I think Crims could be a model as well. Like,
I think Crims can just. I think if he went to court and said that he was the one to come up with the Veenhoff method, a lot of people would believe him.
Yeah, he could be a stunt double for. Well, I don't know if you want to call it stunt double, but he could be a double for Breaking Bad actor. What's his name?
Right.
I forgot his name.
You think so?
Yeah, sure.
I was thinking.
Put-
I was
put-
thinking
put
more about the
glasses on.
ginger guy from Game of Thrones, but we'd
Yeah, I
have
got
to.
it. I got it.
Yeah, we'd have to hook him up with a wig. And before you
Monte's
say
got a
anything,
rough- yeah?
I started
Okay.
voting when I was 17, so I can talk about both people. I am them.
Yikes! It comes with the Balkan genes, mate. You look like an absolute Chad, but balding hairline is an issue.
It depends. You can turn the defect into an effect, is what we say in Bulgaria. Maybe that's why we're all bald. Let's see though. Forest buy again for Monty. A bit of a cave crunch or a lane crunch they were actually hoping for. Hades has cleared all of that. They're going to start rotating back in towards the A bomb side. Not sure if they're going to be there in time to stop the bomb from going down, but definitely going to give it a go. And here, got to turn right, able to get the kill on Damien. That was really important.
Yeah, for a moment there, I thought he was looking towards site for a little bit too long, but just turned in the nick of time. But this should be a simple collection. Monty, with the 2 rifles they have at hand, will want to carry them on to the next round. We already knew this was going to be a tough one. Tac timeout was considered for the next round coming. But Fnatic keeping close score, not allowing Monty to get away. And look, I feel like if it wasn't for these 2-3 clutches that we've seen, Fnatic could have been really ahead up on this T side.
Yeah, in a way, it's quite similar to the last map of the previous game that we were looking at, right? Between 9 and Gun 5. It just feels like there's been a lot of clutches that have helped Monty actually get a score that I don't want to say they don't deserve, because they've been doing a good job to actually convert a lot of these rounds. But if you ask Fnatic, they probably feel like they should be in the lead. They probably feel like they've been calling way better. They probably feel like they've been... The game plan has been going, bar a couple fights towards the ends of the rounds. But it definitely does look comfortable. And the fact that you're getting Mattis on a 12 and 4, sure, he's called down a little bit. But Crims has been finding some good kills. BlameF as well. Fear, Burmilov. Everyone's joining in, right? No one is popping off massively. Again, Mattis did have those 2 big rounds at the start, but he slowed it down a bit. It's all about this being a team effort, right? That was the problem that a lot of people had with Fnatic towards the end of 2024, was the fact that it was either BlameF, Mattis, or nothing. And I think the way to go is, obviously, you have those players. They can pop off every now and then, but you should know that the floor of the team is a little bit higher, even if they don't go crazy.
Sure. And there's some proved ceiling as well. That you need to account for. Still, Fnatic slow again. Couple of lurk towards the right-hand side. You can see that Diha is being a bit diligent by checking out the outsides of Cheetah. Burmilov starting his mid-attempt. Spots out Demian. And now Hades finds the right moment to swing. That's 2 kills, and that's a 5-7 getting upgraded to an AK. Best possible start for Monty.
That is insane. Not again, Fnatic. That isn't even a full investment. Burmilov able to get a clean one onto Diha. This is good. They still have 40 seconds to work with. BlameF's in a good position in towards red. It's all about opening up a little bit of space, but I think he'd rather stay alongside his teammates, and they're going back in towards the A-bomb side. Monty are going to have 3 players here, including a rifle and an MP9 on the boost.
You figured out where both players are. Well, there's actually a third you haven't accounted for. You're probably not going to think the possibility of him being there is an actual possibility. All Demi had to do is stay alive. Bait them out into the open. Yeah, and he's done it again. His mere existence is just troubling Fnatic there. So wonderful round for Monty. And that's off the back of a double kill from a 5-7. Who would have thought?
Demi is just a menace, by the way. I know he doesn't get a single kill in this round, but just the fact that he's jiggling for such a long time, the fact that he's just showing himself from behind the box, he's just waving at them, saying, hey, I'm here, and then hiding and just letting them walk into the line of fire of other people. Gets a triple out of the MP9 as well.
Complete menace. I'm loving that we're starting to see some AWPs pop up, though.
That was his own molly.
Oh, that makes it worse. That makes it so much worse. I mean, I get that you're blinded, but you expect to get blinded in a situation like that, right? You're running down mid. Fnatic, if they're going to pop through, they are going to throw a flash.
No one can hurt you like you can hurt yourself.
Sorry, I thought that it needed a tune at the end. One of those
below?
things that... Ooh. Nice.
Up out. This is still going
Monty
round
being
for round.
Dismantled little by little.
So crazy
Piece
though,
by
right?
piece.
It feels like Fnatic win the cleanest round in the world. It makes so much sense until they're up against pistols and then they crumble.
Or until they're up in a clutch and then they just get, I don't know, turn the screen monitors off. I don't know. At least this map, that's been the case.
You're still getting 5 rounds out of the T side, though. You have some more room for improvement. In the end of the day, if Fnatic gets 6 or 7 rounds on the T side, I think they'd be fairly happy with it.
Oh, yeah,
We're talking about this engine being a little bit lackluster for them recently. Obviously, that win over 500 in a 13-9 fashion was a bit of a breath of fresh air. Before that, there was back-to-back losses against Apogee, OG, Bait, and Amcal. Yeah, that's a lot of backs. But you know what they say.
Stay saying.
You learn when you fail. So they've learned a lot. A lot of learning.
Sorry. a lot of learning, a lot of sayings.
Yeah. I'm in my Instagram motivator arc. Online
Good at
guru.
that.
I don't want to associate myself with it. No offense if anyone's into it. Just not my thing.
No, I get it. Are you more of a who's going to carry the boats type guy?
They don't know me, son.
All right, Fnatic, a bit of a standstill. Monty not really wanting to go aggressive here, but they've got a brilliant hold on this B site. Fnatic break through, they're in trouble. And I feel that this is exactly what Fnatic are going for. Fia does find the first connection. How many more do you expect? Gives me returns. Actually doubles up. Ooh, we'll even think of going through the triple. Deco's considering if he wants to take the fight, but I think if he stays silent, this might have even more impact.
There's no way.
Mattis does get surprised.
Not
so
again.
surprised. And with all the commotion going on Ram, Ryu sees a chance to just
They've done
poke
it
out of the
again.
shadows and cause trouble into the backline.
They've done it again. Round after round after round. That one was even a 5v4. Fear with a great opening, but then Gizmi goes absolutely nuclear. Those multi-kills coming out of the in-game leader of is spectacular, and that's why a lot of people were excited to see Gizmi and Ryu back on the team. Gizmi as the in-game leader, you know he's not gonna drop off individually when he needs to go. If anything, I feel like it makes him even more comfortable.
But then again, you've got a couple of Mac 10s here for Fnatic to amp up the pace. Overall, that round was a brilliant read from Monty, albeit the couple of kills that Gizmi got. The fact that you have 4 players on the B side, that's exactly where Fnatic are going to go. I don't know, it could be intuition, it could be a read. Either
Could
way,
be
it's
an
cool to see.
airplane.
Is it a plane? Is it a bird? No, it's Monty.
Oh, it's Gizmi. King of UK Counter-Strike. Oh, that's Mezzi, I guess, but he can be the Duke. Fortunately, though, he's lost a teammate early on, and they've spotted him as well. Mattis is just going on an absolute rampage. Blame F with a 1-for-1. Ryu wants to step it up if he wants to get the round. Needs more than the 1 kill. First one is clean. Looking for a second. Oops, rotated back in as well. And there you go. Hades brought into the clutch. First one goes his way. 2 more to find.
He's definitely capable of finding them both, but Fnatic are making it damn hard for him. Moving all across to the other side of the map. They knew they had plenty of time, but they get the bomb down safely, and post-plant positions could be dangerous. Now, we have seen a 1v2 like this before, and it was more like a 2v2, actually, and Monty did win it. But it was down to a Ninja defuse. Now the smoke and kit is available. I'm just putting that out there as a statement. Probably won't be happening this time around, considering how close Fnatic are playing. Hades, if you walk through Temple, you'd be finding Crims instead. First contact's probably coming in from Fear. He's not being silent about it. Fidgety in his movement. Noisy as well. Does not expect Crims to be that close. That's Fnatic, at least closing out the half on a high, but a big back and forth on Ancient so far.
Yeah, I think that's the definition, right? When was the last time you've seen a game just go round for round so many times? It felt like we couldn't see a single proper investment out of both those teams. And I mean, sure, we've seen a couple good buy rounds, but it was so late into it. We needed, what, 8, 9 rounds to get off of that forced by roller coaster for both the sides. And in the end of the day, I think Monty definitely going to be happy with the way that they didn't let Fnatic run away with a lead. We did say on multiple occasions it felt like Fnatic did have the upper hand, but all those half buys, all those low buys on the CT side that Monty were able to get gives me with some great stack calls and some good damage output as well. Has put his team in a winnable position. With a good pistol round, Monty might have something to say about it. Quick rush through the red smoke. Haven't seen anything though. Where do you go? Go A?
Well, they're just going to be moving together. As long as there's the power of friendship, they'll be able to make something work. And they've left Gizmi behind. He's got the entirety of UK Counter-Strike on his shoulders. Mattis, though. Slovakian will be able to get one before he ends up dropping. The intent is illustrated, though, and Fnatic are looking to break in. Burmilov, he's the only one that will be able to enter through main. The rest of them from spawn, but Burmilov won't be up for long. Try to buy time, and it does distract for a little bit, but you need more, you need follow-up, and I don't think Fnatic have got the answers. Monty pull up a brick wall and allow their opponents to just crash into it.
Yeah, and that's a big triple coming out of D as well. We haven't been saying his name so much, but when you look at a team of Monty, sure, Demi has been playing on a pretty high level for the last couple of years, but D is the only one that's been a stellar part of the Tier 1 circuit, right? For such a long time as well. Sure, Hades has had a stint, Demi's had a stint as well. Demi's even played major playoffs, of course, in Paris, but D is the one that's won big trophies. D is the one that was around in ends when they were at their peak for such a long time. And I feel like now that he's back to being a full-on support, he gets a lot more freedom, gets a lot more, I guess, options and possibilities to make his own decisions. We're expecting him
It's going to be a quick one.
to come back to form. And yeah, this is going to be a quick one. It's just an anti-eco, so Monty do get it on the board.
Crucially, though, here, Ted, 5 kills, all 5 of them on Mac 10s.
Okay.
That's a lot of cash.
We love money.
Into both 3 using Gizmi's pockets.
Now, if you want to go for something a little bit quicker, you could. They actually upgrade both those onto rifles. That's interesting.
I mean, they've got the money for it.
Apparently, they don't want to go for a so-called shutdown call in the first buy. They don't want to go for a quick pop somewhere, something a bit more creative. Want to play with the rifles straight up. Have the big guns out. The big guns out. I was gonna say the bin guns.
The bin guns?
A bin gun doesn't sound deadly.
Not really. I don't know what kind of gun you can make out of a bin. Maybe a thought for later on.
Yeah,
Scrap that up.
that's a shower
Monty,
thought.
though, this round, a lot of mid control. You can see left push coming in. I believe that is them trying to make a move on Crims. I know Valentine's Day has passed, but, you know. People gotta live.
Gotta win the fight.
Crims.
Big kill.
BlameF as well is able to hold down the line. The 2 most experienced players on Fnatic do a grand job to keep their team on top for now. But Monte isn't going to give up just yet. They've split the map in 2. And if they're able to isolate a couple more, Crims is low. So this is still not completely out of reach. They've also got 40 seconds on the clock, but the longer they wait, the more time Fear could potentially come in from red and create even more havoc. Where's your chances going to lie? Burmilov, yeah, he's going to win that fight. Gizmi doesn't stand a chance against Fear and Donut. Fnatic end up coming back. As soon as they get guns in their hands, they're able to perform.
Everything falls into place so nicely there for Fnatic, doesn't it? As you said, BlameF and Crims guarding the 2 most experienced players in the server, arguably just guarding the same bomb site. BlameF seeing the split smoke, blocking off with a smoke of his own. Crims winning the 1v1 in towards A main, made sure that, you know, there was going to be a little bit more pressure on Monty to actually rush it in towards red, and BlameF just blocks him, makes them run through the smoke there, claims a double. It's good for Fnatic to win a round that just felt simple.
Damn. Okay, well, that's going to happen, isn't it, when you try and stick around a spray? And the Flames will finish the job. A-site is Monty's trajectory.
Actually,
It's a good
the bomb's
decision
B.
too. It is, you're right. It's a fake. A rouge.
Are they buying it? Mattis should know. They should know there is a timing up the ramp. Crims is not seeing anything on A. Burmilov knows. Probably doesn't want to go for the spam right now. Don't want to give away your position in a situation like this one, especially when you have a teammate coming in from behind as well. Burmilov, he's heard the steps. He knows Ryu's coming.
And he's got reinforcements as well. Even if he doesn't quite succeed with a pick, which he does, he would have had a backup still. Wants to walk in. Isolated. Dihut did not have any assistance in the center of the site. He's kind of banking on his teammates, holding this down now. Hades' backside is very low. One HE grenade going in his general direction could be the end of him, but there's not one available. Dem reveals himself, spraying across Hut still. The bomb is not planted for him, therefore needs to go for the fight. Burmilov illustrates he's off of it. Shows that he's off of it again, and Dem knows he doesn't have to go for the fight. That is gonna be around for Monty.
This is running away. That is really getting out of control right now for Fnatic. They've been winning some good rounds. They've been playing some good Counter-Strike, but you gotta convert. You have to be able to. That was a 4 versus 2 after that second kill from Burmilov. But then Hades gets a kill onto Blamev. Demi shuts down Crimson towards middle. And suddenly it's down to the 2v2. Demi with just a couple bullets to get that player off of the defuse.
Didn't it feel a little bit disjointed as well from Fnatic? I feel like players were all over the place.
Yeah. It's like the moment they get into a 4v2, they just thought they could force their way forward. Also, Monty did find the most favorable fights there. They did find the fights that could give them... the only fights that could give them a chance to get the round, and this one is not starting in the best way possible for the Fnatic boys either. Crims from the back of the bomb site! Tapping away with the Deagle, rolling back tiers, but it's just a double and it might not be enough.
It could be enough. And that's the entertaining aspect of it all, because the bomb hasn't gone down on site yet. He's just created a chance for Fnatic to break through. Bomb handed over to Ryu.
Retakes on, no kid though, gotta go quick.
But they are taking their time, trying to group up two players together in Temple. Blamev waits.
Good
Fear
angle.
to join. Hades hides. And finds the first pick, now can reposition. Ryu there to assist. Mattis doesn't win on his trade. Fear, the only one standing, but not for long. That is good attention to detail there from Ryu, turning in both directions exactly when he's needed.
Those multi-kills from Monty have been absolutely impeccable, by the way. Look at that double from Crims as well. He loses his ult. He had only a Deagle. Everyone else had guns. An AVP, an M4, an MP9. Crims is able to come away with a double kill out of this. They have no chance if he doesn't bring it that close. And still, Monty are able to hold on. Still, Ryu's able to deliver a triple in the post plant. Fnatic do get a late reset. This Ancient, as we said already, Pavlos, it's getting out of hand right now. It's slipping right through their fingers.
It's not what you want to see if you're Fnatic. Trains up, sure, you've practiced it, unlike a lot of the teams in the space right now. But Monty's dangerous on it already. They've already shown it. It's one of the teams that have practiced it the most. If you leave it floating against them, it's going to be played, and most likely you're losing. So, yeah, hard time for Fnatic. Not a world they want to be in. And they're going to be falling a little bit further behind as well as they're on the eco. But Monty's quick about it. As soon as they find anyone, they deal with them quickly, swiftly. And we'll be seeing them on 11 rounds total. 2 remain for them to put Ancient behind them.
Also, we gotta say, the calling from Gizmi has been really acute so far. Incredibly sharp. He's been really decisive. A lot of good gamble stacks in the first half. A lot of good rotations in the second. And sure, there has been some individual magic involved, but it is part of the game in the end of the day, and especially when you have Blamev and Mattis on the other side, you can't really complain for the other team having some performing individuals. You have all the chances in the world, but now it's just one left, and it could be an A-rush coming out of Monty to try and close.
Could be indeed, but there's a dangerous AWP here in the hands of Burmilov. And he's not going to be missing that shot at all, is he? He's even got his life to try and go in for another try. Bomb, not on directly the box, so it's not a victim to spray. Gets away with that at least. Fnatic are quick to scramble. They're making their way through red as they group up in CT.
Look, he gives me though. Does he want to play from behind, or he wants to rejoin in towards A main? If he does rejoin from A main, that means that Diha needs to be a little bit more aggressive in towards tempo. He can't let go of that position.
Can't. Fnatic moving together, hand in hand. Monty, a bit disjointed though. Diha's left alone. Can't really trade that out. Well, you could have afforded to do that early on. Fnatic take charge. Dem no longer there. Gizmi neither, but Hades cannot survive for much more as Fnatic take over this round and keep a firm grasp over Ancient.
They just didn't give them anything in the post plant, right? We talked about the post plant as well. Gizmi, it felt like he was gonna go later on in towards middle. Maybe didn't feel like he had the time. Maybe didn't feel like he would have had a play. You couldn't push and get donut control. You couldn't push and get tempo control. Diha was the only one that was up close and personal when he couldn't really hold on against all that utility. Monty just never got comfortable in the post plan, and they didn't get the kills necessary to be alright with just having the bomb side and A main control. It was just a really well played round by Fnatic and great work by Burmelov as well.
It's huge. I just want to see how they react because, look, you lose another round, you're in the dirt when it comes to your economical situation, and then you've got Fnatic knocking on your door. You've got to be careful. Crucial round for Monty. Otherwise, this game is really up to anyone.
Eyes on middle right now. Just walking up. Crims. Ooh. Try peeking. Oh, misses the shot. Crims, lucky man to still be alive, but he spotted a couple of the rifles being up close and personal. He's gonna help, or he's gonna call for help. Blame F. Nearby, Monty still making a decision, but the bomb is making its way in towards the cave right now.
The fact that you've got sheer presence down in mid,
They're re-aggressing.
you've got players as red, is a lot of pressure, but Fnatic, this is interesting.
That's a great call.
Walk the walk and talk the talk. Gizmi, though, is able to shout loudest. B-site, now probably in their trajectory. But Ryu, with the fact that they've been able to split the map in two, will be able to create a lurk, a flank. But will it even be required? Yeah, sure, why not? Bring it to the table, especially if Blame F is causing trouble for the players crossing in. Monty have been able to recompose themselves and now are on map point on their opponent's map pick.
For a second there, it felt like they had the right idea. They had 4 people towards the bomb side that Monty were trying to target. They double push towards the ramp, catch 1 player off guard, and then Gizmi just goes nuclear with a double kill. I'm actually surprised the second player didn't keep his eyes there on the B doors. And Fnatic go for a tactical timeout. It's been such a tough one to accept that you might lose 8-13 because it hasn't felt like it. I mean, I want to give a lot of credit to Monty. Gizmi's been shooting lights out, the best out of his team and probably the best out of the server. He's top of the server right now with 20 kills and he's been calling it well. But if you ask Fnatic, they probably feel like they should have had a couple more. They probably feel like a lot of those rounds, they've had the right idea, but just not the right execution. There isn't anything worse than that. Knowing that you had it figured out. Knowing that you had the right ideas, but you still couldn't make it work.
Yeah, sometimes it's not clicking, isn't it? And I feel, look, watching Fnatic for the past few days, for the past couple of weeks, it's been kind of the similar story. Sure, there's a lot of potential. Sure, there's some very cool high moments, but it's never decisive. It's never consistent. Sure, you expect growing pains, new players, new IGL. It's going to happen. At the stage that you're currently at, that's your situation. But a nice call for Burmelov to go aggressive there. Early pick goes in Fnatic's favor.
Yep. And you blocked them off in towards the B bomb side with the smoke, so Monty can't really go for the regression even if they wanted to. They know. They've lost middle. They've been blocked in towards B, so as of right now, your best option is probably just wait out the U2. Hope that Hades is going to be able to open up something in towards that B bomb side, but won't be able to find anything with the smoke. Coming in again in towards the ramp, and Monty, 70 seconds left. They are pretty forced to go for the B play. Fnatic seem to realize they're going to have 3 people here again.
Make it 4. Why not? Add to it. Monty's done something similar on their CT side. And look, they can be comfortable to hold this area. Look at the left side extremity. Crims has lurked it all out. No one in that direction. Hades, that's a crucial pick. That's a double up throw that you can't really account for. Spray down from Ryu. That's what they wanted. That's what they needed. Now the B side can be open, but you expect the third player to be to your left-hand side. Dem can't quite deal with Crims on the back line. Burmy flying under the radar. Only good for the one as Ryu readjusts. That's a triple to his name, bomb going down, and required a quadra to end up with the clutch. He can expect where Crims is. He's caught the info, but now he's got to wait. As Crims is under pressure, he repositions again, tries to take a more open angle, which Crims cannot anticipate. Monty still Fnatic's map away and are ahead in this series against them.
And they do it in such a convincing fashion as well. A 13-8, in the end of the day, no matter how many clutches and close rounds there were, is a 13-8 for Monty. And Ryu plays this one with so much conviction, with so much confidence. You couldn't say that this guy was playing Academy Counter-Strike up until, what, 2 months ago? He's just playing this like he is the more experienced player. He's playing this one like he is the veteran, just toying with Crimson, then even bringing the fight to him regardless of his low HP. What a 4K from Ryu to close. And I feel like no matter how you felt about some of the rounds that Monty were able to pick up, if you ask them after the end of this first map, they will definitely tell you that they're really happy with how things went down. And you can't really fault them going into their own map pick. They just won, I guess, on one of the better maps of Fnatic in a pretty convincing fashion. There is a world in which Monty just run away with a 2-0 win here.
There definitely is a world, given that Train is up next and it's their own map pick. Let's see if they're capable of doing it or Fnatic can stop them. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to CCT Europe Series 18 of Season 2. That's always a mouthful, but I haven't gotten it wrong yet. I don't know how that has happened. I always get these things wrong. Either way...
If you want to challenge yourself, go with the Champions of Champions instead of CCT. It makes it a little bit more of a tongue twister.
Yeah, no, that would be a big tongue twister. Either way, I've jinxed it. Next time I'm getting it wrong for sure. Ted, we're already halfway through potentially the Series 1 map down. Fnatic don't quite manage to win their own map pick on Ancient Trains up next. What is the feeling now heading into this one? I think coming into this, you've had a strong urge to think Fnatic is probably the favored, and I don't think you'd be particularly wrong if you look at the pedigree, you look at how recent trends and their performances. Has the map that we've just seen, though, changed your mind, though?
I think so, yeah. I think Monty have pleasantly surprised me. And look, I will admit when I didn't expect the team to be playing up to that level, and I feel like it's not even about whether they can reach it. It's about raising the floor a little bit for this team, right? And we had that conversation with Fnatic as well, is the fact that both those teams have been struggling with consistency so far in 2025. So you never know which face of them you're going to get to see. But so far, at least from what we saw on Ancient, I mean, Gizmo was calling great. He had a fantastic firepower output. Sure. Ryu had a lot of clutches. Demia was incredibly solid. Diho was able to produce, I guess, a couple kills whenever needed. Hades didn't even have to shine as much with the AVP, right? It just felt like everything was falling into place really nicely for the side of Monty. And sure, you can say that they were the one team winning the majority of the clutches and the post plants and in the close situations, but it is a part of the game. It is an element of the game. And when you ask them, if they tell you that this was the map pick of Fnatic and they don't really give a damn that they were the ones winning the close rounds, you'd be there saying like, well, you know what? Fair enough. You got it over the line. Now we're moving into your map pick, and this is where we can actually look at the way that they are winning the rounds if they end up winning them. And I honestly feel like unless Fnatic change something up going into this one, and unless they start converting a little bit more, at least the situations that they're supposed to, and they have advantage, this could be a 2-0 for Monty, straight up.
It could be indeed. Now, Train being the next map to be contested, Monty's map pick at that. I'm interested to see what exactly are going to be the strong elements on this one. Me personally, I haven't casted it ever since it's came back in rotation. So I'm looking forward to this one altogether. But what is something I think you think we should look out for? Is there some sort of an individual you want us to have an eyes on? I imagine that must be the AWP players. I
think it's more of a team approach that we should be looking for, right? The fact that Fnatic gets to start on the CT side, supposedly, obviously, is they weren't the ones to pick into it. We're probably going to see a really proactive CT side. It's all about whether Monty are going to be able to get enough rounds on the T side, and how do they get a hold of that aggression from Fnatic, right? If Fnatic are going to be able to constantly fight for B lobby or brown holes, as a lot of people call it, if they're just going to be going for the broken woke smokes, pushing them away with Yuto, pushing them away from A main as well, making the T's feel like they're running out of options. In that sense, Fnatic actually could do what Monty were doing to them on the CT side of Ancient, right? They're quite, I mean, they're similar in the way that you could make the T side feel a little bit trapped, and you can make the team on the T side feel like they're suffocating when you're aggressive enough on the CT side, Ancient and Train. And I feel like this is going to be the key point. Whether Fnatic are going to be able to throw themselves out there, go and play assertive Counter-Strike, go and play aggressive Counter-Strike, as you rightfully pointed out earlier today. Fnatic are not a team that is shying away from Train either, so we're expecting them to be well prepared for this one.
Yeah, we're definitely thinking this is going to be a close match either way. Whether Monte comes up on top, we do think that's, that early map win is going to give him a little bit of a boost, but it all comes down to the early performance from Fnatic, how assertive they can be on that CT side, how strong they can be, and how big of a difference they can create. So yeah, looking forward to that one. Overall, I want to look at the individuals a little bit more as well. Is there some player from Fnatic that you think, if they perform to the level that they usually do, or perform slightly better, we could have looked at a completely different result? Because I think the testament so far has kind of been a team effort. You're not going to lose rounds on your own, but I'm interested to see if you've got your eyes on someone in particular.
I think it has to be Burmalov and Blamev we introduced to the conversation now going into the second map. And the big reason for that, Burmalov's actually the highest rated player of Fnatic when it comes down to Train, right? Out of the 3 maps that we've seen out of Fnatic on this map, Burmalov's on 120, Blamev is on 118, and then you have a big drop off to Mattis on 0.98. So Burmalov has been showing a good performance, and you already hinted towards the Opers. I feel like Hades as well has been showing that he enjoys the new Train being back in rotation. So I do believe that if you're looking at Fnatic in individuals, again, shocking news, Blamev, but Burmalov is the other one that I'd be keeping a close eye on, especially with the CT side start for them.
Well, we're getting started quickly. Fnatic are going to be taking the fight early on as well, as the aggression from Monty doesn't really bear any fruits. Fnatic winning every single one of those fights, and there's no retaliation.
That is a start and a half. I mean, that's exactly what the doctor ordered, right? You go
Yeah.
into this map, it's the map pick of Monty. You've just lost your own map pick, winning only 8 rounds, and you win the pistol cleanly. I guess this is number 1 on the bucket list here for Fnatic. Pistol, win. Don't let them plant. Okay, that's a check as well. It's all about delaying the first buy round win here for Monty for as long as possible. You need a convincing CT side score here. Or the side of Fnatic. It will be interesting to see what Monty can bring to the table on the T side as well. You'd find young in-game leaders on new maps to be fairly crafty, usually.
It's true. BlameF has been able to sneak around, though. An early pickup. Instead, as he gets some more damage done as well. This follow-up is a big crunch on the players from Monty. Not much permitted, and Matty's knew he had most of his health available to him. Crims lets him just walk past. Actually, BlameF that was. But yeah, again, 2 very clean and quick rounds.
It is a great start. I mean, Fnatic, interestingly enough, they were one of the first teams to actually introduce Train to the Tier 1 circuit. If you remember that game against Spirit, right? They had the balls not only to introduce it, but to actually pick it against Spirit in the Blast Bounty Season 1, right? That was the first game on Tier 1 Counter-Strike that was played on this map, and they were able to get a 10-13 against Spirit, which, you know what? Getting 10 rounds against Spirit nowadays is actually an achievement.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Of course, after the fact, they played it against the Rebels and against Spirit Academy. Both games fairly close, 13-10, 13-11. And interestingly enough, as we pointed out, Train has been a CT-sided map for a lot of those teams. But for Fnatic in particular, it has been a T-sided one. They've won the majority of their rounds on the T side.
That's true. That is very true. Again, it's not as CT-sided as it once was, I think you could say, before the changes. It's still... I guess you could definitely lean it in that.
I think it's difficult to say what side it actually favors because it's been, yeah, it's really new. So
but I
we
think
will
from
need
what
a
we've
little
seen
bit
so
of time.
far, you know, you can't really call it as CT sided as it once was because it was
No.
Really
It was incredibly
one-sided.
CT sided before. Yeah, I think the CTs now get a little bit more freedom. Sure, to go aggressive, do the thing that Mattis is doing. He's just looking for the T's in their own spawn. But now Monty, you're gonna pick up the pace in towards B.
It's the right decision to make, given Fnatic have got 3 of their players towards the A side. Love, though, is getting a lot
Crims is
across.
still there.
Crims gets himself behind catwalks here, so he could potentially do quite a bit. But it's Crims that appears once again. Diha, forced on a 1v3, able to isolate one. He's playing around a smoke and he's doing it perfectly.
There's no way.
Is he going to look on Connector in time to find BlameF?
Bomb drop though,
Just in a
15
B9.
seconds. Time is a factor.
If he creates much of a distance between his opponent, this could become a real possibility. Bomb will be going down, and that's when BlameF decides to push. Could potentially find an upgrade for his gun, but here comes a trade, and BlameF was ready for it. It seems that Monty aren't given a chance to get a round win.
Whew. Okay, that was quite close, but Fnatic are still able to hold on. What a shot from Demir that was on the AK-47. Great work by Crims, though. As you pointed out, incredibly patient. Where's the back of upper? Diha with a great attempt into the 1 versus 3 clutch, but BlameF plays it to perfection. First of all, waited for Diha to tap the bomb. Make sure that you've got the space to actually work with on the MP9, and he was able to close in the distance quickly enough to give himself a bit of a chance against the rifle. The bomb plan, of course, will mean that Monty do go for another reinvestment, but Fnatic yet to actually put a foot wrong, and BlameF yet to go down. Burmalov we're going to get to see on an AVP for the first time here. Had a couple of good moments on the rifles, primarily on Enshin, but this is where he is supposed to thrive.
That's what you attribute to an early good CT slot, right? Being able to get quickly on a full set of utility and AWP, super important on these long distances. So we get to see that from the get-go. It's Monty. Make it out through Pigeon. Been stopped for now. Fnatic seem to have a good idea of where they are, but double-sided peek allows for an early trade. BlameF does win his own individual fight. And Gizmi's taking a lot of damage. Still Fnatic on the front foot.
Yeah, you get a 1-for-1 though. It's not gonna make you too sad. Gives me still low on HP, and Hades is trying to throw a little bit of caution into the wind with that utility into War's Eye. They're not buying it though, and yeah, Crims is gonna go. Look at the
no.
timing is absolutely awful. Might have had the kill, by the way. Crims was looking upper.
Oh man, these moments hurt. It's not fun to be there on the receiving end of these. And Burmilov, like we said, what an upgrade to bring an AWP to the table. As of the 4th round, Ryu flashed as well, trying to make his way out of the smoke. And he's really not been given a chance. Burmilov trying to find a bird's eye view here to get a better read of the situation, what Hades is looking to do. But with 20 seconds on the clock, you can't expect much. Crims circumnavigates around him as well, as Fnatic continue their streak.
You know what's one of the crazy theories that I have about Fnatic and Train, by the way? I think the more Crims feels nostalgic about Train and the more he actually recognizes the old Train and the new Train, the better they will be. Because when you're thinking about it, Crims has had some of his strongest years playing on Train, right? Around the time when Train was a part of the active map pool. So I feel like for some of those old guard players, it's actually a bit of a bonus to have that map back in.
Sure.
If it intrigues him, if it makes him feel like, you know, he's rolling back years and he enjoys playing something that was around back in the day. Obviously, it's a little bit different now, but we still know that Crims can turn up every now and then, and he's on 7-1. He's on a great start to this map so far.
I wonder how big actually that factor is, right? Because surely it must pay some sort of a difference.
I think
I'd love
means
to hear
something.
from them.
I think it really means something for a lot of the players. That's why, for example, I think it was it Nico that was saying that he'd have, for example, that was a long time ago, like a year ago. He was saying that he'd have cash back or he'd have train back when they made the changes of Vertigo. I think for a lot of those players, they just feel a lot more secure and safe with the maps that they have grown up playing, which is completely natural. Obviously, Train has nothing to do with the map that Crims was playing when he was growing up, because yeah, that Train that he was playing when he was growing up, you could shoot below the trains as well, and that's well in the past and forgotten, but I still think there is something to it.
Yeah, I would agree. I wonder, you know, maps like Cash haven't made it back into the map pool. I feel like it's just a matter of time. I feel like enough time needs to pass. Like these things happen very slow.
We're just giving some time to the legend. Shout out FMPone one time. Creator of it. Rumor on the street is, or word on the street is, sorry. Cash is nearly ready in CS2. We don't know what happens. Maybe after the major. Who knows?
Maybe. Would it be too soon, though? Maybe you want to wait a year until you make a change and bring Train into the equation.
No, bring Cash back. No. Yeah, get rid of Inferno or Dust too. Yeah, I'm all in.
I'm just thinking, I'm all in as well. I'm just trying to figure out what the mind of the developer looks like in this situation, right?
I've given up on that.
Because obviously you got to think about a map
ago.
that you got to bring out of the rotation as well.
Sure, yeah. Oh yeah. Inferno, Dust 2. You can choose.
I mean, they're no slouches in bringing them out new maps, as in like taking them out of the pool. Here, finally Monte finds an opener. But this is not the type of round you'd expect them to win. He's quickly shut down. There's a sense of comfort for Burmilov. There's a reason why he's a top fragger of the team on this map. He's enjoying his time. Just a single casualty. And Fnatic keep it going.
This feels so nice for a Fnatic, I bet. You're just winning those clean rounds, as you said. Even when you lose that opening fight, there's always someone to get a multi-kill. Everyone is delivering as well. Blavev is on 6-0. Burmilov is on 6-2. Crims is 7-1. Mattis is 5-2. Here is the happiest captain in the world right now. Can just lay back.
Doesn't have to do a thing.
Yeah, exactly. Look at his teammates get all the kills. Now Monty will bring back the guns, and this is probably the buy round on which they put the most trust and the most emphasis on. Early anti-rush Yuta was in play though, and Monty can't really make their way out main early on, even if they wanted to.
Oh, they've actually reached red here, pushing very aggressively into the site. Smoke hasn't really done all that much for Monty, not as much as they would have liked, though that spray down could be everything. Ryu, not much health left on him, so he's a simple pickup for Crims. And now you need to start to reconsider what's the play here. Do you try to break through again? This choke is proving to be a massive difficulty for Monty. Yet to have the solution,
Hold
but
on.
Diha might have to make it work on the clutch.
You know where Fear
Hold on.
was.
Oh, you know what? You talked about Fear not having to do much. He had a clutch ahead of him, and he gets it done.
That's why you need him as well, right? But again, it just feels so difficult to get ahead of the Yuto. I'm actually surprised that Monty did try it. I mean, on paper, they did wait for the first wave of nades and then try to go through the smoke, but the one player to get the refrags was Ryu, and he was tagged down to 5 or 10 HP from the Yuto as well. Just comes to show how difficult it is. Even if you get out in the 3v3, you still are a little bit stuck. You still don't have a lot of Ryu estate. You still just get a couple kills, but you don't really have the bomb side. It's a tough T side to play, man. Really tough T side to play. Especially when the CTs know what type of Yuto they should be throwing, and they're doing a good job at it.
Oh, wow.
What?
That's
Wait,
Bernard assisting
no-scope?
himself.
Well, that wasn't a no-scope.
It didn't look like
Did
one
he
at least. Did he
unzoom and
scope out
shoot?
before he shoot?
There's no way he unscoped this shot. At that distance. There's no way.
Production, you know what to do. We need to see a replay of that.
There's
Slow
no
motion.
way.
I don't know what to say. Mind you, I did see a play similar as that on Dust 2 the other
Crimson's in
day. So
T-spawn. He's pushed all the way in towards white holes, and he's let Diha pass. Hades has to get the kill. Does so. This is still a winnable round, especially if they don't realize how close Diha was, but he actually hesitated a little bit the moment that Crims found the kill, so he's going to be a little bit late to make his way out lower.
if he is good for the trade, and Monty can't really afford to have these fights. BlameF took his time to go all the way around, so it doesn't take a disadvantageous fight. Diha, busy planting the bomb, couldn't really fight back. It's hard to see where Fnatic's trade
Okay,
right.
that wasn't a non-scope.
That wasn't. I don't.
He
think
didn't.
It
He
was.
didn't unzoom. Did
Weird.
he? There's no way he unzoomed that quickly and pressed mouse 1 that we didn't see it for a second time, right?
It was slow motion, so
Can we see it again? But even
That'd be-
slower?
that'd be
I'm not
big.
sure if that's a possibility. Because if that wasn't,
if they've got
if
it
that
in the
was
replay
a
package or not.
really a non-scope, that's the craziest shot I've seen.
yeah, sure. And it's just the fact that these distances are so long, you can just throw down an HE and assist yourself with an easy AWP shot. Like, this is cool stuff. Not cool stuff for Monty. They're not having fun.
Oh, I don't know. It's been a tough one. Gotta start winning soon enough, though, and this is a good opening coming out of Diha. Finally, you get into a 5v4, but this is the only rifle. You still gotta think that Diha has to find a little bit more, and Burmilov's alive. He's been really solid so far.
He's an actual rock for the team. This is the first time I think Monty has gained any sort of site control. So we might be seeing our first retake situation. But Fnatic might want to buy time here. Allow BlameF to go all the way around. Oh, Ryu might get burnt alive. He gets funneled in front of Fear's eyes. Fnatic, they're starting to run out of time. They're going to have to move in quick. Still a couple of flashes available. Diha walks out of the shadows just on time. Burmilov, good for the first one. BlameF is very late to the fight. Diha turns around just on time, and Monty eventually get themselves a round win.
Yeah, finally, right? It feels like it's been a long time coming, and a lot of credit has to be given away over to Diha. That was a... There's no way he unscoped. The only way I think that's a glitch. The only way I'm thinking that was an unscope was if he just misclicked the right click and then left click instantly.
That could be likely. Honestly.
That could be the case. And if that is what really happened, this is an insane no scope from that distance. But yeah, Diha, great shooting. Put that hero rifle to good work. Burmilov again opening things up with that AWP, but still unable to hold on to it. And I actually did have a fun fact prepared for you, Pavlos, as we had that conversation about Crims and the experience. So the first time Crims played an official on train, are you ready for this? And this is in CSGO, obviously. This is not 1.6. It was the Face It Cup July in 2013. He played on Refuse back then with Michael Ellis, Kitten, Maxaki, and Winster. He played against N Faculty, which at the time was Piff, RDO, Liddy, Spitfire, and Pronax.
Bro, what a throwback.
12 years ago.
Wow.
You want to ask Gizmy where he was 12 years ago? Not kindergarten, he's not that
throwback.
young, but it was
Oh my god.
early days of school. Whoa, actually, Gizmy 12 years ago was 8. So when Crims played his
Burmilov was
first
5.
CSGO, yeah, Burmilov was 5 years old. Burmilov was in kindergarten the first time Crims played an official in CSGO on train.
You just said the names there, and I'm like, what a flash from the past.
And he's still here, still rocking the good old same haircut.
That was 2 years before I started watching Counter-Strike.
That was more than 2 years before I started watching Counter-Strike. Well, maybe 2, 3, something like that.
Because I think he was in Fnatic for as long as I remember.
Well, bottom line is, Crims has been around for a while, and he probably has played more trained officials than some of his teammates have played officials. Entirely. Here, good opening. Then it will go down, and Crims is the king of the B-bomb side, able to get away with 1D with a refrag, though. This is still on, but the bomb is nowhere near.
That is true. And you can already see BlameF making his way over. But Hades, now with an open hands, feels a lot more dangerous. There's a lot more about his presence. Damage made. Ryu, backstab. It works. BlameF looking to see if he can clutch this up, actually. One found. He's not really being overzealous, waiting for Fear to also try and make something happen with the AUG, but has to hand this one away. Monty, chain 2 together.
Yeah, and BlameF is saving right now. You have a 7-1 lead. It actually seems hilarious that you don't have any money left, but it really doesn't. And Monty now have won 2 rounds. I know the start was so convincing for the side of Fnatic, but there is that funky feeling about this getting out of hand slowly but surely, right? And it's knowing that Monty are going to be on the CT side in the second half. The more rounds they get here on the T side, the more we're going to give them an opportunity or just a hypothetical chance to come back into this one. It might be more than a hypothetical. It might be quite realistic if they end up winning 4 or 5 rounds here on the T side, God forbid, for Fnatic. But the money on the defense has run out. It's gone. It's just BlameF. And you could put all the blame on him, but he's only a human after all. So it wouldn't be right.
Maybe that's why. Maybe he's had his entire life blame thrown on him. That's why he's been called BlameF.
I mean, he's the one that named him. Oh, okay, that's the angle you're
Yeah,
going.
exactly.
Sure.
He was like, yeah, well, might as well blame F. Who the hell's F? Demi. And yeah, that's just 1 kill. You would expect a little bit more from that situation. Okay. Like we said, Hades is ever more dangerous with a big green in his hands.
Night.
Monty with some newly found confidence. I like it. I'm glad it's not a one-team show. Single casualty for them this round as they start to close up this gap.
Yeah, they do. Back to the buy rounds here for Fnatic. It is really important. It's one of those moments when you realize actually how key a round is. Even though you're 7-3 up, you still have a little bit of pressure on. The good news about this game in general is the fact that it's a 2-0 game in the main Swiss, right? So even if you end up losing the series, you're not out of the event. You're still going to have 2 more chances to make it into the playoffs. So I think it gives a little bit of room for people to play with less pressure and thus show us some more creative stuff. Not be afraid to take risks, chances.
I think you're right. It's good practice. Fear up first.
Crunch is coming.
Bracer and AK. Not too bad of a buy, really. Fnatic are trying to get out of the B side. I think they realize how quick of this A side hit it's coming. Although, again, they're allowing Monty to walk in. The retake last time around wasn't successful, but this time around, they've got both BlameF and Fear holding hands, and it should be quicker to rotate.
Look at Ryu, though. He's taking so much space, and the Molotov sure might give it away, but Ryu has been hitting some good shots lately. And Monty have just paused. Just let Ryu try and find something. Not making a lot of sounds, not making a lot of noise. Crims might just walk in. There goes the first kill from the Oper. Ryu has to get activated. Here goes the second. Spots the third, looking for the headshot. Fear finally to put him to bed.
The captain stands up. Enough funny business. And now Monty. At least they find themselves some space onto B. That is some sneaky walking from Gizmy. Hades will try and join him as quickly as possible, but there's also reassurance for Fnatic, given that they've got more players. Cross out into the open. That is a risky maneuver to take, especially if you're not certain if there's a T lying around. Equal Poseidon. What a nade! Down to 24 and 40 HP per player. Blame F. He's doing a little bit more damage. And he's able to find one. Okay, he knows exactly where Gizmy is. How do you play it now as Fnatic? Do you put your players together? One on a high point and one on a low point. Gizmy, can he make it work for his team? The answer is no. Fnatic. It took them 3 rounds, but they finally get right back into winning.
Yeah, and this keeps their chances as well, right? You get 8 on the CT side. Even if Monty pick up the last one, you're still going to be in the contest. You're still going to be in a far better position. This is one that they needed, and this is one that Fear gives them. What a triple out of the captain. You step it up, the retake. They played with so much caution as well, Blame F and Fear. Didn't want to give Gizmy any 1v1s in the end. Tried to make it as uncomfortable as possible. And now you get an opportunity to get 9. You get 9 rounds on the board here on the CT side. I think we could start having those conversations for Nuke.
Sure.
Not that we haven't seen crazier comebacks.
Mattis, he's close to the action there, but he can only get away with one. As Dem looks to push through with flames on his heels. Blame. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. He doesn't actually get traded. Monty are backing up each other up, and Dika backing them up even further, ends up with more kills. Now, Burmilov and Crims here to clutch it, but Crims barely has any HP to work with. Burmilov requires to get that pickup, and now this is within reason. And AK picked up, Hades knows of it, but he's got this line of fire covered. Flash to come through, a bit of a swing, get him out of this corner. Hades down to 20 points of health, but Hades will not budge. Nerves of steel. An MP9 in the hands of Crims is what is required to allow Fnatic back in, but no, Monty closes half with a bit of a success story. 4 rounds in the bag locked in after a very weak start.
Yeah, it's really important for them to know that they have an opportunity for the second half. And actually, a failed Molotov is what enables them to go for that really quick peek, by the way. I don't want to put all the blame on Mattis, because obviously it was still a round that was going on, and they could have won it. They could have picked it up, but if he does land that main molly, they wouldn't have been able to come out so quickly. Still threw the smoke in towards main, but the Yuto not coming in enabled them to go for that play on a bit of an earlier timing, and Mattis was just stuck in the middle of nowhere. Still comes down close with some of those players being really low on HP for the side of Monty, but they do make it work, and now 1 pistol round away from really tempting fate with that potential comeback. Fnatic, this pistol, even though you have an 8-4 lead, I think you'd rather have it your way.
Oh, yeah. I think losing it will give Monty such an advantage. I mean, look at Fnatic, right? Their CT side, when they got the AWP quickly, that just unraveled a whole new realm of possibilities for them. Sure, they were dominating from the get-go, but they'd much rather have that utility and riflery available to them than not. Fnatic breaking from 2 different directions on the site. Hades catches Mattis on his jump. But Fnatic close in as a unit, and all of them equally attribute to the success of this take. Strong pick by Ryu to at least bring things to a doable standpoint. Crouch pick by Crims is strong. That
he was even running away as he headshot him the second time.
Bonkers. Ryu does find another headshot. But he is running out of time. And he doesn't have a kit. He's going to have to find one along with a double kill that is required of him. Fnatic get the pistol. Now, this is what they needed. Now they can start thinking about closing up this map.
Yeah, this is a great example, by the way, this pistol round, of how crafty Fnatic have been on the T side when it comes down to train as well. That's why we gave them a little bit of credit before we even started this. That's why we said that they've actually won the majority of their rounds when it comes down to the T side. A lot of veto being brought in. Molly backside, you smoke off Z, you make it really uncomfortable for the CTs to get into any fights whatsoever. And even though you lose the first one to a really nice and slick one-tap coming out of Hades, you're able to take the bomb side in just no time. We're gonna get to see a spam for the Pop Dog entrance here from Fear. There is a lot of spam lineups there. A lot of spam lineups. Too many.
There were a lot of spam points in the previous map as well.
That is sure, but nothing like this. Because this is it's just windows that you can't see through. But they do a lot of damage, and there's ways that you can spam backside, there's ways that you can spam Z, there's ways that you can spam the cross into worst spot. There's almost too much you can do there.
Vermilov, first entry. He's trickle peeking this, and Monty are allowing him to do it. Blameth gets close. That's some nice cash in his pocket. Matters wants to follow up with a double of his own. Blameth ends up with a triple. Fnatic on double digits. This is looking good by the Swedish org.
You say Fnatic, no, they're a British org. UK Counter-Strike would hate you for it.
Is it a British org?
Yeah.
Oh,
Based
it is,
in London.
isn't it?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, you're right.
They are Brits.
You know,
That
Fnatic
explains
in
all the poor
Sweden.
decision making, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. We like
I
you.
mean-
Sometimes. I like
but-
Oh my god!
We'll talk about spam angles.
Oh
there you go.
no! Oh, poor Fear, man. I feel so bad now.
I mean, he's gone for that angle a couple times.
Oh, man. He spammed it the other way around.
Monty are starting to break this terrorist push attempt. There's a walk outside of Ivy as well. Look at that. But it will leave B quite exposed. Well, not if Gizmy looks to join, which is exactly what he's doing.
I mean, we say quite exposed. Now they have three people there. Demi is pushing in
Yeah,
towards wide holes.
exactly.
You're just walking into a trap.
Oh, Gizmy appears. Crims finds a headshot. Dika there for the trade. They turn their attention towards the A site, but that's when I think Dika can come into the fight. He has to go all the way around underpass to get into Pop Dog.
Blame's running
Until
back
he
B.
becomes relevant. Oh,
He is.
Blameth will try to break in. Stop by Ryu. Yeah, you've got to call this round over. You've got to hand this over to Monty. Perfect openers, to be fair.
That's where train starts. Now it's game on. They have the guns out. They win a comfortable round like this one. This is where it really begins. And the fact that for Fear, this is the way that he goes down. I know it's too early. He probably wouldn't care as much, but it means a lot for Monty, right? Because you start the most important buy round so far of the map, arguably, for yourselves, and you started with a free opening kill like that with no chance of a refrag. Fear is going to be thinking a second time before lining up any spams from here on out. I can tell you that much for free. How much can you do now, Monty? Is this going to be another CT side El Clasico on train?
It's hard to do. Fnatic aren't slouches on this one. They're well prepared. There's definitely a map in their arsenal. And not afraid to play it. Gizmy. Oh, this could be sneaky. It really could be. And there's a double punch in. Vermilov does trade it, but Monty get the better of it. And now you've got to think about Fnatic's next choice, right? What do they go for next? Bomb is closer to the B site, but Crims doesn't have any friends.
It's so lonely, right? Isn't it? Mattis is just going to join in any moment now, but you still want to use the fact that you have Blameth in towards main, and we'll wait out the pop smoke, hoping that the CTs would have left, and it would be right to assume so. Thing is, Gizmy's left because he was low on HP, but now he's going to be upgraded to the open. Hades is going to get that M4. Hades is all alone, but he's just winning time for Demio. Look at him pushing in towards Ivy.
Damn. Making moves. Getting information.
Hello.
And potentially a pick. Never mind Blameth. Give him those 1v1s, he'll get them. And what do you do next? Now you know you've squared things up a bit. You've got to get an idea of the lay of the lands. 35 seconds. And the right choice for them is to actually end up on the A side, which is exactly what they're doing. Hades reveals himself, doesn't get much damage across. Crims will look to move through. 25 seconds, rotation through. Hades has gone all the way around now. Another potential angle for him to work with. He's got assistance from Connector that he could wait around for, but ends up with a pick. 3v2 now. Monty with the lead, Fnatic. Have to play it safe, have to find cover, but Train isn't a map where you can find much cover, can find much safe ground. Crimzo finds safety with his own bullets, creating a shield for himself. And Gizmy, there's no chance he goes for this. He's only got 20 points of health, can't feel confident to go for the clutch. Fnatic still that round away.
This feels so disappointing if you're Monty, by the way. Again, you were able to find out early 2-for-1 into our Pop Dog. Again, you're able to get Demi in an aggressive position, and the round just goes out of hand. Gizmy will stay alive and hold on to the AVP at least, so we will be able to muster up somewhat of a buy in the next one. The question is, do you really want to do that? I mean, you're down 5-11, so it doesn't really feel like you've got a choice, right? Ryu's got to buy himself an M4. Gizmy can buy himself a FAMAS. Ideally, if it wasn't 5-11, you'd want to call in a half buy here, by the way, and just play around the hero hope. I think that's what they're doing. They're not going for the full investment. Yeah, they will call the half buy. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I understand the logic. I actually admire it because you feel like you can get a long streak on the CT side, and you're putting a lot of emphasis into Hades on this round. If he was to step it up, it would have to be now.
It might not even come down to the latter rounds that come next. It might just work out for Monty here. That first shot from Hades, the follow-up with the deagle. Now you need to connect the pieces even further. Dem, you don't want to take that fight. You know it doesn't favor you. These AKs can hurt and they can get out of control quickly. I like the fact that Hades gets high ground here. And I like the fact that there might be a potential boost. Oh, it's uncomfortable. They're not getting it done. And they think they realize this a little bit too late. Play around for too long and you will get punished. Fnatic, they gain side control. And again, a push through outside Ivy. Then we'll try and approach, spotting out where Gizmy is, and now it's Fnatic's home ground. Now it's Fnatic that can hold on to the game.
Still here.
Hades makes himself known, down to 9 points of health. Again, not comfortable to take the fight without his teammate.
Bomb drop though. This is really weird. D has gone around the world. He's coming all the way from main, and I think there is a gun dropped into our Z box.
Must consider. Fnatic have got to be aware of something like this.
Gotta plant the bomb, boys, and Diha's just gonna run a one-tap. Grim goes down.
Diha's got to hide. Diha has got to avoid this fight with Burmilov. He has to buy time, but he's not doing it. Instead, goes in for the fight. Pistol will take it up against the AK. Monty are well and truly in this fight.
This is the type of round that loses you a map. This is the type of round that loses you a game. You should have had 12. Monty were ready to give it to you. They call in a half buy, they call it quits. They just had an AWP and a couple pistols, and they make it work. And you even had the advantage, you even had a 3v2. But then the AWP shuts down the bomb, it was just too open. You didn't feel comfortable to go for a bomb plant. Crim's back turn in towards main. Diha with the shutdown, and it was no HP on Burmilov. Diha just needed a couple bullets to connect to the body. And look at the money of Fnatic now, it's gone. They go for a full eco themselves. And that is the definition of a full eco. They just have one smoke. That's it. 5 Glocks.
Diga's got all the information he needs, but he does get punished early. Hades backside. Incendiary can be thrown to where the bomb will get planted. HG could be the backup as well. Yeah, the molly didn't quite land where they would have liked. So the bomb does get planted. That's what Fnatic wanted this round. It's a little bit extra spare cash in the pocket. They find one pick as well, but the bomb plant was the goal. Monty to close up the gap a little bit.
Still, you're keeping 4 players alive. If you're Monty, you gotta focus on the positives for your side of the story, right? You're able to win the previous round. This time around, you keep 4 players alive. It was a little bit tricky there for Diha to be playing with a smoke instead of a molly in hand. Hey, the pistols running down, but thankfully he did have the support of Hades towards the back lines. That's the important part of it. And as you said, Fnatic, they get the bomb plant. Burmilov is going to have that AWP out. He's been doing some good work so far on Train. Same for Crims. Same for Blame F.
Oh boy, we got a game on our hands.
Yeah. They're on the way, though. It hasn't been the best game we've seen on Train from Monty, but the signs are there. Gizmi, if he gets fired up, if Demi gets fired up, if Hades keeps it going, he's had a couple impactful rounds, and look at him go.
Ooh. It might be hurt though. Burmilov head-to-head with the AWP.
So
The first
first.
shot misses. They do connect actually, but it's through the wall. Dem next in contention, but you don't really want to be facing up against the AWP. Burmilov not affected by the flash and gets the second pick. Fnatic, that's what they needed. Now they can settle back. Now they can regroup and focus about what the next part of the plan is, because they've got the numbers now.
Deacon needs to get that kill. He's gonna get caught on a weird timing though, and Fear wins the fight. This is gonna be the end of the round. It has to be.
Surely.
And Gizmi's just reaggressing right now. He knows the Oper was there. If he takes down Burmilov, sure, you can try and hold on to the AVP, but this is already a save being called in for Monty. This is going to be Fnatic taking their 12th, surely.
Yep. And then you're looking at 5 rounds required by Monty to get a comeback going, where no mistakes can be afforded. Fnatic look like they're on the right foot now. And yeah, a third map very much in the horizon. Very much in view.
Feels like they deserve it though. Fnatic have been doing a really, really good job so far on Train. They fought so hard in the first half. Sure, it could have been a little bit scrappier in the second, but still. You gotta feel like it was a bit unfortunate though for Monty, right? I mean, Burmilov takes a shot a little bit too early. Mattis is able to go 1-for-1 even, and then the flash just goes a little bit too deep. If the flash was a little bit higher, maybe the Oper goes down. Dihe loses the fight in towards B. Round's over just like that. Monty, they have been trying to switch up the pace. They have been trying to throw in some funky ideas and some cool stuff into the mix. It just hasn't really been quite working out.
Must win. Well, it's a must win for 5 consecutive for Monty. Not fun, is it? Not when Fnatic's been playing so well. Ooh. Ryu gets away with 2? No trade? That is ridiculous.
I'm such a big fan of this kid now, by the way. He's so crisp.
There's a reason why. They've moved in up from Monty Gen. The potential he has. Hades readjusts
Nice.
on that Y-axis. Readjusts again for Matters as he steps in for another fight. Blame F. He's a solid player, but a 1v5, even in his prime, even in his best performances, is a bit too much to ask.
I can't believe you mentioned the abscess and the ordinate in the Counter-Strike cast, by the way. I am impressed. Shout out to all my homies that I've suffered with the X and Y. And shout out to Monty one time for this round. That was really clean. 80s with some good shots. Ryu with a fantastic double taking the initiative. It's just the fact that Fnatic are up to 12 that makes you a little bit more, I want to say, cynical about how this entire thing could go for Monty, right? If it was 11 rounds and Monty win this one on 7-11 down, then sure. Could have been giving them even more credit, but it's just the fact that you know Fnatic need 1 to close. Only 1 to run away with it. 1 mistake, 1 misplay, 1 missed shot, 1 tag that was supposed to be a kill when all of it could go out the window here for Monty. Not that it's impossible to come back. It's just not gonna be easy. You're gonna see that one on the Not Out Here video, by the way.
Yeah. You can see the fire, you know, coming out of a barrel of the weapon firing on the pre-fire position, so you know exactly where to shoot. Simple stuff. Look, I love the fact that you mentioned that Fnatic just needs to win 1. They're such a team that can just steal the round away, even when they've got no business winning it. It's got to put you on edge if you're Monty.
Definitely feels like it. The thing is, again, Monty have been able to win a couple convincing rounds, and the previous one I think is definitely going to make some of them believe, especially with the low money now on Fnatic. Something a little bit quicker in towards the B bomb side or in towards Bob. It's actually going to be a straight up B rush. D-Hit this time, Molotov in hand, able to deploy it. There goes the first one and make it a double, even a triple actually with the fire.
Yeah, the flames coming clutch. This time, bomb not permitted to get planted. Really important stuff. Don't allow that economy to accumulate that far in. Not that it matters all that much. Fnatic still can master up a perfectly good buy.
They can. As we said, it's really important for Monty just to feel like things are working out, right? D has now hit 20 bomb. Hades has been hitting some good shots on the AWP. Ryu's had a couple successful aggressive plays. Just to make sure you're holding on. Instant smoke in towards main coming up. It is probably the lineup you wanna learn. It's the easiest one out there. Not the fanciest one, but the easiest one. Hades, again, posted with the open towards Ivy, and by the looks of things, he will get tested.
Yeah. There's definitely attention turned towards it. Smoke on one and Molotov on the other. Monte don't really want to adjust all that much. Don't want to be overreactive in moments like these.
Love the readjustments coming out of Monty, by the way. You deployed that early, you two went towards main, and seeing that Fnatic so far haven't really been contested, you just reinforce the extremities, right? You have the double setup with the open towards Ivy and the double setup in towards the B-bomb side. You just want to make sure that Fnatic don't surprise you and don't go for an early walk. Vermilov on the other side of the smoke. Demia, gotta be careful. Gonna break it open.
You gotta be afraid of this. Oh, this is uncomfortable.
There's another nade.
Fnatic have been better on these Ivy fights. Spray down does not quite connect. An opening could have been created there for Hades to use. Instead, Mattis aggresses. Only takes a tick of damage through the molly. Ends up moving through the smoke. He's going to break into the side. Is the rest of the team ready for it? I don't think they aren't. That Ryu ends up getting surprised. Hades as well. Fnatic have broken through. Mattis sneaks and destroys the entirety of the defense of this A site. It's a Mattis game, and it's Fnatic's map. That is ridiculous. A single player to disarm you entirely.
Oh, and it's Fear to put an end to it. A clean round on the board for Fnatic to level things up. As they say, we're not ready to give in yet. We still want to fight for playoffs. We still want to grab that 3-0 spot going into the next stage of the event. They lose their own map pick, getting only 8 rounds on Ensham, but they come back in style with 13-9 on Train. Pavlos, we're going into Nuke, and to be fair to you, after that map pick exchange, I'm not really sure who I'm favoring anymore.
No, I'm not either, and I think we wouldn't have had it any other way, right? Coming into this game, we knew it would be close. Sure, you've got your favorites. You look at the recent trends, but I'm loving the fact that both teams have, you know, some sort of a comeback on each other's, you know, on their opponent's map picks. The decider now is the Nuke. We already had a CT side map. We've got another one with the likes of Nuke, and I'm looking to see how that one is going to work out. The map that decides which team goes 3-0 out of the main Swiss stage, first into playoffs. We'll have to wait and see how that looks like right after the next break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Champions of Champions Tour Season 2 Series 18 as we'll get going with the final map and series of the day, Fnatic versus Monty, and this one will be on Nuke. Now we've had a one-to-one an exchange of map picks. What is your thoughts coming into this one? I'm glad we saw Monty pick up the first map and, you know, upset Fnatic. I'm also glad Fnatic showed some impressive performances on Train. So now I'm just thinking, how does it get better from here?
I'm not sure how it gets better here. I mean, I can tell you how it could get better from here for the side of Monty if they end up winning Nuke as well, right? I think Fnatic, all in all, though, did show that they can play some good Counter-Strike. And I honestly think going into Nuke on paper, it might look like it's really one-sided towards Fnatic. Honestly, I'm just expecting a really open map, and that's the reason I'm so excited, because I think it's really difficult to predict. Sure, if you look at the numbers, you're going to see the 89 or 90% win rate, whatever it was, the specific number for the side of Fnatic, and you say, well, they are probably the better Nuke team, right? And sure, they've been winning more, but you look at all the wins that they've had, Pavlos. I mean, I'm going to give you some specifics right now. They've played 7 Nukes so far this year. They've been able to win 6 out of them. The one that they lost was a 4-13 loss to Spirit. The 6 wins, every single time their opponents were able to either get 10 rounds, 11 rounds, or it was an overtime win. Every single one of those games has been incredibly close for the side of Fnatic. And the fact that they've been able to close it out, sure, that's impressive. You get 6 consecutive close games that you convert so closely, that is great. That means that you do well under pressure. But does it mean that you're unbeatable? I don't think it does.
No, it definitely shows that there are things that can be exploited. But without any further ado, we're jumping straight into the game. Fnatic starting things on the CT side. Monty are the aggressors in this instance. They're the ones dropping their map pick, you know, earlier on. But we'll have... oh, it's a knife fight to decide where we start off. I forgot about this. Yeah, I thought we would begin straight away, but that makes sense. Just a little knife fight to see where these sides will get sorted. You'd probably think CT side is mostly favored. So with Monty winning this one, I'd imagine that's what they'd pick.
Yeah. Also, you want to play a game here, Pavlos. It's the 3rd best of 3 for me and you today. It's our 8th map of the day. We've had a long day of casting. We do appreciate every single one of the people in chat that have been sticking around for all of those games, right? And that have been with us since round 1. So guys, let's run a round of applause for all of you at home, and then give us a bit of a vote. Type 1 in chat if you think Monty's gonna win that Nuke. Type 2 if you think Fnatic is gonna pick it up. And type 3 if you're just here for me and Pavlos, which I think is not the case. But I got it. No, I had to say something cringe because it was too wholesome either way. So let's get into
it. You had a good thing going there, and then everybody's like, "What's 3?" I think 3 is burned out of their keyboard.
Like, what? But he's trying to beg for compliments. He's trying to beg for some love.
Wow, okay, well...
Now someone's gonna put 4 in the chat, and he's gonna be like, that means that I can't listen to you. I put 4.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
But yeah, shout out to you guys.
Yeah, good audience today. Here we go. Into the fight already. Fnatic try to break through on the outside, but Hades is good for the double.
Hold on.
There is some counteraction there from Chris. He's never truly out of the fight. But Hades, with a full-on quadra, ends up on top for this round.
Oh, what a 4K that is from Hades. The P2K as well. Had a couple nice shots on the previous map, but this is an entirely new level. This is an entirely different gear here from the Paul. Talk about experience, talk about consistency. Sure, maybe a little bit more from the first than from the second, but when Hades is on, he really is on. And he was on that previous map as well. For those of you that missed out on Train, Hades did drop a 16-14, which might not sound as impressive, but especially on the T side, man. He was doing a good job, and CT was fairly convincing. A 9-5 CT side, take it over the finishing line. Hades is coming into this one with a big statement to make. In an early DC is not great, unless Gizmy punched his monitor out of excitement for how well this best round went. Then we can let him off the hook.
Yeah, you probably need a little bit of a pause to try and compose yourself after that one. You know, you're getting a little bit too excited.
Imagine that's what you do. You just get so happy you punch the monitor. That actually sounds like something that BlameF would do. We've seen him nearly break Stoun's back in the days on Heroic when they were together out of excitement. Then Obo on Complexity, Poison. There's been a lot of guys that BlameF has tried to crack open. out of excitement with a hug.
He's got the capability of doing it. Matters to frontline this one. Oh, it's uncomfortable with them. Although Hades has got the higher ground here and the M4, the capacity to shoot back, but Ryu is in trouble. He's taking a lot of damage, somehow still able to survive from that fight, from the skirmish. Fnatic winning this one would be such a steal. Monty, I don't think you start to consider going back for this.
No.
I think you're looking to save these rifles because it's just not worth losing them.
No, absolutely you're not. And this is such a great response coming out of Fnatic as well. This is one of the reasons that I think Fnatic is such a cool team to watch on some of those T-sides, by the way. That's the reason they've been winning a lot of rounds on the T-side of Train, bar that previous game. All of us saw how that went down. But in general, when you're looking at the nuke statistics as well, right, a lot of close games they've been playing. You could say there's some gaps in the CT side, but the T sides have been incredibly crafty, incredibly creative. That's the one reason that I actually I think Fear and Castle works really well as a combo, even though it's been a really short amount of time and it's really difficult to say, but they have had some really good set pieces. Most of the time, they can come up with some pretty crafty things on the T side. They're coming up with shit. That's the one thing I like. It's obvious that they've been spending time offline in the server and trying to come up with things to make their opponents uncomfortable and just to have those aces up their sleeves. But it's really impressive because they have a couple of them.
That's the thing about this level of play. It's easy to just get into the grind of playing a lot of officials. You know you've got the chance to, so you might as well use that capability. But you want to be able to get onto, you know, offline servers, whether that's scrims or, you know, between yourselves and try and cook up something different.
That's what I think Fear does. That's why I like him so much as an in-game leader, because I think he's a massive nerd for the game. And this is a good thing when you're an IGL. You gotta be a nerd, right? You gotta be interested in the details. You gotta be interested in that one flashbang or that one different pathing that's gonna give you an advantage in a half-buy or something like that. I think Fear is that type of a person. Obviously, I don't know enough about Gizmi as an in-game leader, because I think it's a fairly new thing for me
it's a
to
new face of the space.
Yeah, it's a new thing for me to know that he is in-game leading a team on that level, but and haven't had the chance to talk to him. When it comes down to Fear, he's always been a really crafty fella.
Well, let's see what this one looks like for Fnatic. They're grouping up to move into ramp, but there's a double setup here for Monty. And a third potentially to assist as well. The first contestant they find is from Ryu. But they do opt to turn their attention towards the A side. Dem is able to stop the heart play from happening. And their high ground from Monty proves to be treacherous. It feels like Fnatic aren't really finding the answers they would have liked and instantly get shut down. Double kill for Gizmi by the end as Monty are able to bounce back quickly.
It's a great pickup. I mean, it's a bit of a back and forth early on, right? Then for Monty, it's going to be really important to run away with a solid economy. I was actually looking at the chat, Pavlos, and there was, to my surprise, a lot of threes being spammed in the chat. But I think, unfortunately, we might be onto realize that we've been trolled hard.
Yeah.
There was a lot of threes, though.
I think the threes were probably pressed before you gave a third option.
Sure,
People were like,
yeah.
oh, they were already considering to troll, and then there was like a limit to how much they could text, and they were like, oh, well, I can't answer now. It won't be funny anymore.
Sure, so they sent the 3, and then I said type 3 if you actually want to show love to me and you, and then they were like, oh,
Yeah,
damn it.
Whoops. Either way,
Bloody
Matt is the first to drop
bastards.
this round. Look,
Exclamation
this is a
mark.
full investment from Fnatic.
Stop yapping, start game. Sorry, I just needed to finish my round.
I'll let you do that.
Thank
sure.
you.
But looking back into the game, Fnatic have gone for the full investment. They know
Nice tag.
once they want to get back into the round of buying, they want the full loss bonus. But it's also to see for how much damage they can really do.
It's a difficult one. You don't have any utility bar that one flash on Burmilov. Burmilov himself has been tagged by the scout down to 20, Freer's down to 60 HP. Your best option is to just group up and try and exploit ramp. Really. Diha, though, posted really nicely, and you gotta feel like he's just gonna get one and then drop down instantly. Doesn't even stay for the one. It's a smart decision.
I mean, you don't really want to be taking these fights. You know Fnatic are weak economically. There's not really much of a competition when it comes to the Arsenal. So you want to be able to take the fights that favor you. And Fnatic right now is scrambling to find access to his site. Again, Dika.
Ollie?
Is it Hades, rather? To try and hold back. Crims!
Oh my
Catches up
goodness.
on time. Wait a minute. Fnatic have a real opportunity, but they've only got 12 seconds to try and make this work. Ryu ends up finding some damage across the site. It does deny the bomb
seconds.
plank to begin with, but still a lot more to find. Blameth, low. That itchy grenade did its job. Bomb did end up going down. Therefore,
Oh my god.
Fnatic seem to be on top. Oh, a little spray down across the scaffolding could be it. But instead, Blameth stays alive. Is he looking to repeat the same angle? He's looking to go... No, he's going to allow that bomb to
There's
defuse, surely.
no way he wins the round. Yep, this round is over, and he knows it. He's holding on to the AK.
This round was already more than Fnatic bargained for. Sure, they went for the full investment, but they weren't expecting for a round win.
It was a cool way that they opened up a path into the bomb site, by the way. You send that one player up heaven, he's able to get the kill, and then all the time you were just waiting for another in towards the hut to get the refrag onto the side players. You were able to surprise them in a way. Also, the fact that you were able to deny Ryu getting a multi-kill was the only reason you were able to get away with a bomb plan. But now it's time for a discussion, right? You call this one off. You go for just the half buy around the hero AK, and you're risking allowing Monty to build up an economy. You risk it. Go for the investment. And it's not going to be a pretty one, but you're at least going to give yourselves a bit of a chance to get more rounds early on that T side. And apparently this is what they value more here on the Fnatic side of things. They will go all in. And you can't fault them. You could still see a way that this one comes back to bite them if they don't pick up the round. Time for another cool set piece.
I'm looking forward to it. Let's see what this one looks like. So now it's just a spread out approach. A lot of smoke's thrown out to allow Mattis to make a lot of legway outside. Only one smoke doesn't connect between the three that should be there for the cross. So Mattis gets caught by the AWP. It might have been late. I'm not sure what happened there. But it's enough to completely disrupt Fnatic's attempt. And Monty don't lose a single player throughout the process.
I think Matt has got... I'm not sure if you can call it greedy, because you understand why he'd do that in a round like this one, but the smoke gets broken up on the first timing. Matt has just wanted to get a fight. He just wanted to get into a 1v1. He knew the smoke was getting broken. He knew it was already off as he peeked into it. Was just not ready for the AVP of Hades. And it's a complete shutdown. He goes down. One player tries to push through the smoke into towards main, gets completely caught off guard. Two more trying to walk out the A-bomb side. Bob dropped in towards the hut as well. This one just fell apart for Fnatic. It felt like they had a set call. It felt like they had an idea. The instant smokes in towards outside, the diagonal version. Then you go for the lurk smoke in towards A. Crims walks through. I'm not sure if he realized he was actually not walking in towards the vent, but in towards main. I think he even had his knife out. And even if he didn't, it still felt like an easy kill for the player on the other side of things. Monty just get a freebie, and as we said, this was supposed to be a really well thought of round from Fnatic with the investment coming in. It just ended in a couple seconds. Nothing worked out.
No, nothing at all. Just a hero AK for this round, though, for Fnatic. Let's see if they can do any more damage, but little by little, they're starting to fall back, and you're starting to realize the importance of the CT sideliness of this map. Nice shot by Burmilov. Oh no, not a single one to connect? For a moment, I thought that was even a collateral opportunity. Instead, Fnatic have a chance for an easy bomb plant. Sure, you get a spray down, Ryu, but...
You have two AKs.
I'm just wondering. Fnatic have solid chance of winning this round. A couple of AKs picked up.
No molly. Just a couple of smokes, a couple of HEs, a couple of flashes. You gotta find the kills quickly though. Double nade in towards Dark. Fear moves away in time. Ryu needs to go for the swing, needs to find that kill onto the pistol player. There goes the first one. Mattis with the kill from the back of the bomb side, able to find another one, and the AKs are singing. Mattis with the triple. Fnatic still an eco with one hero AK.
That's ridiculous. And this is where it all started. Look at that. Burmilov spots out a pixel and decides, sure, give me one dig. And the rest is history. Fnatic move in like a unit, break down to the B site. Sure, there's a trade here and there, but, you know, once you've got the upgraded weapons, once you've got the bomb down, that B site is a fortress. Monty have got no business breaking through. So Fnatic, even though they're not able to make buy rounds work, it's a weak buy that gets them across.
Well, you know what? Wanted to make a little bit of fun out of the fact that they did go for a tactical timeout and got completely whitewashed in the previous round. Well, what about this one? Just go in with a couple pistols, a deagle, a recovered AK from Mattis that ends up giving you a triple. What a round out of Fnatic. And for that team, I mean, if you're able to bring it back and win, that would put Fnatic under number 23 in the world. For Monty, situation is a little bit harsher. If they win, number 48. If they lose, number 51. So Monty a little bit more important for them to actually get wins as of right now for their VRS. Fnatic is well in the top 30. Even if they end up losing here, Fnatic, they would drop down to 28, which is not that bad.
One of these matches make a difference.
They do. It's a crazy system as well, right? The fact that you can actually go through the main Swiss, lose in the first round of the playoffs, and actually end up losing more points out of the event than you won. It is crazy. Depending on who you lose against, obviously.
Yeah, it creates more stakes for the non-important games, if you will, right? Because this is a 2-0 game in the Swiss stage. Some would consider not that important. Gizmy, backside, double kill. And there's no conversion onto him. Hades now, he's got a clear line of sight to work with, and Gizmy's been given the freedom to peek again. 5 seconds, Fnatic nowhere to go. Sure, BlameF is a dangerous player to be up against, but this round's over, and Monty find a 5th.
I have bad news for Fnatic right now. Gizmy's back in action. He had a bit of an off map on the second one, but we all remember how big of a role he played in that Ancient win, right? And he's again just moving around, putting himself in a really proactive position. This is the one thing I like about this team of Monty. It feels like Gizmy and Ryu are just bringing in a lot of confidence as well. It doesn't feel like they're coming in and there's nerves to prove themselves and show that they deserve to be on the team. I think it's quite obvious they do, right? They just come and they play the exact same way that you'd expect them to play. They play the exact same way they probably would be playing if on the team weren't Diha, Hades, and Demia, but 3 more people with the same amount of experience as the 2 of them, and both of them have been finding some good impact. I don't want to be a hater, Pavlos, because I did big up the fact that Fnatic on T-sides are usually crafty and able to get away with a lot of scrappy rounds and a lot of good things on the back of some individual prowess moments, but Monty have been playing a good CT side, and they have, without a doubt, since the start of this map, been the much more solid team. It is looking like everything's falling into place here for Monty. Fnatic need to keep praying to win those scrappy rounds, because I don't really see a way that Monty are just gonna let the ball drop. I mean, sure, some rounds you could be a little bit more disjointed and there could be some individual mistakes, but all in all, this CT side has looked solid.
You're right. There are places where it can be improved, but the whole picture for Monty is positive. Fnatic, not so much. Sure, you're on the T side, but a bit more struggle than usual. And like we said, talking about breaking into this map, going into Nuke, historically Fnatic, sure, they've had good results winning this map, but they've always been close. There's cracks on this map for sure that have yet to be fixed. And Monty looking to exploit the biggest difference is possible now on the CT side. Hades will not miss that shot. Will not let that go wrong. Diga gets one, backs out, reloads, and this round is slowly but surely slipping through Fnatic's fingers.
Yeah, BlameF thinking about going for the drop. He knows there's going to be another player in towards main, though. It's so difficult to create any space, and Rims has been able to recover the other rifle. Issue is, he doesn't even have the armor to it, so you're just hoping that Monty are going to give you a peek right now, but I mean, being pressured around the map, you know they might be waiting for you.
Job's done, right? And there's information gained now from the play and Hut. Gizmy backing off. A lot of respect given to Fnatic, knowing that they need to be the ones to aggress inwards. Diha now may choose to push, realizes there's players around him. And yeah, Monty, this is the first player they've lost throughout the process. BlameF, he's always have some sort of danger around him this game. He's always been able to get a kill or two. Ooh, the HG does it.
Yep, 2400. Had to go for a fight earlier. He wanted to hold on to the AK. Doesn't get allowed to. Nade on top, spam through the box. He doesn't have money. He needs to play with a Mac 10.
Yeah, that's not fun. That's not fun at all. 3 Galils, an AK and a Mac 10 for a buy. Nope, that's not going to make it. Sure, Fnatic, the round they won most recently was the one where they, you know, got a random deagle shot and started to steamroll through the B side, but those things don't repeat themselves often. Those are one-offs. Can't rely on them. Not at all. Now the A site is where they're looking to hit. Deb, straight above, flashed over, doesn't end up connecting with a single player. Mattis just breaks through, doesn't have a care in the world. Triple kill for Mattis. Now Monte have retaliated with a couple of their own, and the bomb isn't quite in a position to get planted, given that there's 2 above. It does create a pressure point. Hades considering to wrap around, allowing his teammate to just cause pressure from above for now.
They're leaving though. Both of them are leaving, and Fnatic, sure, you might think this is a possibility, but you're never gonna write it off completely. You don't have any mollies, you don't have any smokes for the post plant. It has to be a quick wall coming out of Monty, but they do have the kit, so they can afford to take their time here.
But they really have taken a lot of the time. It makes you think, makes you wonder that this is probably them waiting for the exit frags. No longer thinking about going for the full play. That's exactly what the case is. Diha, oh, thought he got the spray down across.
Oh my god.
He's got it, hasn't he?
Yep.
Barely, but he's got it. Clean. Monty, what a retake. I didn't expect them to go for it. Fnatic didn't expect them to go for it, but they get it done. They catch him by surprise, and albeit Matty's incredible start to the round, it's not enough.
That is crazy. When Matt is running into a bomb site, getting a triple kill like that is not enough for you to get around on the T side. I don't know what is. I really don't know what is. The flashes were great to set him up as well. Great supportive work, but when Mattis gets you a triple opening like that, you need to win the round. You absolutely need to. You can't afford to let it slip. And sure, you get a bomb plant. Sure, you go for another investment, but look at the Galils. Look at the amount of them because they want to have the util. And even with the cut, even with the hit being taken to have the Galils out, you still don't have the perfect utility ever. Monty's protocols have been really good, and Fnatic just thought, I don't know, they thought they were saving. They thought they would just start making their way around or out of the bomb side. Hades gets one, and then no one's looking towards Diha. That was such an awkward round. Monty just played to perfection. There's the 2 poles to pull it up. Or pull it off, sorry. Monty. We could be having the conversation about potential double digits here on the CT side if they win this one.
Early. Yeah, if they win this one. Yeah, I think that's quite right. Again, Fnatic, I feel like they've respected way too much the power of the loss bonus and been enforcing a buy of some sort over and over again and never having really the most comfortable and favorite buy. Hades tries to reconfigure in the situation. Not quite on time. Monty's quick to react though. Not quite there for the cross, but is it enough for the trade? Crims readjusts, and Fnatic, they've got the numbers now, but 3 out of 3 players are very low.
Yeah.
Gizmy.
Pissing around, looking for something.